a way in which we can ask for things to be added without complicating this any further. So, Madam President, South Africa will accept this as it stands, on the understanding that it is the best expression of the majority will of this room and the delegates, and it takes us forward. I thank you.
Le agradezco a la...
I thank the delegation of South Africa. I'll now give the floor to the delegation of Cuba, followed by Peru. Thank you very much, Madam President. I'd like to state for the record Cuba's position on two matters related to Article 1. First, the issue of transit. As you know, the delegation of Cuba, along with many other delegations, stressed that it should be included in Article 1. There should be an explicit prohibition on transit of nuclear weapons. However, in the discussions, the understanding and interpretation of the conference which prevailed was that transit of nuclear weapons is already covered under Article 1 in the provisions that prohibit assistance. We hope that that interpretation of the conference, that the transit of nuclear weapons would be strictly prohibited in virtue of this treaty, is properly reflected in the conference records. Second, relating to the testing, we are satisfied that the most recent language is different now, which only prohibited nuclear testing, which included explosions. We'd like to state our position for the record, which is that the prohibition of testing under this treaty includes prohibition of all types of nuclear testing, and that includes those tests which take place using non-explosive methods. Thank you.
Le agradezco a la delegación de...
I thank the delegation of Cuba. I now give the floor to the delegation of Singapore, followed by Peru. I also have Kazakhstan, Cote d'Ivoire, and Ghana. And if there are no other delegation who wishes to take the floor, I would then close the list of speakers on this topic. The delegation of Singapore has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. At the outset, Singapore appreciates the efforts that you and your team have undertaken in drafting the latest text, which was circulated on 3rd July 2017. We note that, like many other delegations, not all our proposals were incorporated in the revised text. Notably, in conjunction with Article 1, Singapore had proposed language entirely consistent with the obligations and rights accorded by the Schonfest Treaty, the Treaty of Bangkok. Our language was based verbatim on Article 7 of the Schonfest Treaty and is included in the compilation text that had been circulated. My delegation had participated constructively in the informal consultations and small group consultations. At those meetings, we had elaborated on the rationale for our proposal. Nevertheless, we have listened carefully and appreciate the comments put forward by other colleagues, and would like in particular to place on record our appreciation to Ambassador Commissario of Mozambique for his tireless efforts to try to forge consensus on this article, which represents a core component of the treaty in our view. While we stand by our proposal and the position that we have outlined, we have heard and taken into account comments from other delegations appealing for flexibility at this late stage. In order to facilitate our collective work, Singapore will not stand in the way of consensus on Article 1 at this point in time. We nevertheless ask that our position be placed on record. I thank you, Madam President.
Le agradezco a la delegación de...
I thank the delegation of Singapore. Peru has the floor, followed by Kazakhstan. Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to thank you for all of your efforts, as well as the Secretariat and the facilitators. If I could, I'd like to briefly highlight two issues. First, my delegation is very pleased to see that suggestions made by all delegations were included in this new text. For my delegation, we're very pleased to see that Article 1, subparagraph D, includes the inclusion, the use or threat of use of nuclear weapons or other nuclear explosive devices. Moreover, from my delegation, we would like to have seen Article 1 text also include the explicit prohibition of transit and financing. However, Madam President, in order to be constructive and to achieve an agreed upon text, my delegation will accept the text of Article 1 as it currently stands, with the understanding that the expression of the majority of the delegations is reflected here, but we'd like to state for the record that transit and financing are included under assistance, encouragement, or induction, as reflected in subparagraph E. Thank you. I thank the delegation of Peru. Kazakhstan has the floor, followed by Côte d'Ivoire.
Thank you, Madam Chair, again. Kazakhstan considers this treaty as a comprehensive prohibition of nuclear weapon. Prohibition in all possible aspects. In this regard, the treaty should contain a prohibition on transit, financing and preparation. Moreover, we also support the idea that testing should extend to non-explosive and subcritical levels. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Tiene la palabra la delegación.
Thank you. Côte d'Ivoire, followed by Ghana. Côte d'Ivoire has the floor.
Côte d'Ivoire tiene la palabra.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President. My delegation is very pleased with how you have led our work and you have reached this successful result. Nevertheless, I would like to ask about what is going to follow, what the process is going to be. You said that you explained how this would be moving forward, and I noticed that the versions in the other languages are not available yet. So I'd like to know when exactly we will be receiving these versions in other languages. I'd also like to know what's going to take place on Friday when we move towards adoption. The General Assembly mandated our work. We have a draft in front of us. Will it be adopted simply here in this room next on Friday, or will we move to the General Assembly for its adoption? So these are the questions I wanted to ask. Thank you for giving me the floor.
Sí, para la delegación de Côte d'Ivoire, quisiera informar.
Yes, Côte d'Ivoire. I wish to inform you that we have received information from conference services, namely that translations will be ready tomorrow. Therefore, we hope that tomorrow we will be able to examine the text in all official languages. I would also ask Côte d'Ivoire to recall that we have approved a draft program of work for this week, and it includes that on Friday, 7 July, the text will be adopted. This is in accordance with the call from the General Assembly, namely that this conference must do everything possible to end these negotiations as quickly as possible, negotiations on the draft of this treaty. This is part of the mandate under the General Assembly. Therefore, the conference has already expressed its plan of adopting the text on Friday, 7 July.
Tiene la palabra la delegación de Ghana, seguido de Lesotho.
Ghana has the floor, followed by Lesotho.
Thank you, Madam President, for giving me the floor. We also want to join other delegations in thanking you for your hard work. We believe that we have come very far. Even if we do not have a perfect document, it is the best we can have in the circumstances. At least we have a document that will serve as a compass whilst we as humanity proceeds towards eliminating and prohibiting nuclear weapons entirely. We are happy that testing of nuclear weapons has been prohibited in Article 1. In fact, that was the gap, and we are happy we have filled that gap. We are fortified in this belief because your preambular paragraph 21 does not affect the right of any state party to develop, research, production, and use of nuclear energy for peaceful purposes. In this regard, Madam President, Ghana supports your compromise text in Article 1. Thank you.
Le agradezco. Tiene la...
Thank you. Nigeria has the floor now.
Thank you, Madam President, we'll keep emphasizing the fact that you have indeed tried your best regarding the text we have before us. But with regards to Article 1, my delegation would like to have it on record and reiterate that we would have preferred a very explicit and clear prohibition on transit of nuclear weapons within the territories of state parties. This, for us, will have been a form of confidence-building measures. Well, let us also say that, in addition, Madam President, we believe that the mention of the word test in Article 1A, well, while not really satisfying us, but we believe in that it should have been clearly reflect in such a way that it will mean the item will cover various kinds of tests, but we can live by it. Accordingly, we wish to place on record that we consider the current text of Article 1 to infer a prohibition of transit, and we interpret Article 1 to bind all state parties to prohibit testing in all forms of it within their territories. But nevertheless, we, as we said, we appreciate your efforts even as we move on. Thank you, Madam President.
Le agradezco a la delegación de Nigeria. Tiene la...
Thank you, Nigeria. Lesotho.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Let me first start by thanking you and commending you and your team for the wonderful work you have done so far. My delegation welcomes the draft treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons and has no objection to the Article 1 as it is, and agree to the language used therein, especially the inclusion of threaten to use nuclear weapons in paragraph D in Article 1. My delegation believes that the text in its current form is worthy of adoption. Madam President, I thank you.
Le agradezco, delegación de Lesotho. Tiene la palabra ahora el...
Thank you, Lesotho. The International Committee of the Red Cross has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. At the outset, Madam President, let me congratulate you and your team on the tremendous efforts and hard work that you have put in overseeing the negotiation conference and the development of this draft treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons. Your dedicated efforts and those of all of the delegations at this conference have led to what is, in the view of the International Committee of the Red Cross, the ICRC, a strong normative instrument. In March, the ICRC identified 3 objectives that we believed were essential for this treaty. First, that the treaty recognize and respond to the catastrophic humanitarian consequences of nuclear weapons. Secondly, that the treaty be grounded on the principles and rules of international humanitarian law. And thirdly, that the treaty contain clear and robust prohibitions. In the view of the ICRC, Madam President, each of these goals are achieved by the current text, specifically in the preamble and in Article 1, the prohibitions. Indeed, the ICRC believes that the draft treaty delivers on the promise of a clear and comprehensive prohibition of nuclear weapons. Madam President, in his statement to the high-level opening of this conference on the 17th of March, the President of the ICRC, Peter Maurer, indicated that the adoption of a treaty grounded in international humanitarian law and establishing a clear prohibition of nuclear weapons would be an essential and historic step towards bringing the era of nuclear weapons to an end. With the current text, we believe this conference would be taking this historic step. Thank you, Madam President.
Le agradezco al Comité Internacional de...
I thank the ICRC. I see no other requests for the floor on the first article. From what I understand, the room would like to adopt the text of Article 1 by majority. So let us now open the list of speakers on Article 2. And I ask you to be as brief as possible, seeing as this is a slightly more simple article. Thank you. We need to use the time at our disposal to the best possible. I now open the floor. Please signal if you wish to take the floor. Cuba has the floor.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam President. With regard to Article 2, and in reference to the statements made, the Cuban delegation would like to state its position that without prejudice to what is set forth in Paragraph 1 of Article 2, without prejudice to what's set forth there, all state parties to the treaty will have an obligation of including in their statements information on implementation of any of the activities that are banned by Article 1 of the treaty. Thank you very much, Madam President. I thank the delegation of Cuba, Iran, followed by the Netherlands.
Thank you, Madam President. On this article, we don't have any problem with the substance. We have two, again, points which, in our view, legally speaking, if we want to have a sound text of the treaty, we need to be consistent. Here in subparagraph B and C, we use the word notwithstanding. Also in Article 4, paragraph 2 and 3, we use the same. While in other area in the text, when we want to refer to a different situation, we use without prejudice. In Article 3 and again in Article 4, we use 5 times the word without prejudice. We asked our legal expert in Capital and here, and they suggested to us that if we want to be consistent with the international treaty, like the Vienna Convention on Law of Treaties, we need to use the without prejudice, which in substance there is no difference, but it is legally speaking would be wise to use the same. So we suggest in paragraph subparagraph B, C, and also in paragraph 2 and 3 of Article 4, we use without prejudice to instead of using notwithstanding. In addition, we know that notwithstanding might have a negative quotation, which we should refrain from. The other point we have with regard to the consistency here in paragraph 2, we asked the Secretary General to transmit the declaration here to the state party. Just we would like to remind that in other articles, in Article 4, we also have declaration, the final declaration on the completion of the destruction, and the another declaration in paragraph 4 of the Article 4. So if we want to be consistent, since the title of this article is declarations, we suggest to add after the word all such declaration and other declaration under Article 4, so we do not miss the declarations under other articles. These are just editorial, just we want to complete the text of the Article 2. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the delegation of Iran, the Netherlands, followed by Palestine.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. With regards to Article 2, I will, with your permission, I'll take 2, 3, and 4 together, as we see them as a single thing. There is, of course, again the relation with Article 1 and the verifiability of all the things in there. But verification is, of course, also very much relevant in Article 2. We have difficulty to see how the categories that states declare themselves to be could be verified. This means that the declarations can probably not be used as baselines, but maybe perhaps as a base for transparency measures, but these do not provide the level of assurance needed for a treaty banning nuclear weapons. With regards to Article 3, we again would like to reiterate that we would like to see a higher verification standard. We understand there is not a majority for that in this room, but higher verification standards will be required if we want to move forward to disarmament. And with regards to Article 4, it has in fact improved, and we thank also delegations that for their constructive efforts in the informals. But the fact remains that we are trying to set up strict rules for hypothetical future situations, of which the technical and political parameters are impossible to predict or legislate for. In plenary and informals, we asked for a case of maximum flexibility to prevent that the treaty actually complicates, instead of eases accession by possessor states. Coupled with the principle that the meeting of state parties has to approve any agreement, this would ensure future effectiveness. So in that sense, instead of the lengthy text we have in Article 4 now, we would strongly prefer a far shorter one that enables us to be more flexible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Netherlands. I give the floor to Palestine, followed by Mozambique, and then South Africa. Palestine.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Chair. Palestine wishes to say the position that statements must be taken into account through the full range of prohibited items under Article 1 of our treaty. Thank you, Madam President.
Le agradezco la delegación de...
I thank the delegation of Palestine, Mozambique, followed by South Africa.
I thank you, Madam President. I also wish to express our thanks for the manner in which you have been conducting our work. And we have, thanks to your dedication and devotion, we have now a very good text for our treaty. We wish to place on record our full support to the whole text before us, and therefore we will probably not be asking for the floor in many other future articles that will be put before delegations. Let me, if you allow me, Madam President, underline that in our opinion, you have been conducting extremely well our proceedings. We also think that it is very correct that you are asking now for the views of delegations in this important process of negotiations. It is always wise that we listen to everyone, and every opinion is taken into account, and where possible accommodate within the deadline that we have. But we should not prevent delegations from expressing their views, and this is an expression of fairness, justice, and democratic methods in our work. Now, on this Article 2, like the delegation of Iran, I think, I was also a little bit puzzled with this notwithstanding Article 1. Because in our understanding, it is exactly because of Article 1 that you have to declare whether you possess or do not possess nuclear weapons or other explosive devices or control. It is because, exactly because Article 1 prohibits those activities that states, one, must be transparent, and they say what is their status, their position, and two, as a consequence of the Article 1, what measures are they prepared to take in the future? So here, rather than notwithstanding, it should be more in light as a consequence or something like that. So I do not have an exact expression at this moment, but notwithstanding does not appear to be a very good expression. Of course, I'm not an English speaker, I'm a Portuguese speaker, so probably my understanding is incomplete and wrong. Thank you, Madam President.
Le agradezco.
I thank the delegation of Mozambique, and we recognize Ambassador Combasario for his profile as a great legal expert. And we admire what he said. And we'll take a look at what you just mentioned, the issue you just raised. We'll examine that. South Africa, followed by New Zealand.
Thank you, Madam President. My delegation takes Article 234 as a package, and we understand the intense discussions that took place around these articles and the effort that went into taking into account sensitivities. And we can live with it as a package as it stands, because we know what it took to get it, to get all three paragraphs in the shape in which they are. I think an effort was also spent in trying to anticipate changes globally. I imagine the drafters of the NPT, the 18 countries that drafted originally, the NPT, engaged in a similar exercise, but could not have foreseen all possibilities This is the nature of multilateralism. We do the best we can to anticipate, and we try to articulate it as best as we can into language. And we think that these paragraphs do that. Again, we have our own wishes as South Africa. We would have wished that they were expressed in a different way, but we understand that we're engaged with other parties, and we must find a way in which we meet each other halfway. Our simple understanding, English is not my language too. I'm Xhosa speaking. My simple understanding as a Xhosa speaker is that notwithstanding in this case means you can join even if you possess nuclear weapons. This is very important for us in signaling to nuclear weapon states that you can join and then embark upon the processes that require. It may not be an elegant way of bridging this delicate situation that we were trying to bridge, but we think that notwithstanding serves the purpose in this context. Taking the amount of hours that were spent in facilitating this, and the skill and the robust discussions that took place, we can live with Article 2, taken together with Article 3 and 4. I thank you, Madam President.
Le agradezco a la delegación.
I thank the delegation of South Africa. I give the floor to the delegation of New Zealand.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And I'm going to take this opportunity also to express New Zealand's gratitude for all the work that has gone into the second revision of the draft treaty, and work which has been led by you, your team, and the Secretariat, but which we know does also reflect a great deal of effort on the part of all delegations here in this room. With some nervousness, because I confess to being a native speaker of English, I'd like to express my support for what South Africa has said regarding the import of the notwithstanding language. In my view of the English language, I would see this as entirely appropriate. Noting what the Iranian delegation has said, my comment in response to their view would be that without prejudice is an entirely neutral formulation. And in fact, in the context of Articles 2, 3, 4, we don't need a neutral formulation because we're needing to rectify what is otherwise an overt inconsistency within the text. And therefore the use of notwithstanding is that it is an acknowledgement that there is inconsistency, and it's establishing a hierarchy. So with some diffidence about the English language, I would agree with South Africa that notwithstanding is right. Notwithstanding that, Madam President, I do think it will be important that we get our reference to the subparagraphs exactly accurate, and I think there is some tweaking of the reference to the specific paragraphs in Article 1 that we need to look at. And finally, Madam President, just while I have the floor, I think it's very useful that delegations here are taking this opportunity to place on record their views, their interpretive views on some of the text that we have now put in place in this draft. But I'd like to register New Zealand's disquiet. We may agree or we may not agree with some of those interpretive declarations, but certainly New Zealand does not accept that any individual statement given here, purporting to be a declaration of the view for the entire membership here, New Zealand does not accept that. We do not agree necessarily with the views put forward, and we do not accept that any individual delegation's view is the view of the entire membership. Thank you, Madam President.
Le agradezco a la delegación de...
I thank the delegation of New Zealand. I understand the feeling of the conference in that we can accept Article 2 ad referendum, and I suggest we move on to consider Article 3 of the text then. The list of speakers on Article 3 is now open. I give the floor to the delegation of the Netherlands, followed by Argentina.
Thank you, Chair. Just to flag again our general reservation, because you said is agreed by at referendum. At this stage, I reiterate that my delegation cannot join any article at referendum at this stage. Thank you.
La delegación de Argentina tiene.
Our delegation of Argentina. Thank you, Madam President. First, I'd like to join other delegations in thanking you and the facilitators for your excellent work. We have a very good text for our consideration, and my delegation understands that delegations are perfectly able to take the floor and express their views, regardless of what it is that they wish to express as a point of view, with the desire to reach an agreement, and we didn't think there was any precondition for this session. In that regard, my delegation would like to propose that in Article 3, paragraph 1, I'll read in English.
Its International Atomic Energy Agency safeguards obligations. Se agregue
to that, we should add in particular.
Article 3 of the NPT.
I'd also like to state for the record that my delegation, throughout the delegations, has taken the floor on a number of occasions to explain our position on this text, and those concepts continue to be in force, and we hope that they can be taken into account, and this proposal can be taken into account in the exercise that you've put forth to us, and that you would be able to take into account specific proposals and see if you can still accommodate specific suggestions to come to an acceptable text. Thank you. I thank you. The delegation of Switzerland has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Regarding Article 3.1, I would like to put on the record the following elements. We do regret that it was not possible to include in this article a provision encouraging states parties to adhere to the highest level of safeguards existing. All states present in this room here have agreed to this notion in other fora. And here we are again at the concern expressed before, a concern directly linked to the very mandate. The absence of such a provision raises questions, indeed, regarding whether this article is in line with our mandate to complement and strengthen the existing nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation regime, and regarding whether we are not weakening the existing acquis, which would be against our mandate. In our view, the absence of such a provision weakens the text and is likely to be leveraged by those sceptical towards this treaty. Thank you very much.
Le agradezco a la delegación.
I thank the delegation of Switzerland. There are no other delegations wishing to take the floor on Article 3. I understand the feeling of the room that there is a general agreement on Article 3.
¿Tiene un punto de orden?
Point of order? The delegation of Argentina has a point of order. I have a question, perhaps for another delegation. Is this just to put our position on record or break the consensus? We're not very clear on why we would be here. We have tried to avoid arguing our position because our considerations are known and our arguments are very similar to those that were just expressed by the delegation of Switzerland. However, if delegations are going to make a proposal for then you to continue and say that we all agree, then we can go through the session very quickly. But we would hope that delegation suggestions could be taken into account one way or another. Thank you.
Voy a reiterar.
I will reiterate what I had clarified at the beginning of this session. The text we have before us is the sum total of the collective work of this conference and all delegations present over the last 2 weeks. All delegations had a significant opportunity to put forth their suggestions to discuss them, especially Articles 2 to 5. That was one of the blocks of articles that was most debated and discussed by this conference, both in plenary and in the facilitated sessions. This is not a time for consideration of specific proposals. That phase has been concluded. That phase actually was concluded when consultations were held, facilitated by a number of colleagues who are here in the room as well. And I'd like to thank those facilitators for their intensive work. At this time, we are not here for considering specific proposals. The text is the best sum up of all the discussions that have been held to date during this conference. So what we're currently doing is reviewing the text so that at the end of the day it can be finished and we can complete the review of it, and it can then be sent to you for adoption. At the latest, it will be sent to you 9 a.m. Thursday, which I mentioned at the beginning of this session.
La conferencia ahora.
The conference will now consider Article 4 of the text before us. I'm opening the list of speakers for those delegations that wish to address the text of Article 4.
La delegación.
The Netherlands has the floor, followed by Iran.
Y Colombia.
And then Colombia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're of course in your hands on how to deal with treating this text and reviewing this text. But my question now would be, because there really does not seem to be any room for text changes, is this the text you're going to circulate tomorrow, or is there going to be a Ref 3? Could there be a Ref 3, or is it just going to be this? Thank you.
I'd like to respond to the delegation of the Netherlands that just asked a question asking whether there was a new revised version to this text. And I was commenting that the text that we have before us, which is the sum total of all the work of this conference, is what we are endeavoring to go over so that we can conclude it today. Of course, this presidency will continue having consultations with delegations with a view to identifying technical matters that might still be pending. And that is with the understanding that these are issues that have been thoroughly discussed from a political point of view, a normative point of view, or a technical point of view. That's what I was explaining earlier this morning.
La delegación de Irán.
The delegation of Iran, followed by Colombia and then Palestine.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to reiterate the comment I made on Article 2 with regard to the word notwithstanding, and indeed notwithstanding with the explanation made by New Zealand as a native speaker, still we believe that if we want to have a legally sound text, we need to be consistent with the treaties, especially the Vienna Convention on Law of Treaties, and we should be consistent in whole text. Wherever we are referring to different situation, we should use the without prejudice, as we have used 5 times without prejudice in the draft. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Le agradezco a la delegación de Irán.
I thank the delegation of Iran. I give the floor to the delegation of Colombia. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Madam President. On Article 4, subparagraph, one moment, please. Subparagraph 2. With regard to the reference competent, reference authority, we would once again point to the experiences and practices of the organization in the area of verification. We'd like to highlight the importance of that. Thank you. Thank you, Colombia. Palestine, followed by Thailand.
Thank you, Madam President. We had taken the floor to discuss the issue of the process, just for us to be a bit more comfortable and have more clarity also about it. I think it's our view, and it's maybe also normal to think that if there is a point on which there is strong views of the membership, a strong majority, that would require a change, then a change would occur to the text. And when there is a strong view, an overwhelming majority in favor of keeping the text as it is, then it is logical to keep the text as is. We have seen till now overwhelming majority in favor of maintaining the text as is, but we hope as we proceed, if there is any suggestion that receives wide support, that it will be duly considered, because we've gone back to capitals in order to get our instructions, and this is a chance for us to comment on this draft and also, if possible, to improve it, as long as any proposal has a strong and clear majority in its favor. Thank you, Madam President.
Le agradezco a la delegación.
I thank the delegation of Palestine. I give the floor to the delegation of Thailand.
Thank you, Madam President. On Article 4, we wish to commend the work by Ambassador Helena Nolan on bridging positions on a difficult topic. Nonetheless, we continue to be of the view that the title of the article should be Total Elimination of Nuclear Weapons, expressing the obligations spelled out in this section of the treaty, which is to eliminate nuclear weapons. Thank you, Madam President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I give the floor to the delegation of the Philippines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as it is our first time to take the floor, we'd like to compliment not just the chair, but all the delegations who have shown a strong support and commitment to this process. Apropos of the process, I think it's very important to look at the how instead of the what. I don't think our conference would like to come up with an outcome document that is there for the sake of an outcome document. We do not want to create a Frankenstein that will hound us after the end of our deliberations today. I will paraphrase what the President had said. Today's conference is the sum total of collective work of this conference. Number two, delegations have had ample opportunity to discuss the items here, and we are not here to consider specific proposals. I pose the question, Madam President, that if the three above were not the case, then this conference should be able to address technical and procedural issues which have, in certain instances, hounded our very important conference today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
No hay más delegaciones.
I see no other delegations requesting the floor on the subject of Article 4. I will respond to what the delegation of the Philippines just said.
¿Cuál es el resultado final que...
What is the final result or outcome that is hoped for from this conference? To have a legally binding instrument? What's the expected result of that? We're talking about a document which is a legally binding document, a legal document. It's one that's been discussed by the whole conference over several weeks. We had a first draft of the text, which was distributed in May, then a first revision of the text on the 27th of June. We have another revision of the text, which is the product of all the deliberations of the working groups, and those were facilitated. And at this stage of the process, we are reviewing the text with the understanding that the conference has been working towards this moment collectively to have a text with which they will feel comfortable so that we can get to Friday and approve it. Clearly, we're listening to a number of people raising specific issues, including the presidency. We'll be able to continue having dialogues with delegations that have expressed these views. That does not mean that the text before you, before all of you at this moment in time, is not a text that hasn't been worked on by the entire conference. Indeed, it is the understanding, because we've been getting the reports from the working groups, some of which even we personally were involved in. It is the understanding that this text is what we've been working on in the different working groups. Therefore, at this moment in time, we are seeking to conduct a final review of the text And the goal is to identify those issues or those delegations with which the presidency can continue having consultations with a view to seeing if we can accommodate their concerns. But bearing in mind also the fact that the text that we have before us did not show up here this morning without all of your agreement. To the contrary, this text reflects the work of all of us, of the entire conference. We'll continue then, moving forward. We have 5 minutes left in this morning's session, and then we'll take a break and come back at 3 o'clock. During the lunch hour, we'll have consultations with those delegations that have raised some issues and that they wish to communicate, and they can work with the presidency on them. And we can also look at the process and a means of achieving a consensus. We will resume this afternoon at 3 to continue considering the text, reviewing the text. This is the text of the conference. It's the text which is the result of the collective work of the conference. And in that regard, I hope that you can all exercise the same spirit of compromise which we've all been exercising over the last few weeks of the work of the conference, in order to find those points that can be reflected in a document that will reflect the common ground of our discussions. My interpretation of the feeling of this conference is that this is the result of the work of each and every one of us over the last 3 weeks and during the March session. We will adjourn this morning's session, and we will resume this afternoon at 3 p.m. And we will continue with Article 5 onwards of the treaty text. The session is adjourned.
All right, everyone. So you were just watching this UN conference live from New York on this discussion that, you know, those members of the United Nations have been talking about for quite a while. The goal to eliminate and prohibit nuclear weapons. Their ultimate goal, having a worldwide commitment to a nuclear weapon-free world. They have been talking about this same topic for a number of weeks there at the United Nations. We do know that there will be a UN session later today about North Korea. We do know that the U.S. ambassador to the UN, Nikki Haley, will be present and she'll be speaking there. So we'll obviously carry that for you here on News Now. All right, everyone. I want to go ahead and give you guys a live look at the White House now. This is what the White House looks like. It looks like it's a little bit gray or overcast there. This July afternoon there in Washington, D.C. One of the big issues, areas of concern In D.C., in the political world, is the opioid crisis that is taking America by storm. This morning, officials in Indiana held a press conference on the opioid epidemic. In case you missed that, we're going to play it for you here in just a moment. Stay tuned. And treatment of drug addiction. Today, to serve the community in this capacity and to be a beacon of hope for those seeking recovery. We have an obligation to partner with local officials and other service providers in an effort to enhance the prevention and treatment of drug addiction. Today marks a pivotal moment for us in the treatment of opioid addiction, a widespread and powerful force that really does require the efforts of us all. Governor Holcomb and his appointed officials have intentionally targeted opioid addiction, and today's announcement reveals the state's effort to expand treatment options for this population. So again, we would like to thank you all for being here today and for the continued opportunity to serve our community. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jennifer Walthall, the Secretary of Indiana's Family and Social Services Administration, part of the Holcomb administration. We recognize that substance use disorders are chronic disorders of the brain. We believe that it's essential to work to reduce the shame and stigma associated with substance use disorders. We strive to ensure that substance use disorders and other mental illnesses are covered and reimbursed appropriately. We acknowledge that most people with substance use disorders also experience co-occurring mental health problems. Thus, we see a need to promote treatment that takes into account both kinds of disorders. It is our belief that treatment for substance use disorders should utilize evidence-based methodologies, including both medication and psychosocial interventions. Indiana's Family and Social Services Administration works to promote increased access to and education about overdose reversal medications like naloxone for first responders, families, and persons with substance use disorder. Finally, we realize the need to grow Indiana's treatment and recovery workforce through education and training. Therefore, we are excited to announce the addition of 5 opioid treatment programs in Indiana's authorized under Indiana Code 1223-18-5.5. The 5 new OTPs have been strategically placed in locations around our state to assist with reducing driving time for individuals in need of addiction treatment for opiate use disorder and sited in or near counties with high numbers of naloxone use, the overdose reversal drug used by emergency responders. The counties include Allen, Johnson, Monroe, Vigo, and Tippecanoe. We believe that the new OTPs will allow increased access to multiple medications as part of medication-assisted treatment, or MAT, programming, and reduce illicit substances, moving individuals toward long-term recovery. The 5 new treatment programs are Allen County at the Bowen Center, Vigo County at the Hamilton Center, Monroe and Tippecanoe counties, Sycamore Springs, and Johnson County, Valley Vista. We're really proud to have these new partners as part of our team. We also are excited to announce an important policy change in medication-assisted treatment through Indiana Medicaid. Effective August 1st, 2017, Indiana Medicaid members, including all Healthy Indiana Plan members, will have coverage for all services provided in an opioid treatment program, including coverage of methadone for opioid use disorder. Methadone is one of 3 FDA-approved medications for treating opioid use disorder, and Indiana Medicaid already has coverage for buprenorphine, known as Suboxone, and injectable naltrexone, also known as Vivitrol. To date, Indiana Medicaid has not reimbursed for medication-assisted treatment using the agent methadone. We feel that access to care has been a significant barrier, as this medication can only be dispensed at a certified opiate treatment center, and the vast majority of whom have not participated in a Medicaid program. Studies have shown that patients receiving methadone are more likely to remain in treatment and to reduce opioid use compared with placebo or non-medication treatment. Methadone treatment has been associated with reductions in the spread of HIV and with reduced criminal behavior. Thanks to the work of the Indiana General Assembly, FSSA is confident that we can increase access to this service for Hoosiers across the state of Indiana. Senate Enrolled Act 464, passed during the 2015 session of the Indiana General Assembly, authorized our Division of Mental Health and Addiction to promulgate rules and add 5 new OTPs to combat the opioid epidemic. Senate Enrolled Act 297, passed during the 2016 session of the Indiana General Assembly, requires all OTPs to participate in the Medicaid program by July 1st. This was on Saturday, as a condition of operating in the state of Indiana. FSSA does not prefer one medication over another, thus adding methadone maintenance treatment as a covered service gives physicians another treatment option for patients struggling with addiction. We firmly believe that any treatment plan, including medication-assisted treatment, should be accompanied by counseling and support services. And this is why we're confident in our decision to cover methadone maintenance treatment. OTPs do not simply dispense medication. They provide patient education, counseling, and support programs as part of their treatment model. We are encouraged that expanding substance use services to include services provided by OTPs will help connect countless Hoosiers with treatment and become healthy and productive members of their community. This is how we combat an opiate epidemic, by putting people first and embracing the integration of science, data, and compassion as we make policy decisions that benefit Indiana. Thank you for being part of the solution with us to assist our fellow Hoosiers in the path to recovery. At this point, I'd like to welcome the speaker of the hour. I am so excited to introduce to you our speaker for the morning, Amy Rardin. I met Amy on Monday, and I'm just incredibly compelled by her story, and not just her story, but the millions of stories that she represents, that I think you'll see these, what seem like small changes, are not. You add them up one at a time, and they become a groundswell of change. And so, welcome to the podium, Amy.
Good morning. As she said, my name is Amy. I am a patient at a methadone-assisted treatment center, well, actually a medicated-assisted treatment. I personally take methadone. A little bit of my story, I was an addict for 10 years. I had never taken any kind of medicine other than ibuprofen or Advil or Tylenol until I was in my 30s. I suffered a back injury, don't know exactly what caused it, tried many different things, nothing worked. So to keep me able to continue to work and function normally, I was prescribed pain meds, and it quickly became a very huge problem very fast. Part of the problem is the first time you take it for a reason other than for pain, it's already too late. You already have a problem. And it spirals out of control very quickly. I used for 10 years, the last 5 years was me on and off trying to do this by myself, and I could not do it. I would go 3 days, and I would be so incredibly sick that I could not function. I couldn't go anywhere. I couldn't do anything. I was miserable, so I would go back to using just so I could function, and that's no way to live. A friend of mine had been trying to get me into treatment for a very long time, and because he was in treatment and it was working for him. So then I finally took him up on his offer, and I realized that I was getting ready to walk down a road with heroin that I may not ever come back from. So I called the 2 treatment centers in Indianapolis, and one could get me in the very next day, and I went in there, and it was a life-saving decision that I made. Because I realized what was missing. What was missing is you can't do this by yourself. You have to do this with other people. It's not a solitary endeavor. So I got there, and the first 90 days are incredibly difficult because you're trying to figure out where you're at and what you do and how you do it. But they have such wonderful people there to help guide you through this and to realize that it's not just about taking the medication. The medication is what makes you able to do the other things, to go to groups, to meet with your counselor, to read books about your addiction, to educate yourself, to figure out how this looks for you, because it looks a little bit different for every single person. So I was afforded that opportunity, and I think that this is a wonderful thing that is happening because there are so many people at the facility that I go to that drive for hours and hours and hours just to get there, and they drive for hours and hours to get home. And then, you know, how do you work a job and do that? And any little fly in the ointment becomes this huge, huge debacle. So it's just such a wonderful thing to know that this has been such a long time coming and that people are finally seeing that this is something that needs to happen. We're normal people just like everybody else. We just want to work and we want to be part of the population, and we just want to go and get our treatment and live our lives. That's all we want to do. And this is a very proven method of doing it. It has made me able to work and to meet obligations and to do things that I had not been doing for a very, very long time. And I finally feel like a normal person again. So I'm very incredibly grateful for this opportunity to help put a face to all of us who are part of this, program, and that we just want to be heard, and we just want to be able to live our lives and get treatment. That's all we want, and this is a wonderful way to do that. Thank you.
Eric Holcomb is the 51st governor of the state of Indiana. Prior to his election, he served as Indiana's lieutenant governor and was a trusted advisor to former Governor Mitch Daniels, Vice President Mike Pence, and Director of National Intelligence Dan Coates. Governor Holcomb is a veteran of the United States Navy and a graduate of Pike High School in Indianapolis and Hanover College in Jefferson County. He is the author of Leading the Revolution, a book detailing his experiences with leadership and executive management. A lifelong Hoosier, Eric has shot and made a jump shot in each of Indiana's 92 counties. A student of history, he is also a collector of presidential signatures and has documents signed by 42 of our nation's 45 presidents. He and his wife Janet live in Indianapolis with their dog Henry, and we are so excited to be part of his team. Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Wathall. I may never look at the state seal the same. Amy, seeing the sunrise and people going to work in the morning, getting their life back, having light shining down in what may be an individual's darkest hour, this is a day of encouragement for us all. And I just thank you for your courage and your strength and your desire, not just to be here, but to be on this journey and to know that others are walking with you. Also want to thank Kristen and your whole team here. This is an incredibly impactful place in such a positive way. And I thank you for your service and your focus and your perseverance day in and day out. I know how challenging this work can be. Doc, so proud to be standing with you as we not just confront this, but overcome all the hurdles that are currently standing in our way. But again, this day is symbolic in ways far beyond we'll realize by sunset today. This is going to lead to lives being brought back. So, incredibly proud to be here and to understand why we're here, the expansion of our opioid treatment programs with the 5 new facilities that will be simultaneously brought online in these underserved areas are truly going to save lives and allow those battling substance abuse and substance use disorders getting back to leading productive lives. As as Amy just articulated better than I could ever. As governor, many of you know I've made this a key focus of my entire administration. You see me flanked by Superintendent Doug Carter and Jim McClellan. On the very first day, I signed an executive order. We hit the ground running from that very first minute, and we stood up a new department that answers directly to me, oversees multiple agencies, because we all share in some of the responsibility of, as I've said before, if I could only have one wish, if I could only accomplish but one thing in my time, it would be to bend that trajectory, bend that arc down on the course that we're currently on. This is not an Indiana-centric issue. Representative Burton and Senator Sandlin have cohorts all over the country that I know you hear from. I hear from my fellow cohorts who I think feel the same, that if they too could only have one wish, it would be to reverse course for so many people that feel anchored by this very difficult issue. You think about, and you can almost drown in a sea of statistics when you think about where we find ourselves today. Since the year 2000, deaths from drug overdoses has increased by 500%. Deaths from drug overdoses have increased 500% since the year 2000. And sadly, we here in Indiana, we rank 15th in the nation in overdose fatalities. And probably most of the folks in this room and many in this community and certainly in our state have seen up close and personally just how this impacts everyone, that ripple effect from the family to the community to businesses. It's become a crisis on multiple fronts. I've also shared this example. At one point, there was a business in the state of Indiana that had a sign up that said, "Now hiring, we do not drug test." That's where we find ourselves. 60% of the Department of Corrections inmates test positive upon arrest. 80% of heroin users started with painkillers. 80%. One story that I heard while I was on the road that I can't shake is about a young lady who shot up in a hospital parking lot, went inside, delivered her baby, and then was found later that day shooting up again in the hospital bathroom. And just last month here in Greenwood was the first Indiana community to report an overdose from gray death, this new drug cocktail with such a deadly and potent mix. And this is why we are here today. It's why we're launching this critically important next step. These 5 new OTPs will reduce that driving time for individuals that are seeking treatment for their specific addiction. And they're, as Jennifer said, they're where they need to be. We are meeting the need where it is most urgent. We're tracking, we're using the data that we've accumulated through various sources, and we're using it. Expanding these services is going to help, I think, connect so many folks who are struggling right now with the services that they need to, again, as Amy said, become healthy and productive members. And I just want to underscore the word again, because we know they will. We're not going to be able to just arrest our way out of this problem, and that's why these new centers are just so important. We'll come alongside those who are struggling and with the addiction, and we'll make sure that they don't, again, fall through the cracks, that they get on and that they stay on their road to recovery. And that's how we're going to attack this problem. It was said earlier, we're going to put people first. And even when those are surrounded by that darkness and can't seem to find a way, that we will become that light. And it's just so energizing and encouraging to be surrounded with so many who share the same goal. This is what has made our state special from the very outset, that we subscribe to this teamwork, getting on the same page and addressing problems no matter how difficult they may be. So thank you all for being part of the solution as we assist Hoosiers on getting back on their road to recovery. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us this morning. It's really compelling for our agencies, our communities, our families, our patients, our loved ones to come together around a difficult issue that has not yet crested. We haven't seen the worst of it yet, but we certainly can put a comprehensive plan in place so that we're ready to meet people at their point of need, not what we perceive their point of need to be. With the full spectrum of education and prevention, treatment and enforcement, and the strategic plan that Jim's team has put together, I feel confident that we're going to be able to make both short-term interventions like you're seeing today, and then long-term plans so that a generation from now, we have a state full of people who are safe and fulfilled and happy and healthy. Thank you so much again for being with us this morning.
All right, everyone, that's the end of that opioid addiction press conference that happened earlier today in Indiana. Here is a live look at the exterior of the UN. All eyes are on the UN today as the Security Council will be meeting to discuss North Korea. This is pretty big news there. Obviously, our U.S. ambassador to the UN, Nikki Haley, will be there, along with other influential figures within the United Nations as the Security Council gathers to talk about the North Korean threat. We will be streaming that here on News Now Live as soon as that feed begins. In the meantime, though, we will stick with the UN. They are having a meeting. The Secretary General of the UN is speaking at that meeting, Antonio Guterres, along with others. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Question of accountability to the host country, accountability to the member states. This is, I would say, one of the most important aspects of the reform of the country teams and of the strengthening position of the resident coordinator. It is exactly to create the conditions for the ownership to be effective and for all agencies to be able to cooperate with one single objective, which is the close articulation with the priorities defined by the government and the other political institutions of the country, and with a clear capacity to respond to the government in relation to the work that we do. I would like to thank the distinguished representative, the distinguished ambassador of the United Kingdom. Indeed, I would underline that you said that everything is interlinked, that we need to have multilateral response to global challenges, and to say that we will be very interested in the contribution that your Development Secretary, Ms. Patel, will give to this debate. Je voudrais remercier le distingué.
I'd like to thank the distinguished representative of Switzerland. We would be in agreement with all of the points you raised. In particular, the central issue of ensuring results-based work in the system.
The Representative of Japan has raised a number of issues and asked how are we going to move forward. Well, as soon as the high-level political forum ends its work, we will present a work plan in which we will exactly establish a proposal for the interaction, not only within the system, but especially the interaction with member states in the context of the ECOSOC and the General Assembly, exactly to be able to have a final report that is not only the product of our own internal analysis, but it is the result of this interaction. So we will be presenting this work plan immediately after the high-level political forum. And I'm not going to item by item to the items that you raised, because many of them will be in this discussion, but just one question. You have put a doubt about the role of the Deputy Secretary General in this coordination. This is exactly to re-establish what the General Assembly had decided. The role of the Deputy Secretary General was established in a resolution of the General Assembly. And it is exactly the primary role, the coordination of the UN development system and the responses from the point of view of sustainable development. It's not the only one, but it's the primary responsibility. And we are going back to make sure that we follow General Assembly resolutions. I would like to thank the distinguished representative of Brazil. We are in full agreement with all your observations, and of course I would underline the emphasis you have put in the need to strengthen the policy backbone of the UNDS. And this is very much linked to the reform of DESA and to the reform of the regional commissions and to the role that the UNDP can provide to the system. And we hope that we'll be able to fully meet your concern. I'd like to say also that the distinguished representative of Australia has announced a number of principles with we are in agreement with those principles. And I'd like to underline in the last this idea that transparency is essential for trust. I think this is an absolutely central idea. One of the problems we still have is the problem of trust. Trust within the system, trust in the relations between the system and member states, trust among member states, and I think that we will do everything possible to guarantee it. Je remercie le distingué.
I'd like to thank the distinguished representative of Cameroon. And while I speak in French, it's true that you talked about the need for fit for purpose. I think that you rightly mentioned that this applies to the UN system, UN member states, and other partners. That's something that you emphasized in a very clear manner. You also mentioned needs for resources, technology, and partnership, and to have a final report that's more detailed. I think that that's a little too ambitious. I don't think we're going to be able, in an outcome report, to outline the allocation of all resources for all countries in all contexts. We nonetheless do retain your concern that we should be more specific in our work.
Representative of Pakistan and her very kind words about the passive consultations, and to underline once again what you and also underline the need to be development focused. This is the centrality of development is absolutely crucial in this reform, as in the work of the UN as a whole. That doesn't mean, obviously, that development is not linked to other things, but we are not here to divert resources from development. We are here to reaffirm the centrality of development. You say that we are modest about how to fill the gaps, so we will have to discuss to see exactly how we will be able to be less modest, but we retain your point as well as your very strong emphasis on the need to strengthen the capacities of DESA. I would like to reassure the distinguished representative of Belarus that first, the resident coordinators cannot be appointed without the agreement of member states, so member states are absolutely crucial in the selection of resident coordinators, and there is not any politicization of the role. On the contrary, we want to increase the accountability of the country team in relation to the member state. So you can be absolutely sure of that. On the other hand, our role, our interest is not to reduce the role of the UNDP in the system. UNDP will remain providing support, central support to resident coordinators together with other elements of the system, but it's said very clear that UNDP will be the integrator platform of the contribution of the different agencies in support to the resident coordinator system. So we are very much in line with your concerns, and I think you can be reassured about that. Quiero agradecer al distinguido embajador de México.
I'd like to thank the distinguished ambassador of Mexico for his words. I hope that we'll have the common sense and pragmatism that you mentioned. It's not going to be easy, but we're going to try to maintain it. I think that the way forward is to work together in a sincere way, in an open way, regarding the reforms, to see how we can change the traditional sort of way that these institutions operate, which they're always against any kind of reform any institution is. But we need, I think, we can create the conditions for success with the necessary incentives that can make this process move it forward.
Y es verdad que,
and it is true that a budget specifically earmarked, excessively earmarked, leads to a distortion of priorities.
Germany, I hope that we were enough concrete and sufficiently ambitious. I'm not sure if you were, but that was the idea. The idea was to have a report that, not being the final report, would have the key questions that need to be discussed, because and would have some concrete proposals on those key questions to avoid the situation in which this interim report serves no purpose. I mean, if we want an interim report to serve a purpose, the report has to go to the concrete things, and allowing, of course, for further discussions to be able to find the adequate answers to the questions that are now raised. And I'd like to underline the importance of the next G20 meeting, namely in relation to Africa, education, and other concerns that the German presidency has put. I am one of the persons that believe that the linkage between the G20 and the Sustainable Development Goals and the Agenda 2030 that was established in the Chinese presidency and goes on with the German presidency is a very important development in the way our different institutions can work. I would like to thank the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation for his very sincere and open remarks. There are always two possible interpretations of any text. But I felt that your interpretation is that our proposal is a proposal that's going beyond, not necessarily against, but beyond the CPR, the Quadriennial Comprehensive Policy Review decisions, was aiming at a politicization and a centralization of the system, merging development with peace and human rights, and reducing the accountability of the system in relation to member states, and making that accountability essentially linked to the bureaucracy in itself. Now, I would like to say that I fully respect this interpretation, but it is totally different from mine. And as I have written the text, or at least participated in writing the text, I have a certain authority in the, I would say, real interpretation of what the text aims at. And first, we don't intend to centralize or politicize the system. As I said, when we ask the Deputy Secretary General to have the role she has, we are only doing the interpretation of an adequate decision of the General Assembly that noticed that there was no effective way for reporting of the UN development system in relation to the central bodies of the UN, namely the General Assembly and the ECOSOC. These will create a mechanism in which the capacity of the system to respond to the ECOSOC and to the General Assembly will be strengthened, not weakened. And this is exactly our objective, to have the ECOSOC, and that is written, to have the ECOSOC in the center of our accountability mechanism. And the need to have an evaluation function is exactly to allow, because unfortunately many times we don't recognize when we fail, is exactly to allow the capacity of analysis to detect where are the failures and to allow member states to be able to, in the context of the ECOSOC and the General Assembly, to have a much more accurate analysis beyond the reports coming from the different entities that usually tend to be more positive, I would say. On the other hand, the same applies to the resident coordinators. The resident coordinators have no political function. They have a function of coordination of the different areas of the different areas of the country teams in relation to the sustainable development goals, and leaving a clear line of accountability of each agency to its boards or to its headquarters in relation to the specific aspects of the mandate. But that is not to reduce the accountability to member states. That is to increase the accountability to member states, because that's exactly what member states ask us to do. Member states come time and time again to complain that they have no proper vision about what country teams are doing in its entirety, that each agency goes on its own way, linked to the priorities defined by the donors of the agency and not by the priorities of the government established by the government. And this is a central question in the linkage between the priorities of the system and the priorities of member states, and that they need to have an interlocutor. This is told me by many governments around the world. In my past capacity and in this capacity, we need to have an interlocutor with whom we can discuss the priorities and with whom we can create the mechanisms for coordination of the different agencies, for those agencies to be responding to what is the national plan in implementation of the Agenda 2030 and not following what is inevitable when there is no effective mechanism of coordination of this kind, following what we have largely today, which is, in my opinion, much more politicized, which is the priorities of the donors that to each agency give the money 85%, 90%, according to their own objectives that not necessarily correspond to the objectives of the state that is involved. So our objective is exactly the opposite. And we are ready to establish all the mechanisms that are necessary to clarify this accountability to member states and to clarify the accountability to the ECOSOC and to the General Assembly as central mechanisms of governance of the system. So you can be perfectly reassured that we take your concerns in consideration, and we don't want to sacrifice development to peace or development to human rights. What we believe is true is that the best prevention is sustainable and inclusive development. And that is also true from the point of view of prevention to conflict. So it's the other way around. It's not to say let's sacrifice development to other objectives or let's transfer funds from development to other objectives, security or whatever. It's the recognition of the centrality of development in relation to the all pillars of activity of the UN. And I think that in these we might have a consensus on our shared goals in relation to the reform of the UN development system. I'd like to thank the distinguished Ambassador of Canada. You raised 3 issues that will require a lot of fine-tuning. This will be the work of our debates from now on. I recognize that those things need to be clarified, and it's essential to do it. I also want to thank the distinguished representative of the United States and underline her emphasis on the need to respect outcomes and results as a central criterion in the way what we do is looked at. I want to thank the distinguished representative of China and to say that indeed the centrality of the reform is to make sure we create the conditions for effective implementation of the 2030 agenda. And I repeat, we are very much in line with what you said in relation to the priority giving to developing countries and to the respect of national ownership, and also to reassure you about our interest in increasing the role in policy coordination of DESA and in making sure that South-South coordination is not I would say, a pretext for the engagements that were assumed by developed countries not to be respected. It's not to replace, but to complement. And we would like to be much more effective in supporting, namely China, in relation to the very important contribution your country is doing in South-South coordination. Quería agradecer al distinguido.
I want to thank the distinguished Ambassador of Colombia for his intervention. I agree with everything you stated, in particular your stress on the need to evaluate overlapping. I agree with you, and I think it requires more work on our part, not only to identify gaps, but also overlapping, and to find ways in which efforts at coordination can help transform overlapping into synergies, as I was trying to say in my initial statement. And once again, I'd like to underscore what you said, that development is a precondition for peace.
Very substantive comments of the distinguished representative of Singapore, and say that we will be very much in line with your concerns in relation to accountability, transparency, the recognition of the difficulty in finding the gaps, and again the devil is in the details, as you said, the importance of the small islands, and this very strong expression, let's make sure we leave no goals behind. It is exactly, I think, what we intend with this reform. I would like to thank the distinguished representative of Jordan. Your testimony of a country that has faced a dramatic impact of refugees with huge humanitarian problems, but that had a terrible impact in the structural development of the country, proves that we need the nexus between humanitarian and development, but we need that nexus to respect, as I said today, the autonomy of the humanitarian space. And this has been something that we have underlined time and time again. As a matter of fact, we have already today these kind of combinations through the integrated missions in countries where we have peacekeeping missions. But I think that we need to make sure that when we have situations like the one that your country faces, there is from the international community not only response to the humanitarian needs of refugees, but response to the structural development problems created in the country because of their generosity hosting those refugees, and at the same time that this is done in a way that uses innovative forms of funding, as it was the case in the World Bank, change of policy in this regard. And I'd like also to thank you for raising the issue of communication that is absolutely crucial in what we do. I would like to thank the distinguished representative of Thailand. Indeed, resident coordinators are supposed to work in close consultation and in close coordination with member states. Quiero agradecer las palabras muy...
I'd also like to thank the Ambassador Permanent Representative of Ecuador for his kind words. I would simply wish that it was true that the text would have a philosophy, a dream, etc. I'm not sure that's the case, but I would hope that that will be the case. I also want to thank you for your suggestion on some important clarifications to the text. Some of them are easy. I mean, some statistical data on inequalities, that's easy to add. Well, just to give you an example, 8 people in the world have the same wealth as half of the global population. It's easy to add that simple reference. It could resolve the first of your comments. Of course, we can see the others as well, and we really thank you for your comments.
Thank the distinguished Ambassador of Hungary and say that you have mentioned human trafficking. It's something that is extremely dear to my heart. I think it's the most hideous crime that exists, and we need really to make sure that we have at least the same capacity in fighting human trafficking that we have in fighting drug trafficking in the world. And finally, I'd like to thank the very constructive comments of the distinguished representative of the European Union, and to say that we very much count on the European Union support to the Sustainable Development Goals implementation and to the Agenda 2030 in its entirety. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Muchas gracias, señor secretario.
Thank you very much, Secretary General, for your intervention. The Council has concluded examination of item 7 of the agenda. Distinguished delegates, before we conclude, I want to remind the Council that this meeting of coordination is planned to start tomorrow morning in this room at 10 a.m. The program will work for 2 days of meetings, can be looked at on the website of the ECOSOC. And so with that, the meeting is adjourned.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias.
All right, everyone. So we are bringing you nonstop coverage from the United Nations. That meeting wrapping up. Here is a live look outside the United Nations. Fox National sending us this live look outside the UN because all eyes, of course, are on the United Nations in anticipation of this Security Council meeting where the hot topic of North Korea will be discussed. You may have seen Ambassador Nikki Haley's tweet yesterday, a tweet that some viewed as controversial, tweeting on the 4th of July about how she has to work. Let me go ahead and show you guys this tweet that many people shared on social media yesterday. Nikki Haley tweeting, spending my 4th in meetings all day, hashtag thanks North Korea. Meanwhile, you have people responding, such as Andrew Weinstein, who says, while I appreciate your service to our nation, perhaps you should be thanking the nearly 200,000 U.S. troops serving overseas on the 4th of July, not to mention those protecting our homeland, including the officers, firefighters, and other first responders keeping us safe. Aaron, similar sentiment, how about thanking our men and women currently serving on the Korean Peninsula? There's a thought, instead of acting like she's for. Meanwhile, Pam defending Nikki Haley, saying she was being lighthearted for once. She and her husband sacrifice every day, and if anyone is thankful for our soldier on the DMZ, it's her. A teacher first says, I don't doubt she supports the troops, but if this is humor, given the world we live in, it was an inappropriate remark. You can see many of the replies themselves getting many likes and retweets. Nikki Haley's tweet itself getting 6,000 likes, almost 2,000 retweets. Interestingly enough, some of the replies, like this one from Andrew Weinstein, getting 14,000 likes. This one gets 6,000 likes. A teacher first gets 2,000. It's so interesting to see that many of the replies got more likes than Nikki Haley's tweet herself. Again, you see a number of people responding to Ambassador Haley's tweet. Geraldine saying the amount of arrogance in this tweet is baffling. Is serving the American people an inconvenience for you? If so, feel free to step down. Grail's Nails, meanwhile, saying it's almost like they want participation trophies. You can see a lot of people very frustrated with the comment. Kelly Scudder saying, you know that 4th of July isn't an international holiday, right? So Kelly pointing out that we here in America celebrate Independence Day, but as a member of the United Nations, it's just like any other weekday. So these are just some of the replies in response to Nikki Haley's tweet, where she pointed out that she'd be working on the 4th of July. Here's this response from Jack Query saying, kudos, spending a holiday working for American security is unprecedented. Obviously, Jake was being sarcastic as he includes a photo of soldiers who are fighting on America's behalf, celebrating Christmas. Dave Hogg asking, did you think being the United States ambassador to the UN was a 9-to-5 job with holidays off? Again, this is just a number of the replies. Many people responding to Nikki Haley's tweet. Joseph Silver saying, isn't that your job? Again, if you're just joining us, people responding to Nikki Haley, the ambassador to the UN, after she tweeted yesterday, spending my 4th in meetings all day, hashtag North Korea. A lot of people just not having that. Yosef saying, isn't that your job? I bet your job gives you health insurance. If you don't like public service, quit. Yosef adding, this is the first time in my life I haven't worked on July 4th. Some of us don't have that luxury. Bridget saying, as a medical professional, most of us don't get holidays off. It's part of what we signed up for, and we're happy to take care of our patients. Holly O'Reilly said, I thought for sure this was a parody account. Just because your boss plays golf all the time doesn't mean you get holidays off. Kim saying, let's please pass her a tiny violin. Joannis, meanwhile, supporting our ambassador to the UN, Nikki Haley, saying, sorry about that, Nikki, but we are behind you. You rock. You're doing a great job for our country. You have our back and our allies. So as you can see, the replies just never end here. If you just go to Nikki Haley's Twitter, you can see reply after reply after reply. Wendy Gran offering her an alternative tweet. Thanks to the men, women in our armed services, especially on the Korean Peninsula, and the men and women of the CIA. Fred, meanwhile, saying, you're a public servant. How about all the military that are working endlessly to protect us? Your tweet is pathetic. Tom saying, spending my fourth hoping we don't get dragged into a war. Again, many people pointing out that Nikki Haley is complaining while men and women, our troops, are spending the country abroad, sacrificing themselves for our safety, including Trisha's point. Devious Soybean says, I'd like to think service to the nation on the force would be particularly meaningful. It's not actually about hamburgers. Game of Thrones user, so you're actually doing the job you accepted to take. Good to know. Matthew Dick saying, thank you for your service, but if it's too much, maybe resign. Hundreds of thousands of American soldiers are on duty today. Again, you can see many of these likes, many of these comments actually in response to Nikki Haley are themselves getting likes and retweets, as this was an issue many people were looking at yesterday afternoon. A lot of people concerned about her tweet. Meanwhile, following that tweet, she posted this on social media, a letter from the Department of State by Secretary Tillerson. The U.S. strongly condemns North Korea's launch of an intercontinental ballistic missile. Testing an ICBM represents a new escalation of the threat to the U.S., our allies and partners, the region, and the world. Global action is required to stop a global threat. Any country that hosts North Korean guest workers, provides any economic or military benefits, or fails to fully implement UN Security Council resolutions is aiding and abetting a dangerous regime. All nations should publicly demonstrate to North Korea that there are consequences to their pursuit of nuclear weapons. We intend to bring North Korea's provocative action before the UN Security Council and enact stronger measures to hold the DPRK accountable. The U.S. seeks the only peaceful denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula and the end of threatening actions by North Korea. As we, along with others, have made clear, we will never accept a nuclear-armed North Korea. The President and his national security team are continuing to assess the situation in close coordination with our allies and partners. So Nikki Haley does not respond to the criticism after these tweets. Instead, she posts a statement by Secretary Tillerson on the North Korean threat. And then her last tweet discusses how the U.S., Japan, and South Korea have called for an open emergency meeting of the Security Council regarding North Korea's launch. We will have live coverage of the Security Council meeting as soon as it starts. Mike Page will have that for you live a little bit later today. Once again, here is a live look at the UN, where all eyes are focused on today, as they will be meeting, the Security Council meeting to discuss North Korea. everyone, we're going to take a quick break from national and international news to take you to Arizona, where we have some interesting pictures coming in from Fountain Hills. These are live aerials, courtesy of Skyfox, of what appears to be an RV that crashed into a pool. Obviously, the pool didn't have any water. It looks like it was a pool that was under construction there at the home. Perhaps the whole home is under construction, but somehow an RV found its way into this empty pool in Fountain Hills. These are live Skyfox aerials. If we get any additional information, of course, we'll let you know here on News Now. All right, everyone. Once again, this is a live look, courtesy of Skyfox, of, an RV that crashed into a pool. Thankfully, the pool was empty. It looks like it's under construction, doesn't have water. It's an unfortunate situation for the owner of the RV, as well, of course, as the owner of the pool. Just a weird situation all around. This is at the intersection of Shea and Fountain Hills in Fountain Hills, Arizona. Here's a fun Fountain Hills fact. That's where Sheriff Joe Arpaio lives.
Right, folks, you are continuing to watch coverage here. Skyfox up in the air. Unfortunately, on this situation here where an RV crashed, went through that fence, then into the pool. No water yet in that pool. But you can imagine this is looking like a terrible accident, and Skyfox up in the air, and there are investigators there. Does not appear that the driver was injured, though, so that's a good thing. All right, everyone, it looks like Sky Fox is leaving the scene there. For more news and updates, always head over to fox10phoenix.com. All right, everyone. Coming up next year on the Fox 10 News Now stream, we're going to take you through the sentencing of a teenage driver who hit and killed an 83-year-old flower lady, then fled the scene. He later turned himself in.
Does he want to say something? Yes, sir. Let him speak first. Go ahead, sir.
Andrew Jason Kish, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
I'd like to first thank the court for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of my mother.
Well, I'm required by law to do that, sir.
I know that. I'm going to make this as brief as possible. My mother was a very active woman at the age of 83. She walked 3 miles a day. She loved the neighborhood she lived in. She tried to improve it. She wanted to keep 1 square mile around her house litter-free. She'd go pick up litter. She planted flowers on the median of East Outer Drive where she died. She tried to get the community involved in growing flowers at vegetable gardens and things like that. Having been raised on a farm in Michigan, she had quite the green thumb and just loved to be in her garden. Was extremely politically active. A member of older women called the Raging Grannies. And they would participate in many protests and injustices that they saw, and they'd go to these places and protest. Travel to numerous places around the country and Canada to support others who shared her beliefs.
All right, everybody, looks like we're just going to have to reset that video. Hold on 1 second.
Growing flowers at vegetable gardens and things like that. Having been raised on a farm in Michigan, she had quite the green thumb and just loved to be in her garden. Was extremely politically active. A member of older women called the Raging Grannies. And they participated in many protests and injustices that they saw, and they go to these places and protest, travel to numerous places around the country and Canada to support others who share her beliefs. She was totally against the use of nuclear power, and she just didn't like that. And she went down to Tennessee, to Oak Ridge, Tennessee, many times, where the fuel is made there for those reactors. Came very close to being arrested several times. That's how convicted she was in her political beliefs. She was a gentle, loving, and caring person who disliked war and violence in any form. She was fearless in a neighborhood that had a relatively, I guess, high crime rate. I hate to knock neighborhoods, but she also believed and practiced nonviolent civil disobedience and utilized this concept to express her beliefs and concerns. This next item, when I found out about it, I was almost in shock. She was aware of drug houses in a neighborhood and not caring at all about her safety. She wrote on a sign and went right on down the sidewalk, and the sign read, "Crack houses, get out." And when she told me that, I thought, Mom, this is how little she cared about her personal safety when she believed in something. Didn't care or realize the danger she was in, and she could have got shot or something, or worse. She gave unconditional love to everybody around her, everybody she knew. Her positive attitude toward everything that she did is an example for everyone to follow. She had a kind of a short career as an educator before she met my father and got married. And she tried to teach others around her things that were beneficial to them. She had quite a few hobbies. She learned how to write calligraphy. She attended foreign language classes. She kept very busy learning different things in order to improve herself. She was a member of the Adult Great Books Club and soaked up books after books after books. She never got tired of reading. She was not the type of person that would hide her life under a rock. And above all, what proves her most is that if anyone, I emphasize that, reached out and learned something from her, then that was an ultimate success. That just made her day, I guess. This next point is truly amazing, I think. We all have a built-in desire to be recognized and appreciated for our accomplishments, goals, and things, and other positive things we do during our lifetimes. She hated violence. She just hated that. She just loathed it. And the saddest thing about this massively tragic event, which took away the last golden years of her life, is that her great-grandson, my grandson, was never totally aware of how valuable it would have been for him to have known her and known the amazingness of having a great-grandparent that you actually could talk to and understand. The final statement I would like to make is this. I flatly refuse to stand in front of this court and forgive the defendant for his actions which resulted in the death of Charlotte M. Kitch. We live in a country where the rule of law prevails, and today, justice will be served.
Thank you. Mr. Weiner? Oh,
Your Honor, I just asked the court to adopt the sentence.
okay.
I'd ask the court to adopt the recommendation, Judge.
You have anything to say, young man?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Maybe as brief as possible, but
Carla Kish, you know, was probably by far the most.
Did you know her?
Yeah, I grew up in the neighborhood.
Okay.
Planting flowers.
Okay.
She was the most, you know, kindest, sweetest person I probably ever met. And you know what she did for the community was amazing. You know, she kept the community where I grew up, you know what I'm saying, looking great and healthy. I just wish, you know, and my family was the same thing. I just wish we would have, you know, gotten a chance to get to know her, you know, a little bit better. And
All right, folks, it looks like we did lose that feed. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. All right, everybody, and just a little bit ago, President Trump did depart in Air Force One for Poland. And there you go, seeing wheels up for President Trump. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are going to take you, coming up next, update in North Carolina about the 4th of July crimes there in North Carolina.
It was over with. We were able to even get traffic out within 40 to 50 minutes and clear the uptown. So it was a great night, great celebration in uptown. Questions?
Just one arrest?
Just one arrest. One arrest, and that was not part of the festival. It was not part of the gathering in Ramir Bearden Park. It was an arrest that was made at the end of the baseball game inside BB&T.
You've been doing this for a minute. I just got to ask
Oh, yes.
how surprised are you?
I'm shocked, but I'm very pleased. I'm very pleased to be able to stand up here and say just one arrest. With that many people in the uptown area at one time, that is amazing. With some of our other large venues in uptown, it could be anything. You can see several arrests, but we only had one, and that is a success.
What was the estimate of how many people were down there?
20,000. The park, we believe, holds about 10,000. Once the game was over with, the crowd continues to swell. They poured over into the streets. We estimated it was about 20,000 people there at the peak to watch the fireworks.
Joe, any theories as to why it went so well? Was it your preparation? Did you sense that folks maybe were just a little bit less tense?
Mark, I would love to be able to stand up here and say that CMPD can take credit for the success. We're only one player in that. We take a major role, but we have to share the success with all our partners. And I'm starting to name a lot of them, but I'm going to miss some of my federal partners who supply a lot of information: sheriff's departments, fire department, emergency management, highway patrol, Department of Transportation, CATS, on and on and on. So there are a lot of meetings that come, and a lot of planning and a lot of mitigation that we do prior to major events in uptown. And we believe that we hit it home. We had a home run last night. So.
Who else? Wow. Such a quiet gaggle of reporters. We appreciate you.
All right, guys.
Appreciate
Take care,
your time.
guys.
We let him get back to work. What else do we have that's looming? I understand it's a short week.
We had some other multi-agency cooperation yesterday that a lot of us got to spend time with. Can you give us an update on the happenings of yesterday's Mercedes in the woods? And
I can, and actually I've got on my flank over here, somewhere lingering in the hallway, a lot of you know Captain Cecil Brisbane with Violent Crimes. They're asking about the yesterday's situation involving the attempted abduction of two women over in our Steel Creek area. I know a lot of you were out on the scene yesterday during Deputy Chief Johnny Jennings' press conference. For those of you who weren't, we had two reports of attempted abductions of two women in the Steel Creek area yesterday. Thankfully, neither one of those women were abducted and no one was injured. We recovered the suspect's vehicle, a stolen vehicle, a short time later over on Performance Road, back in a wooded area that was set ablaze. We believe at this point that blaze was set intentionally. That vehicle was stolen from our Freedom Division. I want to say it was somewhere around or on July 1st of this year. Somebody left it running when it was taken, so it wasn't taken by force. I'd love to sit here and tell you that we have an arrest in this case. That's not the case at all. We continue to just work tirelessly, devoted a tremendous amount of resources, and I guess a lot of you who were out there yesterday were witness to that. We had our dirt bikes, enduros, our aviation unit, our lake patrol officers, plainclothes on patrol, you name it. we had it, it was because, we take these type of situations extremely seriously. When you have an armed individual who's attempting to lure women into a car, that's something that we're certainly going to pull the big red handle on, and something we did pull the big red handle on yesterday. We'd encourage the community, if they know anything, to go ahead and call. They may think it's the most insignificant piece of information. Do us a favor, let our people run down those leads and work to determine whether there's any kind of credibility or significance to that information that they have. They can call our Crime Stoppers number at 704-334-1600. All of those calls are kept anonymous. Again, we don't need to know who you are, where you are, what you do, where you live, any of that. We just need that information that'll allow our detectives to run down these leads. So again, I wish I had better news concerning that were those situations from yesterday, but that's where we are right now.
Thankfully, women did not get into the vehicle. Do you guys have any tips or suggestions for people to stay together, be in groups for safety? What is the recommendation?
I think I'm going to let the captain talk a little bit about that as far as personal safety goes. Obviously, there's some things that we do want to share that's relevant, and I think it would be better suited for the captain to go ahead and talk a little bit about that.
All right, so I'd love to give you a lot of tips. I'll give you a few, though. The biggest working out is this is a beautiful city. It's a great region. There are a lot of places where people can work out. So we always talk about this being a region where you can live, work, and play. But we'd like people to make sure they live, work, and play safely. So one of the suggestions that we have when working out, especially by yourself, is to let people know where you're going. Give them an expected time frame for you to be out and about so they'll know that you should be returning home within 30 to 45 minutes or whatever that is. Also, if you have an opportunity to work out with somebody else, that's always a plus. The two individuals that were threatened yesterday, they did things right. They knew something didn't seem right, and they didn't stay. They didn't wait around to engage in prolonged conversation with the suspect. And all of us have an internal meter, so to speak, that tells us when something's not quite right, and we have that fight or flight in us. And I think they chose flight, which was the perfect thing at that point in time. So, there are a lot of different little things that we can tell you in terms of trying to be safe, but the main thing is just being aware of your surroundings. So I think that's the highlight. Be aware of your surroundings and kind of map out the area that you're going to. Know what the potential threats to your safety may be in that area, and let people know where you're going. And then I would always suggest that somebody carries some type of phone or other communication device with them. So if you need to call us, that you can. Flagging people down in the general public, that works too, but the main thing is just let people know where you're going.
Well, we're fortunate enough to have you up here. Give me updates on any of the open cases that you guys have worked on, the high profile, either the cell phone homicide from the Let Go.
You said one thing. You said the high profile, and in my opinion, every homicide we have is high profile. Every homicide we have is someone losing a loved one, and that's a situation that nobody ever wants to experience. Unfortunately, right now, I don't have any updates specific to any of the open cases. Rob already gave out some information for Crime Stoppers in the tip line. I would implore anybody who has information on any of these open cases to give us a call and let detectives know what they know, so we can vet that information and work towards giving family members what they need, which is not closure, but just the understanding that the person responsible for their loved one's case will be held responsible.
When you guys found the car yesterday, can you say if you were able to recover any evidence that would help you? I'm not asking you specifically to tell us what, if anything, you may have found. I'm just wondering if you found anything that might help you.
The easiest way to answer your question is we found a car, and with all cars that we find that we suspect are involved in criminal activity, we'll process those vehicles and determine if there's anything of evidentiary value that we can locate. So specifics I can't give you, but the crime scene unit came out and did process that vehicle.
The fact that this guy was clever enough, and I don't know if that's the word that should be used, to burn the vehicle, what, if anything, did that tell you about either his experience or his intelligence or anything like
I'm slightly troubled with the phrasing of that question because I don't want to give credit to a criminal for being involved in some type of criminal activity or criminal behavior. I don't know how to properly answer that question in the right context. I do think it's something for us to be mindful of and to worry about. I mean, quite frankly, anytime somebody is trying to destroy evidence, that's a problem, and that makes our job that much more difficult. So what we're dealing with right now is somebody who obviously knew that there was a potential for them to be caught because of the vehicle and their linkage to the vehicle, and they were trying to get rid of that evidence. So it's up to us to do everything that we can to salvage whatever evidence we can from that vehicle.
Would you expect that this person has spent some time in the joint or something like that? I mean, I know there's no way of knowing.
I won't jump to conclusions. This is an open and active investigation, and I would hate to jump to a conclusion and be wrong. This is a case, like all cases, that we're taking extremely seriously, and we want to get to the bottom of who this person was and hold them responsible and accountable for their acts. We talked about the vehicle at length, and I think that's a good find. The opportunity for us to comb through that, hopefully we'll get something that we can use. But quite frankly, it's all disturbing. Anytime you have someone who is accosted in that manner, that's not something that's normal. It's not something that people expect to happen to them when they go out for a day of exercise. And I think that's why the community is alarmed.
What time did you locate the vehicle?
I don't have the exact time frame for the recovery. I think the complaint numbers for the recovery started around, give me a second. I think the complaint numbers for the recovery were sometime around about 10:05. So there's roughly about an hour and a half between when the original incident was reported and then when we get the call for the recovery of the vehicle. And it may extend a little past that, but roughly you're looking at a couple hours.
Have there been any other incidents? Have there been any other confirmed or credible sightings of this guy? Do you have reason to believe that he's approached anybody else in a threatening manner?
I'd love to give you a long, detailed, in-depth answer, but the most concise answer I can give you is no on each question you just asked. No, we don't have anything pointing to some serial individual who's out trying to pick up women, and we don't have any information that leads us to believe that this is something that's been going on for an extended period of time.
The description that y'all gave us yesterday was pretty vague. Is there any additional information that y'all have today? Is there any pictures anywhere?
Unfortunately, there isn't. So the description we gave you yesterday of Hispanic male or light-skinned black male would be consistent with what we have. And although I'd love to give you something that's more in-depth, I can't.
Captain, is it a general feeling, or is there any feeling at all that perhaps the suspect lives near the area where the car is?
As I said earlier, I don't want to jump to conclusions, so I wouldn't feel comfortable saying that. I think if you're looking at an individual who was operating a motor vehicle, so you can get anywhere in a motor vehicle, and that widens the search element. So I wouldn't try and pigeonhole this into saying that he's from that exact location.
As we're going to let the captain get back to work, anything that develops, we'll be sure to pass along in the way of a press release. Again, not too many new developments, unfortunately, from the last time we spoke yesterday. We want to continue to urge the community, encourage the community to go ahead and call that Crime Stoppers tip line 704-334-1600 with any additional information, and allow our detectives to go ahead and run that information down. You had something, Mark?
I'm sorry, to clarify, is homicide over this investigation?
I believe they're involved. I don't know if it's been assigned to them, but I know that they've at least been assisting. I'll find out who's formally has the case now.
It's downtown here as opposed to in the division?
I'll find out for you, Mark. Yeah, I know that they're at least assisting. I don't know if they have been assigned the case, though, officially, but I will get clarification for you. Yes.
Yesterday we were telling people he's armed and dangerous,
Yes.
vigilant all day.
Yes.
He's been caught. We're telling people the same thing because he was not just contained at one point to one part of the city. He was on York, Dixie River, and next Performance. Should everybody just kind of be on like heightened awareness right now?
Yeah, I think that that's a really good approach, is to be mindful of your surroundings, be mindful of who it is that we're looking for. Obviously, we would never, ever encourage anyone, if they believe that they know who this person is or identify who this person is out in public, to approach this person, right? be a good witness, go ahead, call 911, give a very precise location of where you are, where he is, and let our folks go ahead and investigate that. But that's a tremendously good point. Yes?
Do you have extra resources in the Steel Creek Division right now? I know there was that double shooting overnight, and then there were the 2 abduction attempts. Have you guys dedicated additional resources?
Yes, we've got additional resources over in Steel Creek and more than appropriate resources out in the Steel Creek area.
I guess the other question would be, you know, with the amount of resources that you guys poured into that search yesterday, I guess around a certain point in time, we kind of saw this start to peel back. Was that to dedicate to other things because it was a holiday, or it was just at that point you guys figured you're not going to find it?
No, we put a tremendous effort into working to locate that individual and continue to devote resources, time, and staffing to locate that individual. You may have seen some shifting of strategy and resources yesterday as things were scaled back a bit, but no, this is still a tremendous priority for the organization. And we hope for the community as well that we can get some help along the way with this endeavor. All right, guys, we appreciate you.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 and News Downstream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We're hoping you are all having a great afternoon. Coming up next here on the Fox 10 and News Downstream, we're going to take you out to Illinois, where the governor is talking about the impact of an expected tax hike to not only individuals, but also business leaders there, because, as we know, for Illinois, they're going on now 3 years now without a budget. So we're going to show you that conference right now on the Fox 10 and News Downstream. And, of course, if any breaking news does occur, I've got you covered.
To Wall Street. Don't listen to a bunch of politicians who want power and to stay in power like they've been for 35 years. Listen to the people of Illinois. The people of Illinois don't want more taxes on their lives. People of Illinois want more jobs. People of Illinois want property tax relief. People of Illinois want a better future for their kids and their grandkids. People of Illinois want a political system that works for them, not for the political insiders. And term limits can help get that done. And the people of Illinois want those things.
Have you been in touch with the Republicans who voted yes? And if so, what have you been saying to them?
We are doing everything possible to make sure my veto stands and that it's not overridden.
Like what? Yeah.
Everything possible.
Governor, tomorrow it appears that not only are we going to hear the veto brought up, but also property tax hike. The indication that Speaker Madigan will call that bill as well. Do you have concerns that there is going to be no reforms done at all now that it appears the tax hike has gone through?
Well, we're going to make darn sure we're going to do everything we can to make sure this tax hike does not go through. It's a disaster for the people of Illinois. And yes, what's come to my desk doesn't have any real reform with it. There's no reforms there.
Governor, for SB1, education, schools,
I'm sorry?
School funding relying on SB1, are you renegotiating that? Or what's the status on whether...
You know what? That bill, this is important for you all to know and to tell the people of Illinois. That bill is exactly what's broken about Illinois and Illinois politics. We all agree that we should have a better way to allocate our school funding money. And I formed a bipartisan commission to get that done. And Democrats and Republicans each had bills drafted. They were a little bit different, but those differences could be reconciled. That process got hijacked at the very end, right before this massive tax hike, and got manipulated so that roughly $500 million will be diverted in the new formula from suburbs and downstate into Chicago. That is wrong, it's unfair, and they're doing it by inserting pension payments from the state to the city. Pension reform is not part of education funding reform. We need pension reform, and I've said I'm open to it and opening the way that Chicago pensions and other states are handled. I've said it for 2.5 years, but that is should not be inserted inside education funding reform that's fair for everybody. We need pension reform, and I support it. And I'll work with the city to get that done. But they should not be forcing that inside education funding reform that's been agreed to on a bipartisan basis.
What do you say to those who say that you haven't done enough to reach out to a heavily Democratic legislature and try to reach a common ground with people who disagree with you?
We have been negotiating in good faith for 2.5 years to get structural change and improvement for the people of Illinois. And I'll say this, in private, there are many Democrats in the General Assembly who agree with what we're trying to do, but they live in fear. They are controlled. They are manipulated. And when I travel the state of Illinois, I'm honored to come back to Hegewisch. This is a great community, hardworking people here, proud people here. They have been suffering, as you heard, for decades with bad policies from Springfield that have been pushing our jobs to Indiana, pushing our jobs to Wisconsin, pushing our jobs to Texas. They are suffering from some of the highest property taxes anywhere in the country, here in this neighborhood, and in communities like Blue Island and Alsip and Harvey and Maywood and Rockford. They got the highest property taxes in America. People can't afford their homes. People are having to sell their homes. The system is broken. And when I travel the state, people come up to me every day. They say, Governor, you're on the right track. Stay strong. You're on the right path. The system's broken. Don't give in. Don't back down. And in many of those cases, they go on and say, and Governor, you know what? I'm a Democrat. I don't even normally vote Republican, but I'm supporting you because you're doing what has to be done for all the people. I work for everybody in the state. This is not about partisanship. This is about a better future for children and grandchildren in Illinois.
Governor, after your 3-year fight,
Yes,
Madigan
yes.
got his tax
Governor,
hike. What do you get out of
if
this?
you succeed in blocking this budget, are you willing to live with a junk credit rating?
We have to put the people's concerns, what the people need and want, ahead of all else. The people should come first in Illinois, not Wall Street, not special interests, not the political class, not the political insiders, not the politicians, not the folks who make money from the government.
You don't think people care about a junk credit rating?
What people want is jobs. We need more jobs. What people want is lower property taxes. What people want is a political system that's not rigged, that's not dominated by one person, or that's not corrupt and corroded with special insider deals. People want change. And let's be clear, this budget is more of the same. This budget and this tax hike is what's been going on in Illinois for the last 35 years, and the system is broken, and this tax hike will not fix it.
Governor, what do you say to the Dems down coming out of Springfield who would say, well, if the veto goes through, that allows you to be perfectly set up for next year's race where you can say, you know, I vetoed the taxes, but you still get to spend the money.
You know what? This isn't about politics. This is about doing the right thing for the people. Listen to the people of Illinois. You can go in any community, go in any neighborhood, ask them about this tax hike, see how they feel about it. Ask them about how they feel about their property taxes. Ask them how they feel about the lack of jobs in this state. Ask them how they feel about a political system where people are entrenched in power for decades, making money from their political power. Ask them how they feel about that. Listen to the people of Illinois. Stop listening to the political insiders in the political class.
Did you tell Leader Durkin to stop attending the leaders' meetings? Now will you encourage him to continue discussing?
I did not do that.
Madigan says he's willing to talk to your agenda, so why isn't Durkin going to those meetings?
You know, there is so much spin and misinformation. We have been negotiating in good faith for 2 years, more than 2 years. And the Speaker Madigan and his subordinates have had no interest. We've introduced bills, we've made proposals, we've made compromises, and Speaker Madigan and his subordinates, they wanted a crisis. They wanted to hurt innocent people, to force a tax hike with no changes to the system. That's been their goal from day one, and we have got to stand against it. We've got to get the people of Illinois to realize, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, this is not about partisanship. This is about the people coming together, rising up and saying, enough, no more. No more of this system that Speaker Madigan and his loyalists have been doing to us. We need to change the system.
Last question. You don't sound too concerned about a junk status or a downgrade.
What I'm concerned about is the people of Illinois, so they have a better future. That's all that matters. That we've got to put the interests of the people ahead of all else. That means jobs, more good-paying jobs. That means property tax relief. That means term limits. And that means better education funding, more education funding for all schools on an equitable basis, not a special deal for certain politicians here in Chicago. That's what that means. Thanks very much, everybody.
All right, everybody, that was the Illinois governor talking about how the tax hikes would be detrimental for residents there living in Illinois. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream.
Attending the conference on Cyprus that is taking place in Caen, Montana. And earlier today, the Secretary General presented his first report on the repositioning of the UN development system to the Economic and Social Council. The Secretary General said the 2030 agenda is our boldest agenda for humanity and requires equally bold changes in the UN development system. He stressed that just like the 2030 agenda is an integrated platform to address people's needs, the UN development system must also be far more integrated in its work to respond effectively. The Secretary General underlined key areas for reform, which will include ensuring that the UN system fully transitions from the MDGs to the 2030 agenda, increasing the focus on financing for development so countries can unlock the doors to financing, expertise, and know-how and technologies, creating a new generation of country teams that are more cohesive, flexible, and can respond to the specific needs of each country. This includes redefining the role of the resident coordinator by delinking them from being UNDP's resident representatives and giving them supervisory lines over all UN country team members so they can lead the team more effectively, and also increasing accountability, oversight, and transparency in the field as well as headquarters. The Secretary General's first report will be followed by one with further recommendations as well as more detailed actions for reform, and will be presented in the second half of this year in December. Both his remarks and the full report are available online. And this afternoon at 3 p.m., the Assistant Secretary General for Political Affairs, Miroslav Jenča, will be briefing the Security Council at the request of the Council on the situation in the DPRK. As you will have seen yesterday, we issued a statement in which the Secretary General strongly condemned the launch of a ballistic missile of possible intercontinental range conducted by the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. He said that this action is yet another brazen violation of Security Council resolutions and constitutes a dangerous escalation of the situation. The DPRK leadership must cease further provocative actions and comply fully with its international obligations. The Secretary General underlined the importance of maintaining the unity of the international community in addressing this serious challenge. And you will see also that yesterday we announced 2 senior personnel appointments. The one is the appointment by the Secretary General of Catherine Marquis-Huel of France as a new head of the International Impartial and Independent Mechanism to assist in the investigation and prosecution of persons responsible for the most serious crimes under international law committed in the Syrian Arab Republic since March of 2011, otherwise known as the mechanism. She will be the first head of the mechanism, which was established by the General Assembly in December. She brings to the position over 27 years of experience in the judiciary and in public service, including with the UN in the fields of criminal law, transitional justice, and...
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 and News Downstream. As promised, we are going to be now taking you live to the UN Security Council, where they are talking about the recent North Korea missile launch. Let's take you there live right now on the Fox 10 News Downstream.
Hwasong 14, end quote. The missile was launched near the Pangyon airfield in the northwest of the DPRK. According to the DPRK, it covered a distance of 933 kilometers during a 39-minute flight, reaching an altitude of 2,802 kilometers before impacting into the sea. According to these parameters, the missile would have a range of roughly 6,700 kilometers if launched on a more typical trajectory, making it an intercontinental ballistic missile, ICBM, according to widely used definitions. The DPRK again did not send pre-launch notifications to international organizations responsible for airspace and maritime safety. The official media claimed the DPRK was now, quote, a full-fledged nuclear power that has been possessed of the most powerful intercontinental ballistic rocket capable of hitting any part of the world along with nuclear weapons. End quote. This is the 7th time the Council has met to discuss the DPRK in 2017. Including today, 5 of these emergency consultations have followed the launch by the DPRK of ballistic missiles in open violation of Security Council resolutions. Mr. President, the Secretary General strongly condemns the launch of a ballistic missile of intercontinental range conducted by the DPRK. This action is yet another brazen violation of the relevant Security Council resolutions and constitutes a dangerous escalation of the situation. The DPRK leadership must cease further provocative actions and comply fully with its international obligations. The Secretary General underlines the importance of maintaining the unity of the international community in addressing this serious challenge. The DPRK must stop actions in violation of Security Council resolutions and allow space for the resumption of sincere dialogue. All parties must work to reopen communication channels, particularly military to military, to lower the risk of miscalculation or misunderstanding. Amidst the escalation of the security situation in the region, the United Nations and partners play a critical role in saving the lives of the most vulnerable people in the DPRK. As the Council considers its response, we again remind Member States of the importance of separating political and humanitarian concerns and urge them to support the life-saving activities carried out by the humanitarian organizations in the country. Mr. President, I would like to close by reiterating the Secretary General's commitment to seeking peaceful and political solutions. The United Nations will remain in close contact with all concerned parties and remains ready to assist in any way possible. Thank you.
感谢严夏先
I
生
thank
所
Mr.
做的
Yensa
通
for his
报。
briefing.
我现在请
I
安理
now
会
give the
成员
floor
发
to
言，
those council members who wish to make
请美
statements.
国代表发
I
言。
give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President. To my friends on the Security Council, I must say that today is a dark day. It is a dark day because yesterday's actions by North Korea made the world a more dangerous place. Their illegal missile launch was not only dangerous, but reckless and irresponsible. It showed that North Korea does not want to be part of a peaceful world. They have cast a dark shadow of conflict on all nations that strive for peace. Yesterday's act came from the same vicious dictator who sent a young college student back home to his parents, unresponsive and in a coma. For Americans, the true nature of the North Korean regime was painfully brought home with the images of two guards holding Otto Warmbier up as they transported him from a prison he should never have been in. Otto Warmbier is but one person out of millions who have been killed, tortured, or deprived of their human rights by the North Korean regime. To Americans, the death of one innocent person can be as powerful as the death of millions, because all men and women are created in God's image. Depravity toward one is a sure sign of willingness to do much more harm. The nature of the North Korean regime is clear. Only the scale of the damage it does could become different. That's why yesterday's escalation is so alarming. If North Korea will treat an innocent young student the way it treated Otto Warmbier, we should not be surprised if it acts barbarically on a larger scale. The United States does not seek conflict. In fact, we seek to avoid it. We seek only the peaceful denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula and an end to the threatening actions by North Korea. Regrettably, we're witnessing just the opposite. Make no mistake, North Korea's launch of an ICBM is a clear and sharp military escalation. The North Korean regime openly states that its missiles are intended to deliver nuclear weapons to strike cities in the United States, South Korea, and Japan. And now it has greater capacity to do so. In truth, it is not only the United States and our allies that are threatened. North Korea's destabilizing escalation is a threat to all nations in the region and beyond. Their actions are quickly closing off the possibility of a diplomatic solution. The United States is prepared to use the full range of our capabilities to defend ourselves and our allies. One of our capabilities lies with our considerable military forces. We will use them if we must, but we prefer not to have to go in that direction. We have other methods of addressing those who threaten us and of addressing those who supply the threats. We have great capabilities in the area of trade. President Trump has spoken repeatedly about this. I spoke with him at length about it this morning. There are countries that are allowing, even encouraging, trade with North Korea in violation of UN Security Council resolutions. Such countries would also like to continue their trade arrangements with the United States. That's not going to happen. Our attitude on trade changes when countries do not take international security threats seriously. Before the path to a peaceful solution is entirely closed, however, there remains more that the international community can and must do, diplomatically and economically. In the coming days, we will bring before the Security Council a resolution that raises the international response in a way that is proportionate to North Korea's new escalation. I will not detail the resolution here today, but the options are all known to us. If we are unified, The international community can cut off the major sources of hard currency to the North Korean regime. We can restrict the flow of oil to their military and their weapons program. We can increase air and maritime restrictions. We can hold senior regime officials accountable. The international community has spoken frequently against the illegal and dangerous actions of the North Korean regime. For many years, there have been numerous UN sanctions against North Korea, but they have been insufficient to get them to change their destructive course. So in order to have an impact, in order to move North Korea off its military escalation, we must do more. We will not look exclusively at North Korea. We will look at any country that chooses to do business with this outlaw regime. We will not have patience for stalling or talking our way down to a watered-down resolution. Yesterday's ICBM escalation requires an escalated diplomatic and economic response. Time is short. Action is required. The world is on notice. If we act together, we can still prevent a catastrophe, and we can rid the world of a grave threat. If we fail to act in a serious way, there will be a different response. Much of the burden of enforcing UN sanctions rests with China. 90% of trade with North Korea is from China. We will work with China. We will work with any and every country that believes in peace. But we will not repeat the inadequate approaches of the past that have brought us to this dark day. We cannot forget the multiple missile tests this year or yesterday's escalation. We cannot forget Otto Warmbier and others North Korea continues to hold. We cannot forget the threats to our friends and allies around the world. We will not forget, and we will not delay. Thank you.
感谢美国代表的发
I
言
thank the representative
请
of the
日本
United
代表发
States. I
言。
now give the floor to the representative of Japan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to begin by thanking the President for convening this urgent meeting jointly requested by the United States, the Republic of Korea, and Japan. I would also thank Mr. Gencha for the briefing. Mr. President, North Korea once again launched a ballistic missile in blatant violation of the relevant Security Council resolutions. This is totally unacceptable. Japan lodged a strong protest directly against North Korea immediately after the launch and condemned the act in the strongest terms. Here, I express once again our strong condemnation of this utterly unacceptable provocation. Japan demands that North Korea immediately cease all ballistic missile and nuclear development programs and provocations. Japan will never accept a nuclear-armed North Korea. The North Korean official media has announced that they successfully carried out the launch of an intercontinental ballistic missile. The missile reached the altitude of more than 2,500 kilometers, flew for about 40 minutes, and landed within the Japanese economic exclusive zone, approximately 300 kilometers off the Oga Peninsula. A number of Japanese fishing vessels were out in the sea at the time of the launch. This shows how dangerous and irresponsible this act by North Korea was. If it hadn't been such a lofted launch, the missile would have flown for more than 5,500 kilometers and could have reached many other member states' soil. These provocations of North Korea trample upon international efforts towards the peaceful resolution of nuclear and missile issues and present enormous global threat. As North Korea claims that they are capable of hitting any part of the world, their threat has literally become global. This most recent provocation made it even more evident that circumstances are not right for dialogue with North Korea at this moment. There is no other choice left for us now than to work together to increase pressure against North Korea. Thorough and faithful implementation of the relevant United Nations Security Council resolutions is critically important. Every member state must work together to pressure North Korea into taking concrete action toward denuclearization. We need to stand we need to send a clear, united message that it is North Korea that needs to change, not our side. We must recall the Council's determination to take further significant measures in the event of a further DPRK nuclear test or launch. This launch requires a swift response from the Council in the form of a resolution with robust sanctions. Japan looks forward to working closely with Council members to this end. I thank you, Mr. President.
感谢日本代表的
I
发
thank
言
the，representative of
请
Japan.
法国
I
代
now
表
give
发
the
言。
floor to representative of France.
Monsieur le Président,
President,
permettez-moi de vous remercier,
may I thank you,
ainsi que les États-Unis
as well
et
as
le
the
Japon,
US and Japan,
pour la convocation
for
de cette réunion très
convening
importante.
this very important
Je
meeting.
remercie également le
I
sous-secrétaire
would
général
also
aux
like
affaires
to thank
politiques, M.
the
Yenka,
Assistant Secretary General
pour
for
le point de
Political Affairs,
situation
Mr.
très
Yenka,
éclairant
for the
qu'il
very
vient d'effectuer.
instructive statement he's just given
Monsieur le
us.
Président,
President,
une fois de plus,
yet
le
again,
Conseil de sécurité
the Security
se réunit
Council is
à la
meeting
suite d'une violation
following
grave
a
et
grave
injustifiable
and
par la
unjustifiable
Corée du Nord
violation by North
de ses
Korea
obligations
of its international
internationales
obligations,
qui menacent la paix et la sécurité internationale.
amounting to a threat to international peace and security.
Avec le tir de missiles balistiques
With the
survenu
ballistic
il y a
missile
2 jours,
launched 2 days ago,
la Corée du Nord
North
persiste
Korea
et signe dans
continues.
sa fuite en avant
It
inexcusable.
continues its reckless behavior
Elle
in the most
confirme son
unexcusable
obstination
manner.
résolue et
It is
revendiquée
confirming its
à
stubbornly
braver l'autorité du
proclaimed
Conseil de
desire
sécurité.
to flout
Elle
the authority of
s'obstine
the
à
Security
rester
Council.
sourde
It continues
aux
to
innombrables
ignore
appels à
the
la
numerous
raison
appeals
que nous
and
n'avons
calls
cessé
to reason,
collectivement
which
de lui
together
adresser.
we've addressed to
Elle
it.
s'enferme enfin dans
Finally,
une attitude
it
irresponsable de
persists
provocation
in an irresponsible
qui risque
attitude,
de nous mener
one of
droit
provocation,
vers
which brings
l'escalade.
us straight to an
Monsieur le
escalation.
Président, la France a
Sir,
condamné le tir de
France
missile effectué,
condemned the
comme elle a condamné
missile
les nombreux
launch,
tirs balistiques
just as it did
effectués
with the
par
numerous
Pyongyang ces derniers
ballistic
mois.
missile launches carried out by Pyongyang over
L'ensemble
the past
des
months.
agissements nord-coréens
All action
alimente une
taken by North
spirale
Korea simply
dangereuse et
fuel a
provocatrice
dangerous
pour la stabilité
and,
régionale
in-
et au-delà
dangerous
pour
pattern
la
of
paix et la
instigation
sécurité
for
internationale.
regional stability and even
Aujourd'hui, les
international
pays
peace
de la
and
région
security.
sont
Today,
directement
the countries
menacés
of the region are under
et je
direct
renouvelle
threat,
toute la
and
solidarité de la
France reiterates
France
its
à leur
full
égard.
solidarity to them.
Mais soyons-en pleinement conscients,
But make no
chacun
mistake,
est à présent
everyone
concerné
around this
par cette
table
menace.
is
La
under
menace est
threat.
mondiale.
It is a global threat.
L'effort méthodique et déterminé,
The
initié au
methodical
plus
and
haut niveau du
persistent
régime,
approach has
mené par la Corée
initiated
du
at the
Nord
highest
pour
levels of the
développer ses
regime
programmes,
in North
parle
Korea
de lui-même.
to develop its
Ce nouveau
nuclear
tir de missile
program
balistique,
speaks for
dans la
itself. This
continuité
new
des tirs
missile
précédents
launch follows
et
in
des
the
essais
wake
nucléaires
of
déjà
previous
réalisés,
ones, as well as nuclear
représente
testing
pour la
in the
Corée du
past.
Nord un
It,
jalon de
today,
plus
is yet
vers
another step
l'acquisition d'une
towards
capacité
acquiring
nucléaire
operational nuclear
opérationnelle.
capacity.
Il s'agit donc d'un assaut
This
réfléchi,
is thus a
méthodique,
meditated,
pleinement assumé
unabashed
contre le
assault
régime de
of the
non-prolifération
non-proliferation
qui
regime.
est au cœur de notre sécurité
This regime
et
is
que
at
nous ne
the heart of our
pouvons pas nous
security
permettre
system.
de tolérer.
This
Ne nous y
violation
trompons
cannot
pas,
be
le programme
tolerated.
nucléaire nord-coréen
Let there be no mistake.
constitue une des
The North Korean
principales
nuclear
menaces
program
au
is
régime de
one of the primary
non-prolifération
threats to the
que nous avons
non-proliferation regime.
collectivement construit au cours
This
des dernières
regime is something
décennies,
we've
pierre
forged
après
together,
pierre,
piece by
et le
piece,
régime de
over the past
non-prolifération
decades. The
est elle-même
non-proliferation regime
lui-même la
itself
colonne
is
vertébrale
the
du maintien de la
backbone
paix
of the maintenance
et
of
de la sécurité
international peace and
internationale
security.
que nous avons
It
la
is our
responsabilité collective de protéger.
collective responsibility to protect this system.
Monsieur le Président, cette
President,
dangereuse fuite en avant doit
This
cesser
reckless
sans
dash forward
précondition
must be halted
et sans délai.
without precondition and
Les
immediately.
sanctions ne sont jamais un réflexe
Sanctions can
ni une
never be
fin en soi.
automatic, nor are
Mais
they
lorsque
an
nos
end
messages,
in
nos
and of
appels,
themselves.
nos
But when
avertissements
our
enfin
messages,
sont
appeals, and
délibérément
even
ignorés
warnings are deliberately
de manière
ignored
répétée et
over and
systématique,
over,
alors une
systematically,
réponse déterminée
a
est
decisive
nécessaire.
collective response is necessary.
La négociation est toujours l'option de choix.
Negotiation remains the
Mais la
priority,
situation actuelle
but
forme
the current
l'exact
situation
opposé
doesn't allow
des
for
conditions
it
d'une
at
négociation.
all.
la violation délibérée,
The deliberate,
répétée et revendiquée
repeated
par
and out-and-out
quiconque de nos
violation by
décisions ne
whomsoever
peut faire
of
l'objet
our
d'un
decisions
marchandage.
cannot be subject to
C'est à la
bargaining.
Corée du Nord de montrer
It
sincèrement,
falls to North
par
Korea
des gestes concrets,
to demonstrate in
qu'elle
a
est prête à
sincere manner
s'investir
and
dans
through
une
specific
solution
action that
négociée,
it stands ready to
faute
invest
de
in a
quoi nous n'avons
negotiated
pas
solution.
d'autre choix que d'exprimer notre
Otherwise,
fermeté.
we will have to be firm in our response.
Monsieur le Président, parce qu'avec la
Sir,
menace de prolifération nucléaire,
With the
c'est
threat
bien
of
l'essentiel qui
nuclear
est en jeu,
proliferation, that is
la
indeed what is at
faiblesse et
stake.
l'inaction ne sont pas des
Weakness,
options.
lack of action are certainly
Je
not
constate que nous
options.
sommes unis par un sentiment
We've been
d'urgence
brought
partagé
together by a shared
et
sense
par
of
une
urgency,
détermination commune à faire
as well as
respecter
one of
l'autorité du
determination
Conseil de
to
sécurité.
ensure Security Council
Nous devons
authority is
donc prendre
upheld.
collectivement nos
We have to
responsabilités.
shoulder our responsibilities
Toute la
together.
communauté
The
internationale doit
entire
poursuivre
international
ses efforts
community must
en vue d'une
continue
mise
its
en œuvre
efforts for the
efficace des mesures
effective
déjà adoptées.
implementation of measures
Mais
already
nous devons
adopted.
aussi confirmer notre engagement
But we
résolu
must also
à mettre un
reiterate
coup d'arrêt
our
à la
decisive
spirale
commitment to
irresponsable
halting
dans laquelle
the
la Corée
irresponsible
du Nord s'est
action of
engagée.
North Korea.
Notre objectif doit rester la
The end
dénucléarisation
goal
complète,
is
vérifiable
full,
et
verifiable,
irréversible
and
de la
irreversible
péninsule coréenne,
denuclearization of
et
the
le temps
of the Korean Peninsula.
nous est compté.
The
Le
clock is
message
ticking.
ferme et dénué d'ambiguïté
Our message must be
qu'exprime notre
firm,
réunion aujourd'hui
unambiguous.
est une
It should be the
étape
outcome of our meeting
significative
today.
en
It
ce
is a
sens.
significant step along these lines.
Monsieur le Président, la France
Mr.
a
President,
été à la pointe dans l'édification du
France
régime
was
de
in the
non-prolifération.
forefront of the crafting of the
Et elle entend le
non-proliferation
respect.
regime and
Au
intends to
Conseil de
remain
sécurité,
to stay
comme
there.
au sein de l'Union européenne,
In the
la France
Security
a toujours
Council,
réagi
as well
avec
as in the European
détermination
Union,
et
France has
fermeté
always taken
contre toutes les tentatives
determined
de mise à mal
and
de ce
forceful
régime.
action against any
Mon pays a
attempt to
contribué à
undermine the
forger un
regime. My
consensus
country
avec ses
contributed to building
partenaires
consensus with
pour qu'une
partners
réponse ferme
to
soit
ensure
apportée.
that a firm response
Je veux vous
be
assurer
provided.
aujourd'hui
I'd like
qu'il
to
continuera de le
reassure you
faire
today
de
that my
manière
country will
résolue.
continue
C'est pour
to do
cela
this
que nous
in the
travaillerons
most resolute
avec
manner
tous nos
possible.
partenaires
This is
à
why we
l'adoption
work
d'une
with all our
résolution
partners for the
du Conseil de
adoption of a
sécurité
Security Council
en vue de
resolution,
l'adoption de nouvelles mesures robustes
including
et
the adoption
opérationnelles.
of new,
Nous
robust, and
poursuivrons
operational
également
measures.
les
We
efforts
also intend to
correspondants
continue
au sein de l'Union européenne.
similar measures within the
Monsieur le
European
Président,
Union.
lorsque les fondamentaux
Sir,
de notre sécurité collective sont
when the very
ainsi
foundations
menacés,
of our collective
il n'y
security
a pas
system
lieu de
are
tergiverser.
rocked, there's really no
Face au
room
risque de
for
voir la
going
situation
backwards and
continuer
forwards.
de
Given
se
the
détériorer,
risk of this
ce
situation worsening,
Conseil
the
doit
Council
prendre
must
et prendra ses
and will
responsabilités.
shoulder
Je vous
its
remercie.
responsibilities. Thank you.
感谢法国代表的发言。
I thank the representative
请
of
联
France
合
for
王国
his
代表发
statement.
言。
I now give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. President. Like the previous speakers from the United States, Japan, and France, the United Kingdom condemns in the strongest terms the DPRK's flagrant violation of unanimous decisions of the Security Council. Despite our repeated condemnation and despite successive Security Council resolutions, the leadership of the DPRK has persisted in pursuing its illegal programs in misguided pursuit of a nuclear weapons capability. This is simply not acceptable. We have seen an unprecedented number of ballistic missile tests over the past year, including ground testing. However, with this launch of an intercontinental ballistic missile, the Council should note that the DPRK clearly intends to threaten directly an ever greater number of states, and indirectly the whole world. All such ballistic missile activity by the DPRK is in violation of binding Security Council resolutions, and any capability that the DPRK develops to threaten the security of other states is of grave concern. Our response must be strong and clear. The international community must redouble our efforts. As the United Kingdom Foreign Secretary has said, North Korea strains every nerve and sinew to build nuclear weapons and launch illegal missiles, even as the people of North Korea endure starvation and poverty. Amidst reports of widespread hardship and human rights violations in DPRK, Pyongyang's priority should be the health and welfare of North Korean people, not continuation of the nuclear program. We continue to urge the DPRK to return to credible and authentic multilateral talks on its nuclear and ballistic missile programs and to abide by its obligations under UN Security Council resolutions. The United Kingdom has today summoned the DPRK's ambassador in London, conveying in the strongest terms our views of this reckless behaviour. We will also be redoubling our efforts with partners to seek strong enforcement of the measures that aim to bring the DPRK to the right path. Increased vigilance is needed. We will continue to encourage partners globally to take effective action to understand and, when necessary, disrupt the DPRK's illegal proliferation and other sanctions evasion activity. And we will also work with allies and partners around the world to consider the fullest range of measures to increase diplomatic pressure. The primary responsibility lies with the DPRK, but all members of the international community must further strengthen their resolve to enforce existing measures, fully and effectively, without delay. We also urge all states to comply with the Security Council's requirements for reporting on implementation of measures. But as the DPRK's own statements of defiance make clear, even these steps will probably not be enough. Faced with these provocations, we must toughen our resolve. The United Kingdom supports new binding measures to raise the cost further for these illegal actions. The Security Council should start work immediately on a new Security Council resolution to achieve this. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom. I now give the floor to the representative of Sweden.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you to Japan, United States, and the Republic of Korea for convening and asking for this meeting this afternoon. Mr. President, the missile test yesterday of possible intercontinental range illustrates the DPRK's determination to continue the development of its ballistic missile and nuclear weapons program. This is a cause of great concern for the region and indeed for the world. Sweden condemns the latest test in the strongest possible terms. We once again call on the DPRK to cease all development of its ballistic missile and nuclear weapons programs and to take immediate steps towards the program's complete, verifiable, and irreversible dismantlement in accordance with relevant Security Council resolutions. The continued unity of this Security Council in the face of the DPRK's blatant violations of this Council's resolutions is of utmost importance, as is the effective implementation of relevant Council resolutions by all countries. Implementation of the sanctions against the DPRK remains insufficient and highly inconsistent. We reiterate that all UN member states must do their utmost in this regard. Mr. President, there is no military solution to the situation on the Korean Peninsula. There is an urgent need for redoubled efforts to build confidence, avoid further escalation, and take steps to prepare for a peaceful, diplomatic, and comprehensive solution to the situation on the peninsula and for the wider region. All must contribute to this end, and we welcome all initiatives to facilitate a peaceful and comprehensive solution through dialogue. Tensions have risen in recent months, and the potential for mistakes, misunderstanding, and miscalculation is high. A regional security mechanism should be the medium-term goal. We remain fully committed to the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. We reiterate our solidarity with the neighboring countries and their peoples who are living under the constant shadow of the DPRK's threatening behavior. We again call on the DPRK to re-engage in a credible and meaningful dialogue with the international community. In the meantime, Sweden will stand united with Council members in condemning any action that jeopardizes international peace and security. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Sweden for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Egypt.
سيد الرئيس
Mr. President,
أود بداية أن أتوجه بالشكر إلى السيد
Jenke
على إحاطته الفنية المفيدة
for his technical and useful briefing.
ويؤكد وفد بلادي مجددا على أن الوضع الراهن
We stress once
في
again
شبه
that the
الجزيرة
current
الكورية
situation on the Korean Peninsula
مستمر في تشكيل أحد أبرز
continues to be one
التحديات
of the main challenges
لمنظومة
to the
معاهدة
nuclear
عدم انتشار الأسلحة
non-proliferation
النووية.
regime.
وأعبر عن قلق مصر البالغ
Egypt expresses
إزاء
its
التوتر
great
المتزايد
concern at the
الذي تشهده شبه
continued
الجزيرة
escalation
الكورية
and tension on the Korean
بسبب
Peninsula
برنامج التسلح
as a
النووي
result of the
لكوريا الشمالية،
DPRK nuclear program,
وهو ما يمثل
which
أحد
represents
أبرز مصادر
one
التهديد
of the main
الحالية
sources of threat
للسلم
to
والأمن
international peace and
الدوليين.
security.
وتعيد مصر
We call
مطالبة
once
جمهورية
again on
كوريا
the
الديمقراطية
DPRK
الشعبية
to
بالامتثال
comply
التام
fully
لجميع
with all its
التزاماتها
commitments
وفقا لقرارات مجلس
according
الأمن
to
ذات
relevant
الصلة،
Security Council resolutions,
والتخلص من أسلحتها النووية،
to eliminate all its nuclear
والعودة
arsenal,
لمعاهدة عدم
and to
انتشار
rejoin
الأسلحة
the
النووية
nuclear
كدولة
non-proliferation
غير
treaty
نووية
as a
دون إبطاء
non-nuclear
أو
state
شروط.
without delay and without any conditions.
وتؤكد مصر حرصها الكامل
Egypt is fully committed
على بذل كافة الجهود
to
اللازمة
make every possible
على
effort
المستوى
at the
الوطني
national level
لتنفيذ جميع
to implement
عقوبات مجلس
all
الأمن
Security Council
ذات الصلة
sanctions
بجمهورية
on
كوريا
the DPRK.
الديمقراطية الشعبية. السيد الرئيس،
Mr. President,
تعيد مصر تأييدها الكامل لكافة
Egypt
الجهود الرامية
supports fully all
للتوصل
efforts
لحل
aimed at
سلمي
reaching a
لأزمة
peaceful
البرنامج
solution
النووي
to the
الكوري الشمالي
DPRK nuclear program issue
ولإرساء سلام مستدام
to achieve a durable
في
peace
شبه الجزيرة الكورية،
on the Korean Peninsula,
بما في ذلك
including
مساعي إعادة توحيد
all
الكوريتين،
reunification efforts,
خاصة على
especially
ضوء
in
علاقات
light
مصر المتميزة
of the special and
والتاريخية
historic
مع
relations
كافة شعوب
between
تلك
Egypt
المنطقة.
and the countries of the region.
وتطالب مصر المجتمع
Egypt
الدولي
calls on the international
ومجلس
community
الأمن
and the Security Council
بالتعامل بشكل
to
شامل
deal in a comprehensive
ودون
manner
انتقائي
and without selectivity
مع كافة التحديات
with all
التي
challenges
تواجه معاهدة عدم الانتشار
facing
النووي،
the nuclear non-proliferation treaty
حفاظا على مصداقية
in order
وفاعلية
to
منظومة
preserve the
المعاهدة
credibility and the effectiveness
وقرارات
of the
مجلس الأمن ذات
non-proliferation
الصلة،
regime and relevant Security Council
خاصة
resolutions.
على ضوء التآكل
This is
المستمر
important, especially in
في
light of the
مصداقية
continued
تلك
erosion
المنظومة
in the credibility of
التي
this
تمثل
regime,
حجر الزاوية
which represents the
لمنظومة
main pillar in
الأمن
the broader
الدولي الأشمل.
international security architecture.
نظرا لعدم تحقيق عالمية
Such an
المعاهدة
erosion is the
أو
result of
التعامل
the
مع التحديات
non-universality of
التي
the treaty
تواجهها
and the double
دون
standards
معايير
applied
مزدوجة.
when dealing with the challenges facing the treaty.
سيد الرئيس، ختاما
Mr. President,
تشجع مصر
in closing,
كافة الأطراف
my country
على الالتزام
encourages
بضبط
all
النفس
parties to exercise
والسعي
self-restraint
لاستئناف المحادثات
and to resume
الهادفة
discussions
للتوصل
aimed
إلى
at
تسوية
reaching a
سلمية
peaceful
في
settlement
أقرب
as soon as
فرصة،
possible.
وتأخذ علما
We take note
ببعض الأفكار الإيجابية
of some of the
التي طرحتها
positive
الصين
proposals made by China
في سبيل التوصل
in order to
لتهدئة
achieve a
تدريجية.
gradual détente.
ونتوجه في هذا السياق
In
مرة
this
أخرى
regard, we
بنداء لجمهورية
urge once
كوريا
again
الديمقراطية الشعبية
the DPRK
للتجاوب مع مساعي العودة
to
للحوار
cooperate with all dialogue
والتوقف عن
efforts
أي
and to
إجراءات
cease
من
any
شأنها
measures
زيادة التوتر
that may lead to further
والتصعيد.
escalation and tension.
كما نطالب كافة
We
الأطراف
call on
الدولية
all international parties
بتوفير الظروف
to
المواتية
provide the necessary conditions
للتوصل لتسوية
to
توافقية
reach a mutually agreed settlement
تكفل تحقيق
that
السلم والأمن
guarantees
الإقليميين
regional
والدوليين
and international peace and security
على النحو الذي تستهدفه أهداف
in
ومبادئ
line
الأمم
with the
المتحدة
purposes and
ومعاهدة
principles of
عدم
the
الانتشار.
United Nations and the Non-Proliferation
ونؤكد
Treaty.
استعداد مصر
Egypt
للقيام بكل
stands
الجهد
ready to make every possible
بكل
effort,
الجهود الممكنة
every possible
لدعم
effort
التوصل
to
لتسوية سلمية لهذه
support
الأزمة
a peaceful settlement to this
بما
crisis
يكفل تحقيق
in a
السلم
manner that will
والأمن
preserve
على
regional
المستويين
and international
الإقليمي
peace and
والدولي.
security.
شكرا سيدي.
Thank you, Mr. President.
感谢埃及代表的
I
发
thank
言
the。representative of Egypt for his
请意大利代
statement.
表发
I
言。
now give the floor to the representative of Italy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Italy condemns in the strongest terms the latest missile test conducted by the DPRK. This latest provocation confirms once again that the North Korean regime continues to pursue its nuclear and ballistic missile programs in flagrant violation of the Security Council resolutions and therefore in open defiance of the international community. The last launch, having an intercontinental range, is particularly worrisome. Equally worrisome is the fact that the DPRK claimed to have reached its objective of acquiring intercontinental ballistic missile capacity. The advancement of missile and nuclear capabilities by the DPRK is undermining our collective security. The DPRK's escalation and destabilizing activities pose a clear, serious, and growing threat to international security and the global non-proliferation regime. We call on the DPRK to take immediate steps to abandon its provocative, illegal, and self-isolating policies, putting a verifiable, and irreversible stop to its missile and nuclear programs, and embark on a different path. This objective continues to require a concerted multilateral effort to maintain a high level of pressure by the international community on the North Korean regime. In this context, Italy stands ready to work with all relevant stakeholders and members of the Council in order to devise additional and significant restrictive measures. In this endeavor, maintaining the Security Council unity of purpose will be crucial. We must also not forget that the civilian population of the DPRK continues to be highly vulnerable as a consequence of the regime's policies. We must therefore ensure, as we did in the past, that new restrictive measures do not have any negative, unintended consequences for the humanitarian situation in the country. The ultimate objective of our pressure must continue to be a change of behavior by the DPRK, framing a path towards the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula and the achievement of a peaceful and comprehensive diplomatic solution through dialogue. Mr. President, full and effective implementation of relevant Security Council resolutions by the whole UN membership continues to be Italy's priority as chair of the 1718 Committee. Maintaining an open channel of dialogue with member states, specifically through regional outreach meetings, is proving to be an effective way to engage the membership and facilitate national efforts to enforce the sanctions regime which is in place. In this respect, I want to point out that the rate of submission of national implementation reports has steadily increased. As of today, the committee has received 94 national implementation reports on Resolution 2270 and 70 on Resolution 2321. Moreover, all national reports under Resolution 2321, the latest adopted, were received in the last 4 months, showing a higher submission rate than under previous resolutions regarding the DPRK. While encouraging, this is still not sufficient. Let me therefore, as chair of the Sanctions Committee, make an urgent appeal to all member states to continue to provide the necessary attention to this urgent matter. I thank you, Mr. President.
感谢意大利
I
代表
thank
的
the
发言。
representative of
请
Italy
塞
for
内
his
加尔代表
statement.
发
I now
言。
give the floor to the representative of Senegal.
Monsieur le Président,
Thank you,
je voudrais
President.
d'abord remercier les délégations
First and
des
foremost,
États-Unis
I'd like to
d'Amérique et du
thank
Japon
the U.S. and
d'avoir
Japanese
appelé à
delegations
la tenue
for having called
de
for the
cette séance
holding
d'urgence.
of this
Je
emergency meeting.
vous remercie à vous
I would also like to
d'avoir
thank you,
accepté
sir,
d'organiser si
for
vite
having
et au
accepted
sous-secrétaire général
this
aux affaires
request.
politiques.
I'd also
nous
like to
avoir fait
thank
un
the Assistant
exposé
Secretary General
clair
for
et
Political
factuel.
Affairs, who's given us a factual and clear
Monsieur le Président,
briefing.
vous avez su
President,
exprimer en des termes fort appropriés,
In very appropriate
messages de
terms,
félicitations et de remerciements
you've expressed
tous les membres
our
du Conseil
words of
de
thanks
sécurité,
on behalf of the Security Council
y compris
members
donc
as a
la
whole,
délégation sénégalaise,
including, of course, my delegation,
avait à formuler à l'endroit de la délégation de l'État
to
plurinational de
the
Bolivie pour la
plurinational
présidence
state of
remarquable
Bolivia.
et fort productive de notre
Thanks
Conseil
for the high
pendant le mois
quality and
octobre.
outstanding presidency of the
Je
Security
reprends donc
Council
à mon
for the
compte
past
vos
month.
propos.
I thus endorse the statements made by you.
Monsieur le Président, il est symptomatique
Sir,
que la première séance formelle de votre présidence
it's telling that the
soit
first
consacrée
formal meeting of your presidency
à un
is
énième acte de défiance
on yet another
lancé
act
à la
of
communauté
defiance
internationale, en particulier
to the
au Conseil de
international
sécurité,
community, in particular to the Security Council.
à savoir le lancement
I'm talking,
par la
of course,
République
about the
démocratique
launch
populaire de Corée
by the DPRK
d'un missile balistique
of an
intercontinental
intercontinental ballistic
hier,
missile
4
yesterday,
juillet,
on 4 July,
alors que nous célébrions tous avec
at a
nos amis
time
américains la fête
when, with our
nationale
American
de ce pays.
friends, we were celebrating the holiday in the United States.
La délégation sénégalaise, une fois donc, condamne avec la plus grande
My
fermeté
delegation
le lancement
condemns
à
in the
nouveau
most
par la
firmest
Corée du
terms
Nord
yet another
d'un
launch
missile
by the
balistique
DPRK
intercontinental
of an ICBM,
qui a atterri en mer du Japon.
which landed in the Sea
Assurément,
of Japan.
il s'agit là d'une
Without a
nouvelle donne,
doubt,
car l'essai
this is a game
réussi
changer
du tir de missile balistique intercontinental
because
montre que la Corée du Nord,
it
après
demonstrates
avoir
that
méthodiquement
North
poursuivi
Korea,
son programme
after
dans le domaine des armements
methodically
nucléaires et des
continuing its
missiles,
nuclear and
est
missile
aujourd'hui
programs,
plus que jamais
today
déterminé
is
à
more
acquérir une
determined than
force de
ever
dissuasion nucléaire.
to acquire a nuclear deterrent power.
Comme vient de rappeler M. Yanka,
As Mr.
ce
Yencha
tir
has
survient
stated,
après une série de
this
lancements
launch comes
de Pyongyang que nous avions
after
tous condamnés
previous
dans cette
ones from
enceinte.
Pyongyang, which
Cela
we've all
constitue non seulement
condemned
une menace
in this
pour les
room.
populations de la péninsule
It is a
et de la
threat
région,
not only to the
mais
people
aussi porte gravement
of
atteinte
the
au
region,
régime de
but
non-prolifération,
also is a
avec comme
hard blow to
ambition
the
affichée
non-proliferation
la mise au
regime
point de
with
vecteurs
a
d'armes
claimed
nucléaires,
intention
exacerbant ainsi
of developing
considérablement
a nuclear
les
weapon,
tensions dans la région et
thus
au-delà.
significantly
C'est également
fanning the
une menace
flames
grave
of
pour la
tension in the
sécurité
region
de
and
la
beyond.
navigation
It is a
aérienne,
grave threat
puisqu'il n'y a
to
eu
maritime
ni
and air
préavis,
security, as there was
ni
no
notification de tir,
notification nor
alors que
warning
la
regarding the
région est
launch.
densément peuplée,
This
avec
is a
un
densely
espace aérien
populated
des plus
region
fréquentés au monde.
with one of the most traveled
Encore une fois,
airspaces of the world.
la crédibilité de notre
Yet
Conseil de
again, the
sécurité
Security Council's credibility has been called into question.
En effet, malgré toutes les sanctions
Indeed,
et mesures prises
in
contre
spite
elle,
of all sanctions
la
and
République
measures taken against it, the
démocratique populaire de
DPRK
Corée, loin d'avoir abandonné ses ambitions militaires,
has hardly
va
abandoned
maintenant
its
jusqu'à
nuclear
remettre en question
ambitions.
la compétence
It
de
has
notre
gone
Conseil
as
de
far
sécurité
as questioning the
quand
Security
il s'agit
Council's
d'examiner le problème que pose
credibility
son programme militaire
regarding
illégal.
its illegal
Ainsi,
nuclear
la
program.
Corée du Nord continue de
In
violer
this
de manière
manner,
flagrante les
it has
résolutions et les
continued
injonctions répétées
to
du Conseil.
flout Security Council resolutions and
Que faut-il
appeals,
faire alors? Sinon continuer
meaning that the
d'appeler la
Council
Corée du
must
Nord
take action.
à renoncer aux provocations et
We've
l'inviter
made
à revenir
continued
dans la voie du
appeals
dialogue.
to the DPRK to come back to
effet,
dialogue and
les
to renounce
sanctions
provocation.
sont à compléter avec le dialogue discret,
Sanctions could
comme
go hand in
mentionné dans
hand
les
with
différentes
dialogue in a
résolutions sur la
discreet
Corée du
manner,
Nord.
as mentioned by the various resolutions
Pour
on the
terminer,
country.
et
By
puisqu'il n'est
way of
pas de
conclusion,
solution militaire
and since
à la
there's no
tension dans la
military
péninsule
solution
coréenne,
to the problem in the
mon
North
pays
Korean,
tient à
on the
réitérer
Korean Peninsula,
l'importance
rather,
du maintien de la
my
paix et de la
country would like to
stabilité
reiterate
dans
the
cette zone du
importance of
monde.
the maintenance of peace
Et
and
un appel
maintenance
à
of
une
peace and
solution
security
globale,
in this region.
pacifique,
We call for a comprehensive,
diplomatique et
peaceful,
politique.
diplomatic, and
C'est
political
dans cet
solution to be
esprit que ma
found.
délégation
It is
travaillera
in this spirit that my
avec les autres
delegation
membres du
intends to
Conseil
work with other
à
council members
l'élaboration d'une
on the
résolution
drafting of a
sur les
resolution
mesures supplémentaires
regarding
qu'il
additional
conviendra de
measures
prendre.
that would be
Je vous
appropriate
remercie.
to take. Thank you.
感谢塞内加
I
尔
thank
代
the
表的发
representative
言，
of Senegal for his
请乌
statement,
克
and
兰
I'll
代表
give the
发
floor
言
to。the representative of Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. President. We thank the United States, Japan, and the Republic of Korea for initiating the Council's urgent briefing on the recent North Korean missile launch, and the Presidency for promptly convening it. I also thank Assistant Secretary General Miroslav Yancha for his briefing on this alarming issue. Indeed, the beginning of 2017 has already become another unprecedented period in terms of the North Korean destabilizing and unlawful actions. Recent intercontinental ballistic missile launch on the 4th of July contributes enormously to the growing nuclear threat in the region. Despite immense political and diplomatic efforts to halt the North Korean WMD programs, we have seen no signs whatsoever of DPRK's intention to change its behavior. The North Korean irresponsible policy has already seriously undermined the non-proliferation regime as a whole. The current developments on the Korean Peninsula raise three rhetorical but also principal questions. Does Pyongyang hear signals from the Security Council? Are the signals strong and clear enough? How much time is left before a North Korean ICBM is equipped with a nuclear warhead and successfully deployed? Needless to say, the Council should use every instrument at its disposal to ensure full implementation of its decisions. At the same time, we cannot but recognize that the existing sanctions regime appears to be inefficient in preventing DPRK from acquiring technologies, materials, equipment, and financial resources for further development of its nuclear program. I wish to recall Ukraine's previously stated position that the Council should find ways to increase international pressure on the North Korean regime to respond to its reckless behavior, which continues unabated. We do believe that only robust decisions and steps by the Council could put an end to the systematic and brutal violations of international law and eliminate growing nuclear threat on the continent. We also fully share the necessity of further fostering neighboring states' defense capabilities against this threat. We cannot wait until next nuclear test or missile launch. Challenges related to the DPRK nuclear and missile ambitions should be addressed collectively, decisively, and without any further delay. We should not allow Pyongyang to continue discrediting the role of the Security Council in the context of global non-proliferation efforts. Ukraine remains ready for constructive work with all delegations on this issue, including on a new resolution with more robust and operational measures, to ensure positive changes in the current situation and move closer to denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. I thank you, Mr. President.
I
thank the representative of Ukraine for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Uruguay.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much,
Nosotros
President.
también a las delegaciones de Estados
We
Unidos,
would also
Japón
like to
y
convey our
Corea
thanks
por
to
haber
the
convocado esta reunión.
delegations of the
Al
United
señor
States,
Yanka por la
Japan, and the
información que
Republic
nos
of
brindó,
Korea for having
pero
convened this meeting.
particularmente, señor
Thanks
presidente,
also go
a
to the
usted
ASG for Political
por,
Affairs for his
no solo
briefing,
por la
and
rapidez
thanks first and foremost to you, President, not only
esta
for
reunión, sino
the
en
way in which
hacerlo
you reacted
en
very
formato
quickly
de
to the request
sesión
from the
informativa
United States, Japan, and the
abierta
Republic
ante
of
la
Korea, but
membresía.
also for
Son
holding this in
acontecimientos de
open
demasiada gravedad
format,
para haberlos
open to
hecho
the participation of all the membership who
sesión
can listen to our
restringida
discussions
y
and thus
vale la
ensuring
pena
transparency.
delante de la membresía
I think it is
expresemos
worth us
nuestro,
all expressing our
posición.
view on this very serious
Señor
issue
presidente, el Uruguay
before
condena
the entire
enérgicamente
membership
el
of
reciente
this House.
lanzamiento del misil balístico de
We
posible
condemn
alcance
in the strongest
intercontinental
possible
realizado
terms the
ayer por
recent
Corea del
launch
Norte.
of a ballistic missile
Exhortamos una vez más a Corea del Norte
allegedly
a abandonar los programas
intercontinental in
nucleares
range carried out
existentes
by
de
North
manera
Korea.
completa, verificable e irreversible, poniendo
We call
fin de
once again upon
inmediato
North Korea to
a todas
abandon
las
its
actividades
existing nuclear
conexas,
programs completely,
incluyendo
verifiably, and
lanzamientos con
irreversibly,
uso de
and to
tecnología de
immediately
misiles
halt all related
balísticos
activities,
y otros
including
actos
launches
de provocación.
using ballistic missile
Su
technology and other
comportamiento es
provocative
una
acts.
amenaza para la paz
North
y la
Korea's
seguridad
bombastic posturing
internacionales
is a threat to
y
international peace
constituye
and
una
security
flagrante
and
violación
constitutes a
de
blatant
las
violation
resoluciones
of
del
the
Consejo de
myriad
Seguridad.
resolutions of the Security
Corea
Council.
del Norte debe
North
respetar todas
Korea
las
must
resoluciones
respect all
adoptadas
those
por este
resolutions
órgano
adopted
y
by this
desistir
body
de sus
and
intenciones
give up
nucleares.
its nuclear
Ello
pretensions.
contribuiría a crear
Such a
un
step would
entorno pacífico en la
contribute to
península
fostering
coreana
peace in the
y a
Korean
retornar
Peninsula
al camino del
and
diálogo
would
con el
help
objetivo
to
final
pave the way to
de lograr
resumption
la
of dialogue with the
desnuclearización.
overarching goal of achieving the
Señor
denuclearization.
presidente, el uso y la amenaza del uso de armas nucleares constituyen un crimen contra la humanidad y una grave violación del derecho internacional, incluido el derecho internacional humanitario, así como también la Carta de las Naciones Unidas. La única garantía contra el uso y la amenaza del uso de estas armas es su prohibición expresa y su total eliminación. Mientras estamos aquí lidiando con la obstinada conducta de Corea del Norte en la proliferación de armas nucleares, la membresía de las Naciones Unidas se encuentra realizando los máximos esfuerzos para adoptar prontamente, el próximo viernes quizá,
this coming
tratado
Friday, we
para
hope,
prohibir las
a
armas
treaty
nucleares.
to ban nuclear weapons.
Lamentablemente, ni Corea del Norte ni
Regrettably,
tampoco las
neither
potencias
North
nucleares y
Korea
otros estados
nor the
participan en
nuclear
la
powers
negociación.
are participating in those
El
negotiations.
objetivo de
There are
lograr
other states that
un
are also
mundo
not
más
taking
seguro y
place.
libre de los efectos
The
letales
aim is to
de las
achieve
armas nucleares
a more
debería
secure
ser el
and safer
objetivo y
world, and a world
responsabilidad
free
de
of the
todos los
effects
aquí
of these lethal
presentes
weapons.
para
This
garantizar la
must be seen as
seguridad
the goal and
y la
responsibility to be
supervivencia
borne
de la
equally by all
humanidad.
those gathered here today to
La
guarantee the security
persistencia en
and
la
indeed the
actuación
very
desafiante
survival
de Corea del
of
Norte, así como la
humanity.
ausencia de acciones concretas por parte del Consejo de Seguridad
the North
y de las
Korea's
partes
ongoing
involucradas para
defiance
conducir a una salida pacífica de
and
esta situación
an
no
inability to
hacen
find
más
a
que
peaceful
aumentar el
solution
nivel de
to
las
this
tensiones en
situation
la península de
simply
Corea
serves to
y
ramp up the
podrían
tensions
incitar
in
a
the
una
Korean
escalada de
Peninsula
la situación
and
con
might
graves
inflame
consecuencias.
the situation
Para
further
poder
with serious
avanzar, el
consequences.
Uruguay
In
entiende
order
que es
to
preciso
change the
asegurar una
situation and to make
correcta y
headway,
efectiva
there is
aplicación
a
del
need to
régimen de
correctly and
sanciones
fully
por
implement these
parte de
sanctions
todos
regime,
los Estados
a
miembros.
responsibility borne by all member states of this House.
Uruguay insiste en la necesidad de desarrollar nuevas líneas de
underscores the
acción,
need
intentar
to
nuevos enfoques o
seek out
modalidades de
new
negociación
options for
para
action,
destrabar esta
including new
situación que
approaches and
sigue
new negotiating
empeorando mes
modalities
a
to resolve
mes.
the situation,
Se
which
debe
gets worse
imponer
and
una
worse with
adecuada
each
respuesta del
passing
Consejo de
month.
Seguridad
The
para
Security
poner
Council
fin
must find a
al
workable
círculo de
course of action to
provocaciones y
put an end to
violaciones
the
de Corea del
endless round
Norte
of
y de
provocations and
lograr la
violations by
reanudación
North
del
Korea,
diálogo para
and to
la
usher in resumption
desnuclearización
of the
de la
dialogue for
península
the
coreana.
denuclearization of the Korean
Reiteramos
Peninsula.
así nuestro llamado al
Uruguay
diálogo, puesto que
reiterates
no
its call for
percibimos
dialogue to
otra
take place as we
solución
see no
para
other
el
viable
asunto
solution to
norcoreano
the North
que
Korean
no se
question
genere a
than
través
that
de
of
negociación
face-to-face
y compromiso
negotiation
político
and
entre
political
las partes.
determination to be shared by
El
both
Uruguay
parties.
insta a los miembros
Uruguay
del Consejo
urges
a
the members
mantener
of the Security
la unidad
Council to
en
come
este
together
tema
as
y el
one on
compromiso
this
del
particular
Consejo
issue.
con una
We must
solución
hold firm to our
pacífica,
commitment to find
diplomática
a
y
peaceful,
política
diplomatic and
para
political
la
solution,
desnuclearización de
paving the
la
way for the
península coreana.
denuclearization of the
En
Korean
momentos de
Peninsula.
fuertes tensiones
At
es
times of great
fundamental
tension,
mantener la calma,
cool heads
evitar
must prevail.
acciones
We must refrain
unilaterales
from taking
y
unilateral
enfocarse
action
en la
and pour all
solución
our energies
del
into
problema.
solving this
Gracias,
problem.
señor presidente.
Thank you very much, President.
I
thank the representative of Uruguay.
请俄罗
And
斯
I'll give
联
the
邦代
floor
表
to the
发言。
representative of Russian Federation.
Благодарю вас, господин
Thank you
председатель.
very much, Mr. President.
Признательны помощнику
We'd like to thank the
генерального
Assistant
секретаря
Secretary
ООН
General,
господину
Mr.
Мирославу
Miroslav
Енчи за
Yenchich,
брифинг
for his briefing
по запуску северокорейской
regarding
баллистической ракеты.
the DPRK launch of the
Ситуация
ballistic missile.
требует
The
тщательного
situation
изучения
requires
и уточнения.
thorough clarification and
Пуск
investigation.
баллистической ракеты северокорейского полигона
If
был зафиксирован
Since
и
there has been a
отслеживался
ballistic
средствами
missile
российской системы предупреждения
registered,
о ракетном
it showed
нападении.
up on the Russian system
По
of
информации
warning
Министерства
of
обороны
rocket,
России,
rocket launches. According to
которая получена
information
из
from the Minister of
объективного
Defense of the Russian Federation,
технического контроля
based
систем
on an
наблюдения,
objective and
установлено,
technology
что
based monitoring of
параметрические
the
данные
situation, it has been established
полета
that
баллистической цели
parameters and data
соответствуют
regarding the target of the
тактико-техническим
missile
характеристикам
are in line with
баллистической ракеты средней дальности.
criteria of mid-range
Внимательно
ballistic
следим
missiles.
за развитием
We
ситуации
are carefully
на
following
Корейском
the development
полуострове.
of the situation on the Korean
Хотели бы обратить
Peninsula.
внимание
We'd
на
like to call your
совместное
attention to the
российско-китайское
joint
заявление
Russia
по
and
данной
Chinese
проблематике,
statement about this
сделанное в
issue,
Москве
made in
4
Moscow on
июля,
4 July.
сразу после
This was
очередного
immediately
ракетного
following
пуска.
the rocket or
Мы
missile
такие
launch.
действия КНДР считаем неприемлемыми, идущими
We find this
вразрез
action from the
с
DPRK to be
соответствующими
inadmissible
резолюциями
and
Совета
to
Безопасности.
be running counter
Россия
to
и
relevant
Китай
Security Council
настойчиво
resolutions.
призвали
Russia
КНДР
and China
неукоснительно соблюдать
urged the
положения
DPRK
упомянутых
to
резолюций.
firmly comply with the
Выражаем
provisions of said
серьезную
resolutions.
озабоченность
We
развитием
share
обстановки
the
на Корейском
concern
полуострове
regarding
и
the
вокруг
situation,
него.
the evolving situation in the
Эскалация
Korean Peninsula,
военно-политической
an
напряженности в
escalation
этом
of
регионе,
military and political
чреватая
tensions
возникновением
on the
вооруженного конфликта,
peninsula,
требует от
fraught
международного
with an
сообщества
with the
принятия
risk of an armed
именно
conflict. They
коллективных
mean that the
мер
international
по мирному
community must
регулированию
take collective measures
ситуации
for a
путем
peaceful settlement of
диалога
the
и
solution through
консультаций.
dialogue and consultation.
Выступаем против любых
We are
заявлений и
against
действий,
any
ведущих
statements
к
or
напряжению и
actions
обострению
which could lead to
противоречий.
an escalation
Призываем
and
все
hardening
вовлеченные
of
государства
antagonism.
сохранять
We call
сдержанность,
for all interested states
отказаться
to
от
act with
провокационных действий и
restraint
воинственной риторики,
rather than provocation
продемонстрировать готовность к
and
диалогу
warmongering,
без предварительных
demonstrate
условий,
a readiness
сообща
to
прилагать
engage in
активные
dialogue
усилия
without
по
preconditions,
разрядке напряженности.
as well as make active
Российская
efforts to
Федерация
de-escalate
и
tensions.
Китайская
The
Народная
Russian Federation
Республика
and
выдвинули
China
совместную
put forth a
инициативу,
joint initiative
основанную на предложенных китайской стороной идеях двойного замораживания и параллельного продвижения к денуклеаризации Корейского полуострова и формированию на полуострове механизма мира, а также на российском поэтапном плане корейского урегулирования. Мы призываем КНДР в качестве добровольного политического решения объявить мораторий на испытания ядерных взрывных устройств и испытательные пуски баллистических ракет, а США и Республику Корея, соответственно, воздерживаться от проведения крупномасштабных совместных учений. Параллельно с этим противостоящие стороны могли бы приступить к переговорам и утвердить общие принципы взаимоотношений, включающих неприменение силы, отказ от агрессии, мирное сосуществование, намерение прилагать усилия по денуклеаризации Корейского полуострова в целях комплексного урегулирования всех проблем, включая ракетно-ядерную. Все вовлеченные стороны в рамках переговорного процесса в приемлемом для них формате могли бы заняться формированием на полуострове и в Северо-Восточной Азии механизма мира и безопасности и в итоге нормализовать отношения между соответствующими государствами. Призываем все государства поддержать вышеизложенную инициативу, открывающую реальный путь к урегулированию проблем Корейского полуострова. Подтверждаем нашу решительную приверженность международному режиму нераспространения ядерного оружия, твердую нацеленность на денуклеаризацию Корейского полуострова и всестороннее и полное выполнение соответствующих резолюций Совета Безопасности. Выражаем намерение совместно с другими заинтересованными сторонами продолжать прилагать усилия для того, чтобы путем диалога и консультаций содействовать сбалансированному снятию существующих озабоченностей. Призываем все вовлеченные стороны к строгому соблюдению обязательств, сформулированных в совместном заявлении от 19 сентября 2005 года, скорейшему перезапуску диалога по всеобъемлющему решению проблем Корейского полуострова. Возможность применения военных мер для решения проблем Корейского полуострова должна быть исключена. Выражаем поддержку тому, чтобы север и юг Корейского полуострова вели диалог и консультации, проявляли друг другу благожелательность, улучшали отношения, осуществляли сотрудничество в деле мирного урегулирования и играли должную, ответственную роль в разрядке ситуации на Корейском полуострове и в надлежащем разрешении его проблем. Уделяем серьезное внимание поддержанию международного и регионального баланса и стабильности. Акцентируем союзнические отношения между отдельными государствами не должны наносить ущерб интересам третьих сторон. Выступаем против военного присутствия внерегиональных сил в Северо-Восточной Азии и его наращивания под предлогом противодействия ракетно-ядерным программам КНДР. Размещение в Северо-Восточной Азии комплексов «Протхат» наносит серьезный ущерб интересам стратегической безопасности региональных государств, включая Россию и Китай, не содействует достижению целей денуклеаризации Корейского полуострова, равно как и обеспечению мира и стабильности в регионе на основе неделимой безопасности. Выступаем против размещения указанных комплексов. Призываем соответствующие страны к немедленному прекращению и отмене процесса размещения. Следует предпринять необходимые меры по защите интересов двух стран в сфере безопасности, а также обеспечению стратегического баланса в регионе. Для нас совершенно важно, для нас совершенно ясно, что любые попытки оправдать силовое решение неприемлемы. Они приведут к непредсказуемым последствиям в регионе. Также неприемлемы попытки экономического удушения Северной Кореи, многомиллионное население которой испытывает нужду в гуманитарном содействии. ООН призвана здесь сыграть свою роль. Требуется деполитизация гуманитарных усилий. Суммируя, господин председатель, все должны отдавать себе отчет, что санкциями проблему не решить. Мы ее таким образом только загоняем в тупик. Тем более неприемлемы любые попытки ее силового решения. Необходимо учитывать и озабоченности КНДР угрозами своей безопасности. В настоящее время важно переломить порочную логику опасного противостояния и безотлагательно искать пути выхода на комплексное политическое урегулирование проблем Корейского полуострова, включая вопрос о северокорейской ракетно-ядерной программе. В этой связи предложение Пекина о двойном замораживании и параллельном продвижении, а также созвучная им российская дорожная карта корейского регулирования, включающая в себя поэтапное формирование в Северо-Восточной Азии механизма мира с выходом на денуклеаризацию полуострова, являются подходящей стартовой площадкой для запуска таких обсуждений. Призываем всех включиться в работу на этой основе. Благодарю вас, господин председатель.
I
thank the representative of the Russian Federation for his statement. Now give the floor to Representative Bolivia.
Muchas gracias, presidente.
Thank you very much, President.
Agradecemos al subsecretario general para Asuntos Políticos de Naciones Unidas,
Political Affairs, Mr. Miroslav Yenka,
por la información que nos fue
for
proporcionada en relación
the
a los
information he
últimos
shared with us in his briefing
que motivaron
about
la
the most recent
convocatoria de la
events
presente
which led
reunión
to the convening
de
of this
emergencia.
afternoon's urgent meeting.
Bolivia expresa nuevamente su
Bolivia
más
would
firme y
like to
enérgica
once
condena
again
a
express
la
in the
realización de
strongest
pruebas
possible terms its
nucleares y
condemnation
lanzamiento de
of the
misiles
launch
balísticos
of ballistic
por
missiles
parte de la República
and the
Popular
nuclear
Democrática
program
de Corea,
pursued by the Democratic People's Republic of
como el
Korea, or the
realizado el día de ayer, 4 de
DPRK.
julio.
That includes the launch
Y en ese sentido
yesterday
hacemos
on
un
the
llamado
4th
a
of
este
July.
país para que
We
abandone
call
su
upon this
programa
country, the
nuclear
DPRK, to
y de
abandon its
misiles
nuclear
balísticos de
program and
manera
to abandon
completa,
its ballistic
verificable
missile program in a complete,
irreversible.
verifiable and irreversible way.
Instamos a todas las partes
We urge
involucradas
all
a evitar
parties
la
to this
escalada
conflict and
de
all
retórica
stakeholders to
y de
take steps
acciones
to refrain
que
from
aumenten las
escalating
tensiones
the
y pongan en
tensions in the
riesgo
country
la paz y la
and to avoid
seguridad
fanning the flames in the
internacional,
peninsula, which would pose a risk to
especialmente en la
international peace
península
and
de
security, but most particularly would pose such a risk in
particular,
the said Korean peninsula.
Instamos a todas las
In
partes
particular,
a
we
evitar
call upon
cualquier
all the
acto de
parties
provocación,
to refrain
cualquier
from any
acción
act of
unilateral
provocation, to
y
refrain
cualquier
from
acción tomada
taking
al margen
unilateral
del derecho
steps, and to
internacional y
refrain
los
from
principios de la
taking measures
Carta
that fall outside
de las Naciones
international
Unidas.
law and that run counter to the
Saludamos
principles of the Charter of
y
the United
reiteramos nuestro
Nations.
apoyo a
We
iniciativas del tipo
hail
de doble contención
initiatives such
que
as
permitirían
the
llevar a cabo un cese
dual
simultáneo tanto del
suspension
cese del
suggestion, which is one that we fully back. The suspension for suspension initiative or dual suspension initiative would see the suspension of North Korea's nuclear activities with a quid pro quo of the suspension of military exercises by the Republic of Korea in the United States of America. We call for an understanding that there can be no military solution to this conflict and there must be an end to threats of use of force. Rather, people must sit down once again around the negotiating table for dialogue to find a political and diplomatic solution with the overarching goal of achieving the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. Thank you very much, President.
I
thank the representative of Bolivia for his statement. And now give the floor to the representative of Ethiopia.
Thank you, Mr. President. We would also like to thank the delegation of the United States, Japan, and the Republic of Korea for convening this session. I would also like to thank ASG Yenka for his briefing. Mr. President, we join others in strongly condemning the latest launch of an intercontinental ballistic missile by the Democratic Republic of Korea in violation of various Security Council resolutions. We concur with the Secretary General that this constitutes, and I quote, a dangerous escalation of the situation, unquote, threatening regional peace and security in the Korean Peninsula. It is absolutely important that the DPRK seized these provocative actions to reduce the tension in the Korean Peninsula and prevent the further escalation of the situation. We would like to once again underscore the need for finding a lasting, comprehensive political and diplomatic solution through dialogue and negotiation. This requires that the DPRK returns to its international commitments on denuclearization and fully comply with relevant resolution of the Security Council. It is important that we maintain the unity of the Council and speak with one voice in addressing this issue, which is becoming extremely dangerous. one thing makes us not lose hope. While there might be differences on method and approach concerning the substances relating to denuclearization of DPRK, there are none. This should never be understated. Finally, the latest launch of ballistic missile by the DPRK is a reminder to all of us that the full implementation of the Council's resolution by all member states is much more critical now, more than ever before. I would like to reaffirm the commitment of Ethiopia to continue to work towards the full implementation of this Security Council resolution. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Ethiopia for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Kazakhstan.
Mr. President, first of all, let me thank Assistant Secretary General Miroslav Yencha for his report, as well as US and Japan for calling those consultations on yet another flagrant violation by DPRK. Kazakhstan strongly condemns irresponsible and dangerous North Korea's launch of ballistic missile of possible intercontinental range that undermine our common international efforts to strengthen regional and ultimately international peace and security. Today, once again, we see how the North Korean regime continues developing its nuclear missile potential, and we observe its steady progress in this direction. This only causes serious concern. The expansion of nuclear powers club is totally unacceptable for the wider international community. Therefore, Pyongyang must pursue a contrary approach to the stance it is taking. It is our urgent and common task to make North Korea to comply with the international will. All Council members are united in comprehending the full seriousness and complexity of the situation in North Korea. Let us use this unity to develop a comprehensive and balanced approach to create conditions for non-military solutions while maintaining the sanctions regime forcing DPRK to dialogue. In this regard, Kazakhstan once again calls upon North Korea to follow its positive example of willingly abandoning nuclear tests and weapons to live in peace and harmony with the entire world. We stand ready to share our own experience with Pyongyang in this field if needed. In conclusion, Kazakhstan is ready to support any initiative leading to a diplomatic and peaceful solution of the crisis on the Korean Peninsula. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Kazakhstan. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as the representative of China. I thank ASG Yencha for his briefing. Relevant Security Council resolutions contain explicit provisions against any launches by the DPRK using ballistic missile technology. The launching of a ballistic missile by the DPRK on July 4th was a flagrant violation of the relevant Council resolutions and the flaunting of the will of the entire international community. China finds this launching unacceptable. We strongly urge the DPRK to strictly abide by the resolutions of the Security Council and put a stop to any rhetoric and action that might further exacerbate the tension on the peninsula. At the same time, we call on all the parties concerned to exercise restraint, avoid provocative actions and belligerent rhetoric, demonstrate the will for unconditional dialogue, and work actively together to defuse the tension. On July the 4th, the heads of state of China and Russia exchanged views on the situation on the Korean Peninsula and agreed that the nuclear issue of the Korean Peninsula should be resolved through dialogue and consultation. The foreign ministries of our two countries issued a joint statement which expressed the common position and concern of China and Russia regarding the issue of the Korean Peninsula. The joint statement put forward the joint initiative of our two countries based on China's dual-track approach and a suspension for suspension proposal and Russia's step-by-step plan. The current situation on the peninsula is complex and sensitive, and the dialogue process is in a standstill. The China-Russia joint initiative is aimed at addressing both the symptoms and the root causes and taking integrated measures to strive for a solution. It is objective, fair, reasonable, and feasible. We hope that it will get support of the international community and help open a realistic route towards the resolution of the problem of the Korean Peninsula. China has always insisted on realizing the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, maintaining peace and stability on the peninsula, and seeking a solution through dialogue and consultation. China has always been firmly opposed to chaos and conflict on the peninsula. Military means must not be an option in this regard. The deployment of THAAD anti-missile system in Northeast Asia seriously undermines the strategic security interests of regional countries, including China. As such, it is not conducive to the realization of the denuclearization of the peninsula and the regional peace and stability. China urges the countries concerned to halt and cancel its deployment immediately. Denuclearization of and lasting peace and stability on the Korean Peninsula are in the interests of all parties. We hope that the parties concerned will work together with China, play their due role, and shoulder their due responsibility, with a view to returning the issue of the Korean Peninsula to the right track of a peaceful dialogue at an early date. I resume my function as President of the Council. I now give the floor to the representative of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, I would like to thank the Chinese presidency for convening today's meeting. My delegation is grateful for this opportunity to participate in this emergency meeting to address the serious and urgent issue of the DPRK's launch of a ballistic missile of intercontinental class range on the 3rd of July. It is deeply regrettable that the DPRK responded with yet another even more serious provocation to the repeated message from the new government in Seoul under the leadership of President Moon Jae-in, emphasizing the need for peaceful resolution of the issue and its willingness to engage in dialogue under the right circumstances. It is also a source of our profound disappointment that the DPRK once again has chosen the wrong path by test-firing another long-range ballistic missile just a few days after the ROK-US summit meeting in Washington on the June 30th, 2017, during which the two leaders called upon the DPRK to refrain from provocative, destabilizing actions and rhetoric, and to make a strategic choice to fulfill its international obligations and commitments. The Republic of Korea condemns in the strongest terms the DPRK's latest provocation as a flagrant violation of relevant Security Council resolutions. We urge the DPRK to no longer test the unwavering resolve of the government of the Republic of Korea as well as international community to achieve denuclearization on the Korean Peninsula. The DPRK's repeated provocations in defiance of multiple Security Council resolutions will only strengthen the resolve of the international community and be met with a more resolute response. Pyongyang must realize that its obsessive pursuit of nuclear and missile provocation programs and continued provocations will only serve to worsen its diplomatic isolation and deepen its economic plight. Mr. President, given the urgency and gravity of this issue, we, the international community, must once again demonstrate our strong resolve not to tolerate the DPRK's nuclear and ballistic missile programs, which have become a global threat that requires global action. In this regard, I would like to refer to the Security Council's previously expressed determination that it will take further significant measures in the event of a further DPRK nuclear test or missile launch. Indeed, we must take stronger measures, including a new Security Council sanctions resolution to stop the DPRK's provocations. At the same time, the need for swift, full, and thorough implementation of the sanctions resolutions cannot be overemphasized as an effective tool to bring the DPRK back to credible negotiations for denuclearization. This is the last opportunity for the DPRK to chart a new beginning in inter-Korean relations as well as in its relations with the international community. The DPRK must renounce its nuclear brinkmanship and step back from the point of no return. Pyongyang should awaken from its delusion that nuclear and ballistic missile development can ensure its security and instead resolve to choose the path toward denuclearization. Thank you very much.
感谢大韩民
I
国代
thank
表
the
的发言。
representative of the Republic of Korea for
美
his
国代
statement.
表要求再次
The
发言。
representative of the
我
U.S.
现在
has
请他发
requested
言。
for a further statement. I now give her the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I do want to thank you for holding this meeting in the public and allowing us all to voice our concerns. I first wanted to tell my Russian friends that not only has the Secretary General said this was an ICBM, and the U.S. has said this is an ICBM, North Korea has said this is an ICBM. So if you need any sort of intelligence to let you know that the rest of the world sees this as ICBM, I'm happy to provide it. Secondly, in reference to being opposed to sanctions on North Korea, this council all knows we have done repeated resolutions and nothing has happened. If you are happy with North Korea's actions, veto it. If you want to be a friend to North Korea, veto it. But if you see this as a threat, if you see this for what it is, which is North Korea showing its muscle, then you need to stand strong and vote with the international community to strengthen sanctions on North Korea. And if you choose not to, we will go our own path. But it makes no sense to not join together on this threat against North Korea. They have not had any care for Russia or China in this. They have not listened to anything that you've said. They're not going to listen to anything that you say. And so it's time that we all stand together and say we will not put up with this action. To sit there and oppose sanctions or to sit there and go in defiance of a new resolution means you're holding the hands of Kim Jong-un. Thank you.
感谢美国代表的发言。
I thank the representative of the U.S. for her statement.
俄罗斯代表
The representative of the Russian Federation has requested for further statement.
Американского коллегу,
Thank you very
посла
much.
Хейли за
I'd like
комментарии.
to thank
Мы
my
тоже
colleague from the
предлагаем
U.S.,
работать совместно.
Ambassador Haley. We too are
Смысл
proposing to
моего
work together.
выступления.
The point of my statement
Выход из ситуации
was that a
на
solution to
Корейском
the
полуострове мы
situation on
видим
the
только
Korean
исключительно
Peninsula
через
we think can only be found
сложение
exclusively
региональных и
through
международных усилий.
calibrating regional
В
and
резолюциях четко
international
записано,
efforts. The
что
resolution
не
clearly
только
sets forth
санкции,
that not just
но прежде
sanctions,
всего
but first and
работа на
foremost,
политическом треке
work on a political track
позволит
must be
обеспечить выход из
done
ситуации.
for a
В этом
solution to the
задача.
situation. This is the
Санкции
goal.
не могут быть
Sanctions
панацеей.
cannot
История
be a
доказала.
cure-all, and this has been
Поэтому
demonstrated by
здесь нужно,
history.
конечно,
So here,
искать
what we need is to seek
политический выход,
a
идти по
political
пути
solution
креативной
and be
дипломатии.
creative in our diplomacy.
И мы предлагаем, как я сказал в своем выступлении,
We've proposed, as I said in
наладить
my
работу на
statement,
коллективной основе.
work collectively.
Спасибо большое, господин
Thank you very much.
感谢俄罗斯
I
联邦
thank
代
the
表的发言。
representative of the Russian Federation for his statement.
发言名单上没有其他
There were
人
no
了
more。names inscribed on the
现在
list of
休会。
speakers. The meeting's adjourned.
All right, everyone, that's the end of that UN Security Council meeting. So we're going to take you in full now to Warsaw, Poland, where Air Force One has arrived. President Trump just arriving in Poland. We're going to continue with this feed for the next few minutes. All right, so we have lost that feed. Actually, no, we have the feedback from Poland. You can see the president's motorcade there in Poland. President Trump has arrived in Warsaw. All right, everyone. So that was our feed from Poland. I'm going to take you now to the UN once again. This is a UN feed on the discussion to completely eliminate nuclear weapons. They've been talking about this topic for quite a while, and the discussion continues.
The Secretariat is organizing an event on the 26th, and they can coordinate with the Treaty Office to make sure that we can actually have a symbolic, meaningful, and significant and high-profile event on the 26th. So with that understanding, my understanding, I believe we all agree with Article 13 as it is now, and we will now move on to Article 14.
¿Hay alguna delegación que tenga?
Are there any delegations that have any problems with Article 14?
La delegación.
The delegation of the Netherlands, please.
Thank you, Madam President. Not necessarily about 14, but my colleagues rightly pointed out that I forgot to ask a question with regards to 13, Article 13 of the treaty, but more about 13 of the resolution. In the resolution, it says a report will be sent to the General Assembly in the 72nd session, which will assess the progress made in the negotiations and decide the way forward. Are there already any ideas or text surrounding that last bit? Decide the way forward or will assess progress? Just for my information. Thank you very much.
So I was looking at the issue of the dates, but it's true that it is open. And let me repeat what I said earlier on. Whatever captures the work of this conference will be set out in a report that will be submitted to the General Assembly, and the General Assembly will decide upon the following or follow-up issues that have to do with this report once it is received. Are there any delegations that have any specific concerns on Article 14? If there are none, the conference is in agreement on Article 14. The delegation of Iran, please.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, just a technical issue. The second sentence when it reads that the treaty shall be open for accession. Indeed, all treaties will be open for accession after entering into force of the treaty. This notion has been missed here. I wonder whether it could be reflected here, so make it, as I said, legally sound, the text. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Actually, this is a proposal that was considered and had been raised during the working groups. And we would say that the treaty is open on a permanent basis for signature. And delegations had a discussion of this. It's not an error or omission, but rather the express decision of the conference. So let's move on to consideration of Article 15, entry into force. Do any delegations have any specific concerns or views that they wish to raise concerning Article 15?
No siendo el caso.
I see none. Therefore, the understanding is that there's general feeling general support of the conference for Article 15. So let's move on to Article 16, reservations. The understanding also is that this was comprehensively reviewed and there are no concerns from any delegations on Article 16. Therefore, the general feeling of the conference is one of agreement on Article 16. Let's move on to Article 17.
Duration and withdrawal. Las
delegations of Chile, Palestine, and Sweden have requested the floor.
Gracias.
Thank you, Madam President. The delegation of Chile wishes to place on record its national position that we would have preferred to have an Article 17 which would deal only with the duration of the treaty. Our preference would have been to not have subparagraphs 2 and 3. We believe that the wording as it now exists is extremely weak. And as we pointed out during the debates that took place within the framework of our consultations led by my distinguished colleague of Indonesia, our preference would have been to have withdrawal be governed by the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties. However, the delegation of Chile will not block consensus on this article, and what I just stated is merely for reflection in the record for future interpretations or considerations of an academic or other nature on this specific article. Thank you, Madam President. I thank the Ambassador of Chile, and I now give the floor to the State of Palestine, who will be followed by Sweden.
Thank you, Madam President. And if there is a provision that weakens our text, this is it. And we can already imagine how it will be used against the purpose of this treaty. There is a reason why we are all gathered here. Part of it is 70 years of never-ending nuclear disarmament with the risk of nuclear detonation at an all-time high. This language about sovereignty and supreme non for weapons, we believe implies justifications and reasons to move away from the prohibitions. And we are deeply committed to the idea that under no circumstances and in all times, the use of nuclear weapons cannot, should not, shall not be justified. We are extremely worried that these are the same words that are used by those who continue having nuclear weapons, and we consider this particular provision as the Achilles heel of this entire treaty. Palestine believes that the Article 17 should only be limited to duration and duration only. We know that removing these words could appear as lowering the threshold for withdrawal and therefore would open a new dilemma for us. And we think that the only solution to that dilemma is not having a provision on withdrawal in the text. If it is the consensus view of this room, and we still believe that a majority of delegations here shares our view, but if it's the consensus in this room that this provision should remain in the text as a minimum, and to try and correct in an imperfect manner the signal we are giving, we would request, we haven't made that request earlier because it contradicts our fundamental position of not having such a provision, but at least to have the language that is present in the Convention on Chemical Weapons, which stipulates that the withdrawal of a state party from this convention shall not in any way affect the duty of states to continue fulfilling their obligations assumed under any relevant rules of international law, at least we would end this provision with a reminder of these duties, and we believe that these duties incorporate an obligation to respect peremptory norms of international law, and we find that the use of nuclear weapons is incompatible with such norms. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank Palestine, and I now give the floor to Sweden, followed by Iran.
Thank you, Madam President. Since this is the first time I'm speaking today, I would like to thank you, your team, and the Secretariat for providing us last Monday with the Rev 2. You asked us then to consult with our capitals, and we understood that as we would really be able to have a consultation and come back with our main concerns. So we have been very busy consulting with our capitals ever since Monday evening. And as you probably know, we have put forward a number of proposals during these negotiations, mainly with the aim of strengthening the credibility of this treaty. We feel that we have met very limited understanding for our concerns, and we will revert to our concerns on Friday with an explanation of vote or explanation of position, depending on what will happen that day. So what my capital decided was at today's meeting we would only voice our two strongest concerns, and the first one is on Article 17, paragraph 3. And I would like to make a suggestion here, though I know that it's not so appreciated by you, Madam Chair, but I would like to suggest that the second sentence in 17.3 should be deleted. The reason is that we think that this impedes on the sovereign rights of our state, and we think it is a misconception to believe that if you want to have the opportunity of withdrawal, that is because you would like to acquire nuclear weapons. This is not the case in most instances, I would think, but I would like to point out that we all live under very different security policy situations, and that the security situations are very varying in different parts of the world. And to us, we have our situation, and we would like to have the right to preserve our sovereignty. So this is a proposal from our side to delete the second sentence in 17.3. Thank you.
Thank you, Sweden. I now give the floor to the delegation of Iran, followed by Egypt and Liechtenstein.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Well, I know that this issue of the withdrawal has been discussed thoroughly in the working group. I share the concern of my Palestinian colleague with regard to the issue of withdrawal, but I believe that the UN member that my Palestinian colleague may refer to has never indeed acceded to any international treaty on banning of weapons of mass destruction. So I assure him that that member state will never indeed accede to this treaty. So we would not be worried about the withdrawal of that. Having said so, I believe that paragraph 3 of this article indeed has not been discussed exhaustively. So in our view, the issue of 12 months, the issue of reference to the armed conflict, these are the complicated issue, and we didn't have enough time to discuss it, and we believe that as the other delegation may have problem with the second sentence, we propose the deletion of paragraph 3, so not making complicated when it comes to the ratification by the parliament. So asking what is behind the 12 months come here, or what's the reason for referring to the issue of the armed conflict in this context. Or suggestion is for the conferences to delete this paragraph, so avoiding any kind of misunderstanding of the issue of the withdrawal. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Iran. Egypt has the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. With regards to Article 17 on withdrawal, my delegation would like to put on record that it was its view that conditions for withdrawal should be reduced to a level that is equivalent to other treaties related to weapons of mass destruction. The proposal in Article 17, subparagraph 3, that withdrawal should only take effect 12 months after the date of the receipt of the notification of withdrawal contradicts the nature of the urgency any state would withdraw due to extraordinary events as mentioned in subparagraph 2. Any extraordinary event, by virtue of its criticality, is urgent, and therefore the expectation that withdrawal of a state from the treaty would go only into effect 12 months after its notification is unconvincing and defies the very logic of why a state would seek to withdraw. The additional procedures as proposed in Article 17.3 are unnecessary in the viewpoints of my delegation. We hope that this issue would have been addressed to the effect that Article 17 on withdrawal would remain similar to other WMD treaties. Subparagraph 3, in our view, should have been deleted. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the delegation of Egypt. Liechtenstein has the floor, followed by Ecuador.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, my delegation has entered these negotiations like others with the view that we question the need to address withdrawal within this treaty, as we do have a more general legal framework with the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties that deals with such questions. We have subsequently engaged in very intense consultations in the conviction that in the framework of our treaty here, we should set a high political and legal threshold for states, parties to this treaty, to withdraw from it. In this regard, I'd like to register the view of my delegation that the provisions in Article 17, 2 and 3 are clearly insufficient. But in view of the greater goal we are trying to achieve here, to find a consensus on this text, we can go along with these provisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Liechtenstein. The delegation of Ecuador, followed by New Zealand, please. Thank you very much, Madam President. As other delegations have already done, and also for the purpose of the records of the preparatory work of the conference, we wish to place on record Ecuador's position that given the nature of this treaty, which clearly determines that nuclear weapons should not be used by anyone under any circumstance and are therefore prohibited, we are of the view that Article 17, which allows for denunciation of the treaty, is contradictory to the very purposes of the treaty. And it is for this reason that we also would have preferred to see this article refer only to the duration of the treaty and not contain any clauses on withdrawal. And therefore, Articles 56 and 54, subparagraph B of the Vienna Convention on Law of Treaties would be referred to if appropriate. At all events, by way of compromise, we will accept the current wording of Article 17, and it is our view that it is not ideal in as much as it allows for the denunciation which we wish to avoid. But if someone wishes to if the majority of participants want to address withdrawal, we must have at the very least what we have in Article 17, although as the State of Palestine mentioned, the language is contradictory, runs counter to the objectives of the treaty, but we will not object to this article, Madam President, although, let me repeat, we would have preferred that there is no option or opt-out provision in this treaty. Thank you. I thank the delegation of Ecuador. New Zealand has the floor, followed by South Africa.
Thank you very much, Madam President. My delegation, like quite a number of others here, would strongly prefer the deletion from Article 17 of paragraphs 2 and 3. I think given the wide divergence of views in the room, that I would recommend we follow the course recommended by the delegation of Palestine and delete these provisions. It seems to me that that more represents the general view of the room. At the very least, Madam President, I would wish to endorse the amendment suggested to the second sentence of Article 17, paragraph 3, the amendment suggested by the delegation of Palestine to bring the language in line with that used in the CWC, although, of course, deleting the final reference of Article 16.3 to the Geneva Protocol. That was indeed an amendment that New Zealand proposed in the very first days of this conference and forwarded in writing to the Secretariat. And given the strong reference here to the need to standardise the provisions of Article 17 with other treaties relating to WMD, obviously the chemical weapons is a useful precedent in terms of the final part of paragraph 3. But overall, Madam President, I feel that this room is increasingly wishing to delete paragraph 2 and 3 of Article 17, and that has my delegation's full support. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the delegation of New Zealand. The delegation of South Africa now has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Like New Zealand, our preference would have been to delete Articles 2 and 3 with reference to withdrawal, because the impression that we're giving is that while we've agreed on the prohibitions in Article 1, we envisage a situation in which there will be circumstances where it's permissible to develop or acquire nuclear weapons, to test and do all the things that we've established as prohibitions in Article 1. So we'd go along with delegations that support a deletion of Articles 2 and 3, which would entail an adjustment of the title of that article to leave it as duration, if we leave it at all, because as our Chilean ambassador pointed out, these are matters that can be dealt with by the Vienna Convention on the law of the treaties. I thank you, Madam President.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, South Africa. The delegation of Austria has the floor, followed by Guatemala.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, we had long discussions on this article before and also in the facilitation. And of course, to a certain extent, we are now restating again our positions. And it has been rightly said by my Swedish colleague, this has to do with the credibility of this treaty. And we all know what has happened under the NPT when one country used a withdrawal clause which was not in any way linked to the issue of being in a conflict. So I think we have learned, and we certainly do not want to make the withdrawal so easy. Also, we have to bear in mind this is about a prohibition treaty. It's not about a treaty on certain aspects. So once a state takes the decision that it wants to prohibit nuclear weapons, the likelihood that it would like to withdraw might be rather small. We think, like some other countries have said before, a good possibility would have been to stop after the first sub-article. However, we were all engaged in the consideration of this article, and what you have crafted now seems to be somehow the middle ground. Certainly, the third sub-article is based on newer prohibition treaties. It's the cluster munition and the personal mine ban treaty. So it would be very strange that we would allow to leave the treaty while being in an armed conflict when it concerns the most horrible weapon, while it is contingent on not being in an armed conflict with regard to conventional weapons. So for all these reasons, I want to thank those delegations that have spoken before and signaled that they could go along like Palestine, Sweden, Egypt, Ecuador, and some others have done with the formulation as it stands. So my delegation could either accept that it stays as it is, or if we have to make changes, then we would have to stop after this treaty shall be of unlimited duration and refer to the Vienna Convention. Thank you.
I thank the delegation of Austria. Guatemala has the floor, followed by Palestine. Thank you, Madam President. On Article 17, we wish to place on record our position. Guatemala would have preferred to have this article refer solely to duration and not withdrawal for the reasons already mentioned by the delegations of Chile, Palestine, Ecuador, and others. During negotiations, we also said that Article 56 of the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties safeguarded the right of states to withdraw if they so desired. Although we believe that this provision weakens the treaty, we do also believe, taking into account the long discussions on this issue, that for the sake of consensus, we will not break the consensus and we will go along with the language as reflected in the text. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Guatemala. Palestine, followed by Indonesia.
Thank you, Madam President. We have a long experience. We have 70 years of experience in these fora, and we are not naive. We do not expect that tomorrow some countries will come and join us and embrace the same values and principles we have embraced for so long. We do these things, we join these treaties to commit ourselves, first of all, out of a belief in a certain number of values and principles. It is a reflection of who we are, primarily who we are. And therefore, our reasons are that we want the higher moral ground. And I said, and I repeat here, on behalf of the State of Palestine, that we would be sitting here advocating the same positions had Israel not developed nuclear weapons. We're not a single-issue country. We are a nation with a set of ideas and a vision and principles, and we are part of the community of nations that believes deeply that these weapons have nothing to do in our world. And they should have not been banned a long time ago, and that we have suffered enough from not banning them, and that their presence continue to jeopardize the lives of all of us. None of us knows how to contain these weapons. So I would advocate, and again, there's a reason why we are all gathered. We want to give a strong signal. It is not only a normal prohibition treaty as other prohibition treaties. We are sending a strong signal. There is a reason why there are seats empty in this room, and there are reasons why there are seats filled. And the seats filled are here to send an unequivocal message that we believe that the time for nuclear weapons in our world has ended. And any contrary signal to that effect weakens that message, gives pretexts and any contrary signal to that effect weakens that message, gives pretexts and justifications to others. So we will appeal again, because we are all saying we will go with the consensus while knowing there's a wide majority in favor of limiting this article to duration. So it is a consensus by default. But we said we want this treaty. We believe in the importance of this treaty. We will not do anything that hinders the adoption of this treaty. But we still believe that in this room, the will, the majority, strong majority will, is not to have a provision that can be used against the purpose which led to our gathering. If this proves impossible, yet again, I say at a minimum, and I repeat, at a minimum, the addition we have made corrects a bit in an unsatisfactory manner the signal we are sending, but I don't believe a single delegation would oppose such an addition if we shall retain such a provision in the treaty. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the delegation of Palestine. Indonesia has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Indeed, our draft treaty deals only with the prohibitions. It's not dealing with proliferation or testing of nuclear weapons. So our preference is no reference to withdrawal. The only we would like to have actually is duration there. But anyway, our delegation can go along for the sake of having a kind of existing mechanism. If with not, there will be a party who are going to withdraw from the treaty. So we have already the arrangement of mechanisms on the withdrawal. But my delegation wishes also to put the record that we would like also to delete paragraph 3 of the articles. So only 1 and 2, but 2 might be can be modified just to make sure that, as our colleague from Palestine stated clearly, that it's make more difficult procedurally for country to withdraw. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank Indonesia and give the floor to the delegation of Ghana, followed by Bangladesh and then the Philippines. And I don't think there are any further requests for the floor after that.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, we have been very quiet today because we don't want to keep our eyes off the ball so that on Friday we can take something back to our capital. We have been forced to take the floor to ask a few questions on the issue of withdrawal that are bothering our delegation. Of course, we have been flexible on a lot of our positions on transit, etc. But this is something that we feel very compelled to ask this gathering. It is the view of the Ghana delegation that Article 17 of withdrawal is inconsistent with the aims and objectives of this treaty. The important thing we wish delegations to note is that the reason for our presence here is to come up with a treaty for the prohibition of nuclear weapons towards its total elimination. The question that we are asking ourselves, if a state withdraws, what is that state going to do? Is it going back to go and produce their weapons, or to go and help other countries to do, or go and do the things that we have prohibited? Madam President, we think that states can exercise their sovereignty the way they want, but we think that Article 17 for us is inconsistent with this treaty. We are not here to regulate. We are here to prohibit, ban, and nuclear weapons that would lead to its elimination. So, Madam President, we think that even looking at Article 16, we think that Article 17 has no place. And so we join delegations like Palestine, New Zealand, South Africa, and co. to say that Article 17, for us, we are not even asking for the deletion of 2 and 3. We are asking for the deletion of the entire Article 17. I thank you for giving us the floor.
I thank the delegation of Ghana and also thank them for bringing their own fun to the event. So I understand that we have had a fulsome discussion of this issue in the various meetings of the working group. It was also discussed in plenary. I have heard that there's a majority view in the room that this paragraph should end at duration. And I see many delegations nodding their heads in agreement. Therefore, the delegation of Egypt.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I wish I could have clapped as well, but we'll leave that till Friday, hopefully. Madam President, the notion and the suggestion which you have suggested to stop at duration is unacceptable to my delegation. My delegation believes that the clause on withdrawal in the exercise of every country's national sovereign right must be maintained in all international treaties. The concept that Egypt is proposing here is not necessarily about the concept that if a country withdraws, that it automatically insinuates that it is going to one direction or not. There are several examples of possibilities of political declarations or so forth in that direction where countries may reach to that decision. And therefore, in exercising its national sovereign right, countries should maintain that option of withdrawing. Now, obviously, the reason why we're all here is that we want a sincere prohibition of nuclear weapons and all of the prohibitions and the political sentiment which every country that has been in this hall reflects that. But I think in maintaining the general practice and standard that exists in several international treaties, particularly with weapons of mass destruction, that we must at least maintain 17.2, where there is reference to the option of withdrawal. And therefore, unfortunately, my delegation cannot be in a position to stay at 17.1. We hope that there could be some consideration or some amendment in that direction where all delegations can go on board on this field. Thank you.
Gracias.
I thank Egypt, and I now give the floor to the delegation of Bangladesh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the second time today we have asked for the floor, but we tend to notice that every time it's the turn for our delegation to take the floor, you tend to close the discussions. If that has got something to do with this particular delegation and any nuisance we may have created in the past to deserve that treatment, we are not quite sure about that. In any case, since we are in the home stretch, our delegation has been following the discussion on Article 17 quietly and quite carefully over the last 2 weeks. And we believe that as per standing practice, we do need to have a provision on withdrawal, which we do not necessarily consider to be inconsistent with the overriding priority on prohibition in this treaty. We, like the delegation of Egypt, would definitely like to see a provision on withdrawal. at least subparagraph 2 under this article. We can be perhaps flexible with the wording in subparagraph 3. Just to get the record straight, we felt we needed to make this point, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Bangladesh. It is true that you took the floor when I felt that the conference could lead us to a prompt decision, but of course this is on the record for the use of the floor. Delegation of Switzerland followed by Sweden.
Now, thank you, Madam President. I can be very brief. I think for reasons of credibility, as a distinguished colleague from Sweden put it, and also having universalization in mind, we couldn't agree to delete paragraph 17 to particularly 2. We would support the Swedish proposal to delete 3, but certainly not 2. Thank you, Madam President.
Gracias.
Thanks to the delegation of Switzerland. We now recognize Sweden.
Thank you, Madam. I would like to express very clearly that the deletion of paragraphs 2 and 3 would not be acceptable to my delegation. However, I have put forward a proposal. I have felt that this was not met with a very strong support, to put it mildly, so I will report back to my government and suggest to my government that we accept the proposal as it now stands in Article 17. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Sweden. The delegation of Iran, followed by Chile.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Just we are repeating ourselves what the discussion we had in the smaller group, those who favor of deletion of the article on withdrawal and those who supported the inclusion of the withdrawal. Just as an information, since I have already read all the history of the different instruments on weapons of mass destruction, the issue of withdrawal in the negotiation of the NPT indeed brought by the non-nuclear weapon state. To have a leverage on the nuclear weapon state, if the nuclear weapon state indeed would not implement their obligations, so there would be a leverage by non-nuclear weapon state. And indeed, it is still there, and I believe that with the conclusion of this treaty, the possibility of the movement of the members of the NPT to this convention would indeed would be a good leverage in the hands of the non-nuclear weapon state. In the meantime, every and each international legally binding treaty has a in the area of the nuclear disarmament, has a possibility for the withdrawal of the state party, and we believe that without that it would be very hard to sell this treaty to the members of the parliament. Indeed, each and every state would like to have this sovereignty in case if it sees that the extraordinary events happen, then there should be a possibility for the withdrawal. For that reason, we insist for the inclusion of the paragraph 2. In the meantime, we again repeat our proposal for the deletion of paragraph 3. I thank you, Madam President.
Gracias. La delegación de Chile.
Chile has the floor.
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President. I apologize if I am coming back a bit on this. I have two comments, one regarding procedure. are currently working at the national level on the following basis, namely that the proposal made originally by Chile to limit Article 17 to duration only was a minority position, and we were guided by that. But in listening to the debate here, I now have doubts, significant doubts, and at the level of our country, we have mechanisms that we use with applause is one of them. And so after hearing this applause, I thought perhaps our position is actually a majority position. And if this is the case, then this position should be taken into account. It should be present here. So that's my first comment. My second comment is on the wording. The wording here is a happy medium, certainly, but I think this is only true if we include paragraph 2 and 3. This is not a treaty that is based on international humanitarian law. So the provisions in paragraph 3 are crucial here. That is why I called on delegations to take this into consideration and to envisage to adopt this article without paragraph 3. Paragraph 2 is an extremely weak, superficial paragraph. This is a paragraph that is not what is part of the NPT. And since 2005, we have been working, and I have the honor to chair Group 3, who was aimed at strengthening Article 10 of the NPT, because we felt that it was quite weak. This article was reduced to paragraph 2 here, and this is once again quite weak. So if we're looking for a happy medium here, then my delegation would like to support the following approach, namely to maintain paragraph 2 and 3. If we eliminate paragraph 3, then we'll come back to the original position that we had, that we should end with just paragraph 1. So the two options are either keep 1, 2, and 3, or just 1. And clearly this is not a minority position in the room. Thank you. I thank the delegation of Chile for their statement. Truly, the room has two proposals before it. It is true that the text proposed reflects a compromise solution. I have heard truly this trend in the room that would seem to prefer, and I would say this as a question, in fact, or desire to end this article after the word duration and eliminate the word withdrawal. Is that the majority view in the room? To delete paragraphs 2 and 3 and end this article after the word duration, and then eliminate the word withdrawal in the title. I would say silence indicates consent. Algeria, please.
Thank you, Madam the President, for giving me the floor. My delegation would like to express its position regarding the withdrawal clause. My delegation do support Iran and Egypt and other delegations which express their view to maintain the right of all states parties to withdraw from the treaty. And then, at this regard, our delegation do prefer the deletion of paragraph 3, of Article 17 and the maintenance of paragraph 2. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Algeria. Perhaps what I should do is clarify this issue somewhat. My understanding is that although not everyone prefers the article as it now stands is a balanced compromise, even though there are other preferences, but this strikes a balance of sorts. What I'm asking the room is whether the room is minded to delete subparagraphs 2 and 3 and stop at duration. If there's no majority view, then we will have to take the article as it is as a compromise solution of this conference. I understand that delegations in the room are deliberating or about to ask a question, but my understanding is that the paragraph, as it now stands, is the best attempt at a balance coming out of the discussions that we've had so far. A difficult balance, albeit. It is not agreeable to all delegations, but it is nonetheless a balance that was struck. So let me ask the question this way, or put it this way. The majority in the room is to adopt the balance as we have it in the text as it is currently worded. May I take it that the conference is in favor of keeping the balance that we have in the current text? The conference is minded, and my understanding is that the view is to keep the balance as we have it in the current text. Thank you very much. Let us continue with Article 18. The delegation of South Africa has the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Far be it for the South African delegation to take you back. We were not of the sense that there was a balance in favor of keeping the paragraph as it is. If anything, we came out evenly. And I think in circumstances where the scale weigh evenly, the best approach would be to delete paragraph 17 altogether and allow silence on this matter that will be addressed by the Vienna Convention on the Law of the Treaties. So we say nothing on the duration and withdrawal. We are moot on it, and we allow the Vienna Convention to be accessed by states to use as and when they wish. Otherwise, we go backwards and forward, backwards and forward, backwards and forward. I'm not quite sure if I could dismiss the applause in favor of the deletion of Articles 2 and 3 that easily, Madam President. As I say, at this point, we're keen to conclude the work, but on this one, it's very difficult for us to proceed in the manner in which you propose. I thank you.
Gracias, Sudáfrica.
Thank you, South Africa. I give the floor to the delegation of the Philippines.
Thank you, Madam President. It was also the sense of our delegation that there was some unanimity in keeping number 1, 17.1, and 17.2. The problems centered, or the discussion centered, on 3. If that is the case, my delegation would like to propose the retention of 1 and 2, because any treaty should have a provision for withdrawal. Having said that, the prescription on how this withdrawal is to be effected, I think is not something that the delegates in this room are prepared to endorse. So with that, and in the interest of time, I notice it's close to 6 o'clock, perhaps we could, and may I humbly propose, that we keep 1 and 2. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Let me repeat my understanding of the feeling in the room. There are 2 options. The text, as it is, reflects a balance. It's a difficult balance, but a balance nonetheless. Now, the other option that I am beginning to hear in the room is to delete the reference to this issue, and therefore Article 17 would be addressing solely duration. May I ask delegations to focus on those 2 issues, because actually the compromise or the balance is actually captured in a text that represents the best that we were able to achieve. And to strike a balance from the thoroughgoing discussion that we had in the room, not just in plenary, but also in the working groups. The state of Palestine, are you going to reiterate your view on this issue?
I think by now it's abundantly clear what's our view on this issue, and we concur that in the case we cannot agree on the text, and that is paragraph 2 and 3, we should delete them and leave that to the Vienna Convention. And of course, given the majority views here, it's out of the question to weaken even further the conditions surrounding withdrawal as a way of compromise. And that means, of course, refusing, in the case we retain this, any deletion of paragraph 3. We still believe we should remain only with duration. If this is not the case, Madam President, we have asked for an addition that we did not get a response on or a sense on. Let me propose something else. That if we retain the article as it is, to add to this article, and we still prefer only limiting it to duration, just to be clear, but notwithstanding that position, since I learned this word today in its full scope, we would suggest adding as a last paragraph to this article, nothing in this article can be construed as justification to violating under any circumstances the obligations contained in Article 1. I would repeat, since the delegations assured us that they would not withdraw to violate the prohibition, nothing in this article can be construed as justification to violations under any circumstances of the obligations contained in Article 1. These are unsatisfactory solutions to us, but they are less worse than having this article without the necessary caveats.
We have a list of speakers. And I see that there is a convergence between delegations that have already taken the floor to address this issue. I don't know if this means that we will continue to spin our wheels, having the same debate that we had here in plenary, as well as in the informal sessions. There are only two options on the table at this point. And in both cases I asked, and let me restate the options. There is a text on the table that reflects a compromise, a balance. Between the various positions. A compromise text. And so my question was, actually I thought at the time that I heard some agreement to retain Article 17 as it currently stands. There. And find out whether we agree to keep Article 17 as it currently stands, with the understanding that this is a compromise, balanced position text. It's a question from the chair. Microphone for the president, please. My understanding is that the feeling in the room is that the text that we have in Article 17 as it currently stands in the text of the treaty reflects the compromise that we reached, and therefore it is the option that the conference is using to reach a compromise. It seems that this is the case. We are therefore able now to move on to Article 18. Article 18 is now up for consideration.
La delegación de Suiza.
The delegation of Switzerland has requested the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. My delegation would like to put on record the same concern already raised with regard to 1A, 3.1 and 8.1b. There is need to clarify the wording of Article 18 to ensure that no hierarchy is created between this and other treaties. Again, this is to make sure that we respect our own mandate, that is to negotiate a treaty that both complements and strengthens the disarmament and non-proliferation regime. And if I say clarify the language, we would at this late hour nevertheless suggest to delete the 8 last words in Article 18. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Gracias, Swiss.
Thank you, Switzerland. The delegation of the Netherlands, followed by Argentina.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Similar concerns for my delegation, as we expressed before. The current draft of Article 18 is of a fundamental concern to us, as were the references to the MPT in the preamble that we also consider too weak or being in the wrong direction. I would like to recall the first session of the conference in March, where participating states affirmed that this convention should complement and reinforce the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, and that it should in no way undermine it. The language in Article 18 is not compatible with that envisioned object and purpose. Instead, it establishes with that envisioned object and purpose. Instead, it establishes
All right, everyone, as you can see, our UN feed has frozen, which is unfortunate. Here is a live look at the White House, though. This is not a frozen feed. This is just a static shot, but you can see it's not frozen because far in the distance, above the White House, is the American flag flying, waving in the air. It looks like it's a fairly windy day there in Washington, D.C. President Trump not at the White House today, but instead in Warsaw, Poland. In the last hour or two, we watched as President Trump and Air Force One landed there in Warsaw, Poland. We watched as the President and the First Lady exited Air Force One, and we joined them in their escort to the Marriott Hotel where they're staying at while in Warsaw. That is your President Trump update here on News Now. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your Wednesday. Mary Kate joining you in just a couple minutes. Stay tuned.
right, everybody. Hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. You're getting a live look of the White House right now. Pulling up the next top story for you here in the show. We were showing you a lot of events from the United Nations earlier today, but right now I do want to take you to Parliament, where they are having a live event as well. So let's take you there.
Can do for them if the development is done properly is exactly to ensure that they get access.
Number one, Mr. Speaker.
Here, the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today marks the 69th anniversary of the NHS, and last week saw the 80th anniversary of the 999 service, and I know that members across the House will want to join me in paying tribute to the incredibly dedicated men and women who work tirelessly to save and improve lives day in and day out. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today. And later this week I will attend a meeting of the G20, where I will discuss the global economy, counter-terrorism and sustainable development with my fellow leaders.
Hannah Bardell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Her face smashed with an iPad, her body beaten and forced to abort a baby girl. This is only some of the domestic abuse my constituent Lola Ilisami has faced by her estranged husband because she has refused the genital mutilation of her daughter. Lola is educated, has a mortgage and had a good job with RBS until the Home Office revoked her right to work. I have been writing to the Home Office since March and have got nowhere. So will the Prime Minister now intervene to stop this family being deported and this 3-year-old girl being subject to female genital mutilation?
Prime Minister.
I say to the Honourable Lady that the Home Secretary has obviously heard the case that she has set out here today. The issue of female genital mutilation is one on which I think we are all agreed across this whole House. It is an abhorrent activity. It should not be taking place. Great efforts have been made over recent years, both in terms of strengthening the law on female genital mutilation, but also on getting information out about this issue and trying to support people in communities where there is a practice of FGM. I think the message has to go out from this House today. We will not accept FGM in this country.
James Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the last few days, Iraqi security forces, assisted by coalition airstrikes, have made significant progress in eradicating ISIL fighters from Mosul. This is a significant step forward in the military conflict against ISIL in Iraq. But would the Prime Minister agree with me that the UK and the United States, in a broad international alliance, needs to work with the Iraqi government to ensure reconstruction in places like Mosul, as well as working with the Iraqi government to make sure that it is sufficiently strong to withstand the poisonous ideology of ISIL as we seek to defeat it?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right. In order to keep the streets of Britain safe, we must continue to attack Daesh in Iraq and Syria. And the UK is playing its part as one of the 71 members of the coalition. The RAF has conducted over 1,400 strikes. There are over 500 British soldiers on the ground providing further assistance. But my honourable friend makes the very important point that it's not just about the military action that takes place, it's about how we ensure there is sustainable reconstruction and rebuilding afterwards. Our troops have helped train over 55,000 Iraqi security force personnel. We're providing over £169.5 million in humanitarian aid and a further £30 million to help Iraq stabilise these liberated areas. And together we must also work, not just in Iraq but internationally, to ensure that the hateful ideology of extremism is not able to poison the minds of people.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can I start by wishing everyone a very happy Pride Month, and especially those taking part in the Pride March this Saturday and similar marches around the country. But we should also be aware that a survey taken by Pride in London found that half of LGBT people in London had experienced hate crime in the past 12 months. I joined the Prime Minister in wishing the NHS a very happy birthday. I was hoping she was going to say a bit more about NHS staff and their pay during her birthday greetings. Because, Mr. Speaker, after a week of flip-flopping and floundering, we thought we got some clarity from Downing Street at last On Monday, the announcement was that the public sector pay cap at 1% remains, and a rare moment of agreement between number 10 and 11 was seen. But yesterday we had news that firefighters are going to be offered 2% this year and 3% next year. So can the Prime Minister confirm whether the public sector pay cap will remain for all other public servants until 2020?
First of all, may I join the Right Honourable Gentleman in wishing everybody who's going to take part in Pride London on Saturday an excellent day. I'm sure it will be a very good occasion, as it always has been. And can I also say that I and all members of this House value the work that is done, incredibly important work done by public sector workers, including those in the National Health Service and others. And I understand why people feel strongly about the issue of their pay. But perhaps I can just set out, for the information of the House, Mr. Speaker, perhaps I can just set out what the current position is. We have had 3 pay review bodies in the public sector reporting in March. That covered doctors and dentists, NHS staff, including nurses, and the armed forces. And the government accepted the recommendations in all 3 of those cases. The firefighters award is not a matter that is determined by government. It's determined by the employers, and it is not subject to a pay review body. There are outstanding pay review body reports. Those cover teachers, prison officers, police officers and senior salaries, and the government will consider those reports very carefully and will respond to them. But while we do that, we will always recognise the need to ensure that we take those decisions against the need to live within our means. The Right Honourable Gentleman and I both value public sector workers and our public services. The difference is, I know we have to pay for them.
Mr. Speaker, the public sector pay cap causes real shortages in nursing and teaching and many other professions, as well as real hardship. I had a letter last week from a teacher called David. It's all right, he's a teacher, he's doing a good job, all right? And he says, and I quote, "I've been teaching for 10 years. I've seen my workload increase. I've seen more people leave the profession than start, and no form of pay increase in 7 years. The only thing holding the education system together is the dedication to struggle on for their students and staff." And he says this dedication is starting to run out. So what we're doing by this pay cap, I say to the Prime Minister, is recklessly exploiting the goodwill of public servants like David. They need a pay rise.
Minister! The Leader of the Opposition refers to the numbers of nurses and teachers that we have in working in the public sector. Of course, we now have more nurses in our hospitals than we had in 2010. We have more teachers in our schools. But let me remind the Right Honourable Gentleman of why it has been necessary for us to exercise restraint in public spending, including capping public sector pay. It's because we inherited the biggest deficit in our peacetime history. We have acted.
Order! I've noticed earlier, Mr. Mahmood, that you seem to be in a very hyper condition today. I would recommend you take some sort of soothing medicament or go and lie down for a little while. You'll probably feel better at the end of it. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have acted to bring that deficit down by a quarter, a half. It's now down by 3/4. At the same time, we've seen the economy grow and we've seen record levels of people in employment. Our policy on public sector pay has always recognised that we need to balance the need to be fair to public sector workers, to protect jobs in the public sector, and to be fair to those who pay for it. That is the balance we need to strike, and we continue to assess that balance.
We've had 7 years of tax cuts for the richest and tax breaks for the biggest corporations. And last year, Mr. Speaker, there was a net loss of 1,700 nurses and midwives to the NHS, and in the first 2 months of this year alone, 3,264 have left the profession altogether. Not a great birthday present for the NHS, is it? Last week, the Chancellor said, "We all value our public services and the people who provide them to us," and went on to laud his own economic record by saying that we had a fundamentally robust economy. Well, the Prime Minister found £1 billion to keep her own job. Why can't she find the same amount of money to keep nurses and teachers in their job, who, after all, serve all of us?
Prime Minister! The Right Honourable Gentleman talks about the number of nurses. In fact, I think some of those figures he was talking about was the number of nurses who are registered in the United Kingdom. There are about 600,000 nurses registered in the United Kingdom. About half of them, 300,000, work in the NHS in England. And contrary to what he says, we have 13,000 more nurses working in the NHS today than compared to 2010. But I understand that it has been hard for people who've been working hard and making sacrifices over the years as we've been dealing with Labour's mismanagement of the economy. But let me remind the Right Honourable Gentleman of what happens when you don't deal with the deficit. It's not a theoretical issue. Let's look at those countries that failed to deal with it. In Greece, where they haven't dealt with the deficit, yes. What did we see? What did we see with failure to deal with the deficit? Spending on the health service cut by 36%. That doesn't help nurses or patients.
I hope the Prime Minister's proud of her record of controlling public sector pay to the extent that hard-working nurses have to access food banks in order to survive. And the frozen wages of teaching assistants, paramedics and council workers. But, Mr. Speaker, it's not just in the public sector. Across the economy, wages are rising by 2.1%, while inflation is nearly 3%. 6 million workers already earn less than the living wage. What does the Prime Minister think that tells us about 7 years of a Conservative government and what it's done to the living standards of those people on whom we all rely to get our public services, our health services delivered to us?
Prime Minister! I'll tell the Right Honourable Gentleman what's happened over the last 7 years. We see record numbers of people in employment. Nearly 3 million more people in work. We have seen the introduction of the national living wage, never done by Labour, done by a Conservative government. And we've seen 4 million people taken out of paying income tax altogether. And a cut in income tax and a change in the personal allowance, which is the equivalent of £1,000 a year to basic rate taxpayers, including nurses. That's the record of good management of the economy. You only get it with the Conservatives.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister simply doesn't get it. There is, Mr. Speaker.
We've got plenty of time. I'm quite happy to run on for some considerable period of time. People who are making an excessive noise should try to calm themselves and perhaps just give a moment's thought to whether they would like to be viewed by their constituents shrieking their heads off. It's very down market. Jeremy Corbyn.
Mr. Speaker, there is a low-pay epidemic in this country, and it has a terrible effect on young people. Those in their 20s will earn £12,500 a year less than the generation that went before them. The first generation to be worse off than the last. They're less likely to be able to buy their own home, more likely to be saddled with debt, more likely to be in insecure, low-paid work. Except for more misery, what does the Prime Minister and her government actually offer for the young people of this country?
Yes. To echo those of my colleagues, what we offer young people is more jobs, more homes, an opportunity to own their own home. But let me just tell the right honourable gentleman what isn't fair. It isn't fair to refuse to take tough decisions and to load debts on our children and grandchildren for the future. It isn't fair to bankrupt our economy, because that leads to people losing their jobs and losing their homes. And it isn't fair to go out and tell people that they can have all the public spending they want without paying for it. Labour's way leads to fewer jobs, higher prices, more taxes, and Labour's way means everyone pays the price of Labour.
Mr. Speaker, when Tories talk of tough choices, we know who suffers. It's the poorest and most vulnerable within our society. Young people, Mr. Speaker, employed on zero-hours contracts are more likely to have worse mental and physical health. Students who've worked hard at university graduating with £57,000 worth of debt that will stay with them till they retire. Mr. Speaker, let me spell it out to the Prime Minister. This is the only country in which wages have not recovered since the global financial crash. More people are using food banks. 4 million children living in poverty, record in-work poverty, young people who see no prospect of owning their own home, and 6 million earning less than the living wage. The low pay epidemic is a threat to our economic stability. So, can she take some tough choices and instead of offering platitudes, offer some real help and real support for those in work, young people who deserve better and deserve to be given more optimism rather than greater inequality?
Prime Minister!
We actually now see that the proportion of people in absolute poverty is at record lows. He asks for help for those who are low paid. I'll tell him the help that we've given. I'll reiterate the help that we've given to people who are low paid. We introduced the mandatory national living wage, the lowest earners' fastest pay rise in 20 years. We have cut taxes, taken people out of paying income tax, cut taxes for those who are on basic rate taxpayers. We are doing what is important for this country, which is ensuring there are jobs and an economy providing those jobs for people, because the best route out of poverty is being in work. And I know that the right honourable gentleman has taken to calling himself a government in waiting. Well, we all know what that means. Waiting to put up taxes, waiting to destroy jobs, waiting to bankrupt our country. We will never let it happen.
I understand the House is excited about hearing the right honourable member, Nicky Morgan.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much indeed. I know that the Prime Minister and her ministers and many other members of this House are committed to better mental health care for everyone. I'm a founder of the Loughborough Wellbeing Project, and I recently visited the CAMS Eating Disorder Service in Leicester. As a result of this government's careful financial management, 1.4 billion more is going to be spent on mental health services. How can the Prime Minister ensure that that money is getting to frontline NHS services consistently?
Prime Minister.
First of all, commend my right honourable friend in the work that she's done in setting up the Loughborough Wellbeing Project, and I'm happy to join her in paying tribute to the work of the Eating Disorder Service in Leicester. As she says, they do incredibly important work, and we must do more to transform the mental health services that we provide for young people, but also mental health generally. That's why, as she says, we are putting more money into mental health, and it will reach, our spending on mental health will reach a record 11.6 billion, reached that last year. That funding, we do need to make sure it gets through to frontline services. One example of that is the work we're doing to ensure that teachers and staff in schools are trained to better identify and better deal with mental health problems when they're present with children. And I saw that when I visited Orchard School in Bristol last week. Excellent work being done, really improving the quality of services for young people with mental health.
Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we meet here today, the funeral is taking place in St Peter's Church, Dundee, for the former leader of the Scottish National Party and Member of Parliament for Dundee East from 1974 to 1987. I'm sure the House would like to join with me and commemorate the life and contribution to politics of the late, dearly missed friend and colleague Gordon Wilson. Mr. Speaker, the UK Government has not announced any measures to address rising inflation and slowing wage growth, which the IFS has described as dreadful. As workers face more than a decade of lost wage growth and endure the worst period for pay in 70 years, does the Prime Minister think she's looking out for the just about managing?
Prime Minister.
Can I first of all say to the honourable gentleman, as I did last week, that I'm sure all members of this House will wish to both offer our condolences to the friends and family and colleagues of the late Gordon Wilson, but also to recognise the role that he played in politics in the United Kingdom, including in this House. I say to the honourable gentleman, as I have said to the Leader of the Opposition, what is important is that we ensure that we have an economy which is increasing the number of jobs, because the best route out of poverty is for people to be in work. That is what we are doing. We've seen nearly 3 million more jobs being created over recent years. That's important for people. We also help people, for example, by cutting taxes. It's exactly what we've done for people who are lower paid. Introducing that national living wage. These are measures that are giving people real help.
Ian Blackford.
Of course, it's the forecast of a rise in in-work poverty that should concern us, and in particular the likely increase of young people in poverty over the lifetime of this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, since the 2010 general election, the FTSE 100 has risen by 39.6%. Monetary policy, not least quantitative easing, has helped drive up financial assets, while workers have paid the price for austerity. Workers will earn no more by 2021 than they did in 2008. Will the Prime Minister give workers a pay rise?
Prime Minister.
I would have thought that, particularly with his background, the honourable gentleman would have recognised the role that the monetary policy, including the quantitative easing, has done in ensuring that we are able to see those jobs in the economy that are so important for people.
Paul Scully.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can my right honourable friends tell me what steps the government is taking to drive value for money and efficiency in the aid budget, and so to ensure that taxpayers' money is used to promote global peace and security in the national interest?
Prime Minister.
Can I say to my honourable friend that I'm proud that the government is committed to honouring our international commitments on aid. I think that is important for this country. This money is saving lives, it's building a more stable and prosperous world. That's firmly in our UK national interest. But of course, he's absolutely right. We need to make sure that the money we're spending is being spent properly and efficiently. And my right honourable friend, the International Development Secretary, I can assure him, is driving value for money and efficiency in the aid budget, focusing on greater transparency, boosting payment by results, and driving value for money from DFID suppliers as well. And of course, we did set up in 2011 an independent aid watchdog, together with stronger systems and controls in DFID. It's important that we're committed to this money, but it's also important we make sure it is spent well.
Alex Cunningham.
Mr. Speaker, my young constituent Laurie-Anne Poby paid £300 house reservation fee to Patterson's estate agent, which they won't refund after their landlord-client withdrew from the contract because she refused to pay 12 months advance rent. She now faces paying another agent non-refundable fees of £650 to secure a different property. When will the Prime Minister act and put an end to these rip-off fees and stop these agents capitalising on young people and others?
The honourable gentleman should look at the Queen's speech. We've made reference in the Queen's speech to what we're doing in this area. We recognise these issues. Well, he says when, but he will recognise in this House that we actually need to ensure that anything that we bring forward in legislative terms we get right, so it's actually going to work. But we recognise the problem. We're going to do something about it.
Bill Wiggin.
In 2008, I brought forward an amendment to the Animal Welfare Act that would have extended the sentences for cruelty to animals from weeks to years. Will my right honourable friend look and see what can be done to ensure that people who are deliberately, willfully cruel to animals are punished far more severely?
Prime Minister.
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for raising this issue, and we all, I think, share a high regard for animal welfare, the importance of having strict laws in place to ensure that we deal with people properly who are not looking after animals. And anyone who's cruel to an animal or doesn't provide for its welfare needs may be banned from owning animals, given an unlimited fine, or, as he says, sent to prison. And he's right that sentencing is an issue, and that's why DEFRA is in discussion with the Ministry of Justice regularly in relation to the sentencing policy for offenders in relation to animal welfare.
Jonathan Edwards.
Mr. Speaker. With the civil service reportedly having to explain in crayon to the Cabinet that there is no have-your-cake and eat-it Brexit option, will the Prime Minister come clean and admit she is prioritising her own absolutist red lines and not people's jobs and wages?
Prime Minister.
I'm afraid I have to say to the honourable gentleman that he and others will have heard the answer before. What we want to do is negotiate the best possible deal for the United Kingdom that ensures we have a comprehensive free trade agreement, that we can continue to trade with our European partners, that we have that new deep and special partnership with the European Union, that we ensure that we are growing our economy. But it's not just about our relationship with the European Union. It's about trade deals that we will do with countries around the rest of the world, and it's about ensuring sound management from a Conservative government.
This is Sharon Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. New Harbour Commissioners have highlighted to me the valuable contribution that retired police sergeant and now special constable Russ Hall has made to maritime policing. Does my right honourable friend believe that joined-up working with other agencies is essential and can make a positive contribution to beating crime in our small harbours and help protect our borders?
Prime Minister.
Can I join my honourable friend in recognising the contribution that Special Constable Russ Hall has made in her constituency, and she makes a very important point. Indeed, when I was Home Secretary, I brought various agencies, police, border force and others together to look at this issue of how we deal with protecting our borders, and that joined-up working can make a very real and positive contribution. And as she will know, of course, what matters is not just how we do that, but ensuring that we're having an impact. And, of course, as she will know, crime has fallen by a third since 2010 and has fallen to a record low.
Khalid Mahmood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for advising me about my blood pressure. When I go to the hospital on Monday to see my consultant, I'm sure he'll be giving the same advice. My blood pressure rises because when I go and see those nurses in those hospitals who are overstretched, overworked, underpaid and having to use food banks, that's why my blood pressure rises. Because when she pays lip service to them and doesn't look at the pay sector cap and reduces that, will she now take a plea and not listening to my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, but listening to the plea of those nurses and do something about the pay sector cap?
I set out the position in response to the Leader of his party and the Leader of the Opposition when he spoke earlier. And, of course, people may not realise that for nurses there is, of course, the overall public sector pay increase, but also many nurses receive increments or progression pay on top of that. And for a typical band 5 nurse will be receiving 3.8% over and above the 1%.
Warman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a strong economy that powers this government's investment in the NHS, and it is a strong economy that is allowing this government to create 1,500 new medical school places and new medical schools. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that Lincolnshire's unique rurality and sparsity makes a compelling case for a new medical school in this great county?
Prime Prime Minister!
My honourable friend makes a very important point, which is that we can only pay for our public services if we have that strong economy. That's absolutely the basis of it. And as he said, we're going to train 1,500 more doctors every year to ensure that the NHS has enough doctors to continue providing that safe, compassionate care that we all want to see. Now, the DOH is currently looking at the question of how to allocate these places and will publish their consultation response shortly. I know they are also looking at the possibility of new and aspiring medical schools bidding for these places, and I'm sure that, as my honourable friend has always been a champion for his constituents and his constituency, he will continue to make an excellent case for Lincolnshire.
Helen Hayes.
On Saturday, the Shadow Chancellor and I joined staff from Picture House Cinemas outside the Ritzy in Brixton, who are striking because their employer refuses to pay the London living wage and has outrageously sacked their trade union representatives. Will the Prime Minister join me in calling on Picture House Cinemas, who made a profit last year of more than £80 million, to pay their staff the London living wage and to reinstate their local reps immediately?
Prime Minister!
Is about a relationship between employers and their employees. And what I say to her overall is the importance of government taking the right decisions to ensure we can... Excuse me. Taking the right decisions to ensure we're growing the economy and providing those jobs for people in the first place.
Andrew Bowie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the Prime Minister for taking time during the general election to come up to Banchory and campaign in my constituency, where I think we did rather well. But I would just like to ask if she agrees with me that it is utterly shameful that the Scottish Government have, for the second year in a row, had to go pleading to the European Commission for an extension to the farm payment deadline. And is this not proof, if further proof were needed, that the SNP are failing rural Scotland?
Order. We're fascinated to hear the answer, but I should just say that, although I'm very interested to hear the answer, and we will, the Prime Minister is not responsible for the Scottish Government. The Prime Minister.
Can I first of all welcome my honourable friend to his place in this House, and I very much enjoyed my visit to Banchory during the election campaign. But what he says is absolutely right, because time and again in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, we hear the Scottish nationalists demanding more powers for Scotland. Yet what do we see? They are failing to deliver for the Scottish people on the powers they already have. Yet again, Scottish schools are now outperformed in every category by schools in England, Northern Ireland, Estonia and Poland. Powers are kept in Edinburgh rather than being devolved to local people, and as my honourable friend says, yet again we see farmers waiting months for their subsidy payments. The simple fact is that the SNP's policies are not in the best interests of the people of Scotland.
Order, I do say to the honourable gentleman member for Glasgow South, who persists in gesticulating in an extremely eccentric manner, that he seems a little discombobulated from the world that he inhabits. That's a very unhappy state of affairs. It can't long continue. Stephen Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Southern Rail dispute has and is causing real damage to the economy of Eastbourne and the South East. My constituents have had a dreadful time with the shocking service provided or not provided for the last 18 months. This simply cannot go on. Will the Prime Minister enlighten me, my constituents and the House why the Department of Transport and the train operator will not meet with the unions at the same time in the same room together to negotiate a deal?
Prime Minister.
I say to the honourable gentleman that I recognise the problems that have been experienced by passengers on Southern Rail. This is a matter that has been raised by a number of my colleagues in the House, including my honourable friend, the member for Lewis, who raised it last week. And I'm very disappointed, as Left and RMT have called more industrial action. It's completely unnecessary. All it will do is cause more disruption and frustration for passengers. The recent independent GIB report said the main cause of widespread disruption on Southern has been union action. So I would urge the unions to call off these strikes, work with the operators and deliver the services that passengers need.
Alex Burghardt.
Businesses across my constituency will be cock-a-hoop to hear that that their calls for better broadband are being answered by the Digital Infrastructure Investment Fund, which is going to unlock about £1 billion for full fibre service. This is going to help them create jobs, particularly in rural areas. Will the Prime Minister agree with me that this is exactly the sort of infrastructure spend we need to get our country Brexit ready?
Prime Minister! My honourable friend makes a very important point, and we're already a digital world leader, and we're committed to making sure that this country remains so. And we already see 93% of the UK accessing superfast broadband. We're on track to reach 95% by the end of the year. But we do want to see more commercial investment in the gold standard connectivity full fibre provides, and that's why we've launched this Digital Infrastructure Investment Fund, and companies around the UK, including in Brentwood and Ongar, will be able to apply for match funding for projects which would see fibre delivered right to the doorstep. And yesterday we also announced 100% business rate relief for those businesses rolling out new fibre. This is important. We want to continue to be a world leader, and the actions the government is in digital, the actions the government are taking, and making sure we will be.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
Marianne, police officer numbers in Wales have dropped by 10% since her party came to power. If policing were devolved, as it is, of course, in Northern Ireland and Scotland, Welsh forces would have extra funding worth £25 million at their disposal. This would more than replace those lost officers. What justification is there for refusing to devolve policing?
Prime Minister.
We've been around this discussion before, but can I just address the central issue of what the Honourable Lady is talking about, which is about police budgets and is about the number of police officers. We are currently protecting police budgets. We've been doing that since 2015. That, I believe, is acknowledged across the House. And we're not just protecting those police budgets, we are ensuring that the police have the capabilities they need to deal with new types of crime, creating the National Cybercrime Unit, creating the National Crime Agency. These are all important steps to ensure the police can do their job of cutting crime, and crime is at a record low.
Scott Mann.
Can I thank the Prime Minister for introducing the Trade, Agriculture and Fisheries Brexit bills in the Queen's speech. This will be welcome right across the West Country. However, we are facing some significant challenges with our rural post office network at the moment, and the transition for some of the post office branches from community branches to community village stores and community buildings. Some of those moves have been smooth and some of them haven't. Can I ask her to take a look at this and see if there's anything more that the government can do to help my constituents?
My friend again raises an important point, and it's right that we should recognise the role that is played in communities by rural post offices, and rural post offices in places like Camelford and St Minver in his own constituency, but in the constituencies of other honourable members as well. We've invested £2 billion in the network up to 2018. The number of post offices is actually at its most stable for decades, but he's absolutely right. I would urge the post office to help to make it as easy as possible for shops who want to take over postal services to be able to do so.
Diana Johnson.
Mr Speaker, 2,400 people have died as a result of the NHS contaminated blood scandal. More than Hillsborough and all the other disasters over the previous few decades put together. With the compelling evidence that the former Right Honourable Member for Lee presented to Parliament on April the 25th of a criminal cover-up of an industrial scale, will the Prime Minister now do the right thing and order a public inquiry for the whole of the United Kingdom?
Prime Minister.
The Honourable Lady raises an important issue, and I know that the thoughts of members of the House will be with all of those who've been affected by this terrible tragedy in relation to contaminated blood. Serious allegations have been made, and I would say obviously information that has been brought forward to the House will be looked at by Ministers of the Department of Health. But if any honourable member has any further information or evidence that they believe will be important, that should go to Ministers so that they can properly investigate it. We are providing more compensation than any previous government and committed £125 million of extra funding of those affected for the contaminated blood tragedy last July. but the Department of Health will look at any new evidence that is brought forward.
James Duddridge.
Mr. Speaker, rather than celebrating the NHS, the party opposite rather shamelessly have tried to weaponise the NHS as a mere political campaigning tool. Will the Prime Minister assure me that services like the 999 service will be decided upon based on clinical decisions, not those of politicians that are trying to weaponise our public services?
Prime Minister.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. In relation to the services that are provided by the NHS, it is so important that decisions are taken on a clinical basis by those who understand the needs and requirements of people and in different areas. And that's why we have set up NHS England, which has a plan for developing services in the NHS over a 5-year period. It's important that politicians allow clinicians and others in the NHS to make the decisions they need to.
Malhotra.
I will be thinking of my constituents Connie Yates and Chris Gard and Charlie at this incredibly difficult time. It's clear that if Charlie remains in the UK, there is no further treatment available and that life support will be switched off. There are differing views about the chances of the nucleoside bypass therapy that other children, albeit with less severe forms of Charlie's condition, have benefited from. I understand the chances of improvement for Charlie are low, but that doctors will be able to say within 3 months whether Charlie is responding and whether that change is clinically beneficial. If there is any room for discretion within the court rulings for Great Ormond Street to allow Charlie to leave and to transfer his care to doctors at Columbia University, and he is sufficiently stable to receive treatment, would the Prime Minister do all she can to bring the appropriate people together to try and make this happen?
Can I first of all say to the Honourable Lady that she is right to raise the concerns of her constituent in relation to this particular matter, and I'm sure the thoughts of all members of the House are with the family and Charlie at this exceptionally difficult time. It's an unimaginable position for anybody to be in, and I fully understand and appreciate that any parent in these circumstances will want to do everything possible to and explore every option for their seriously ill child. But I also know that no doctor ever wants to be placed in the terrible position where they have to make such heartbreaking decisions. The Honourable Lady referred to the fact that we have that court process here. I'm confident that Great Ormond Street Hospital have and always will consider any offers or new information that has come forward with consideration of the well-being of a desperately ill child.
Anna Soubry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister and I left our comprehensive schools to go to university, we entered into a privileged elite. Can my right honourable friend confirm that as a result of tuition fees introduced by Labour, improved by the Coalition, there are now more young people from working class and poor backgrounds going to university than ever before, because some people say it's fewer? Are they right or are they wrong?
Prime Minister.
I'm very happy to join my honourable friend in relation to this issue in recognising that she and I left comprehensive schools and went to universities at a time when the number of people going to university was significantly lower than it is today. And I'm also grateful to her for reminding the House that actually it was the Labour Party that said they would not introduce tuition fees, and then when they got into government, introduced tuition fees. But what we're seeing under the current system is more young people than ever going to university, and crucially, to address the point she raised, disadvantaged 18-year-olds are 40% more likely to go to university now than they were in 2009.
Alison McGovern.
Speaker, the Prime Minister herself commissioned Bishop James Jones to report on the experience of the Hillsborough families. Given the painful evidence before us that parts of the state still don't know how to treat bereaved families or the survivors of catastrophe, will she now give me the date when she will publish Bishop Jones's report?
Well, I haven't yet myself seen Bishop Jones's full report. I'm not able to give her a date when I will publish it, but she raises a very important point. The reason why I asked Bishop James Jones to undertake this work was precisely because I was concerned about the way in which the bereaved families at Hillsborough had been treated over far too many years. And obviously we've seen the result of the Crown Prosecution Service decisions last week. But this is why we have committed in the Queen's speech to introducing an independent, a public advocate who will be able to act on behalf of bereaved families in cases of public disaster, because I think it is important that they are able to have that support alongside them, because too many families just have to, as we've seen in Hillsborough, have to over many years fight to get justice. I want to ensure that they have help and support in doing that.
Mr. Robert Halfon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the government's record in freezing fuel duty, will she resist recent siren calls to raise fuel duty because they hurt the lowest paid the most? And will she also do everything possible to make sure that when the international oil price falls, that this price is properly reflected at the pumps, so that we can have a Britain that works for every motorist?
Prime Minister.
Well, can I first of all commend my honourable friend who has been championing this issue for all the years that he has been in the House, and the work that he has done as a great campaigner on this and indeed other issues has been recognised by the government in changes the government has made. As he knows, I'm pleased that we have been able to do what we've done in relation to holding down the issue on fuel duty. I think he's trying to tempt me down a path which I will not go down, because as he knows, decisions on these matters are taken at the time of fiscal events.
Dreadful. Order.
All right, everybody, that was Prime Minister Theresa May answering questions at the House of Commons earlier today. We're getting a live look of the White House right now, taking you to the next event here in the show, this one out of Orlando, where the Chinese president visits a zoo to see baby pandas. Let's take you there.
Sehr geehrter Herr Staatspräsident, gemeinsam mit Ihrer Gattin, Professorin Pang Liuan, sehr geehrte Frau Bundeskanzlerin, sehr geehrte Ehrengäste, liebe Freundinnen und Freunde des Berliner Zoos, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren. Im Namen des Zoo Berlin darf ich Sie noch einmal ganz herzlich willkommen heißen zur feierlichen Eröffnung des Panda Gardens und zur offiziellen Überreichung der beiden Pandas Mong Mong und Yao Qing an den Zoologischen Garten Berlin. Wir beginnen jetzt, Sie dürfen gerne applaudieren, Meine Damen und Herren, wir beginnen jetzt mit der Übergabe der beiden Panda-Akten und dazu begrüße ich ebenso ganz herzlich den Minister des staatlichen Forstamtes der Volksrepublik China, Jiang Yanlong, und ich begrüße auch ganz herzlich den Direktor des Zoologischen Garten Berlins, Dr. Andreas Knierim. Herzlich willkommen. Yes. Ja, und damit, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, sind nun Mong Mong und Yao Qing ganz offiziell im Berliner Zoologischen Garten angekommen. Und an dieser Stelle übergebe ich nun das Wort an den Staatspräsidenten der Volksrepublik China, Xi Jinping. Herzlich willkommen.
尊敬的默克尔总理，尊敬的米勒市长，尊敬的克里尼姆园长，女士们、先生们、朋友们，很高兴同默克尔总理一道，来到历史悠久的柏林动物园，共同出席大熊猫馆的开馆仪式。去年在杭州见面的时候，默克尔总理邀请我今年访问德国，并出席20国集团领导人峰会，并希望我能够带来一对大熊猫。我做了积极回应。今天看到来自中国四川的大熊猫梦梦、娇庆。
Angela Merkel, nochmals herzlich willkommen.
Ja, sehr geehrter Herr Präsident Xi Jinping, sehr geehrte Frau Peng, sehr geehrter Herr regierender Bürgermeister Herr Müller, sehr geehrter Herr Bruckmann, Herr Knierim, sehr geehrter Herr Minister, Exzellenzen, meine Damen und Herren. Berliner haben ein ganz besonderes Verhältnis zu Bären und auch ein großes Herz für sie.
Den Panda-Garten offiziell zu eröffnen.
Okay, you guys, I know this is the best part of this event. We will take you back to it. But right now we do have a live press conference discussing the security at the All-Star Game. So let's take you there right now and see what's going on at this live event.
Today we're here to share some important public information to help everyone have a great All-Star Week. So here on stage, we have Claude Delorme, Executive Vice President of Operations and Events for the Miami Marlins. We have Police Chief Rodolfo Llanes, Fire and Rescue Chief Joseph Zaralbin, and Ethan Orlinsky, Senior Vice President of Legal, Business, and Club Affairs for Major League Baseball. After each of the representatives speak, we'll be open for questions. Claude, go ahead, you can get started.
First of all, thank you to everyone for being here today. It's been, as most of you know, we've been working on this for 18 months now, And I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the federal, state, and local agencies, police, fire and rescue, your assistance, not only in coming to San Diego last year, but all the internal meetings, the meetings with MLB, the heat shield exercise the drill that we did in January of 16, tabletop exercises, has really prepared us for an event of this scale. So I want to thank all of you for everything that you guys have done, because the success of this event is directly related to your assistance. So we greatly appreciate it, and I wanted to thank you. Just a few things I wanted to highlight that's a little bit different than what you normally see at a baseball game. And if you don't mind, I'll just walk around here. So. One of the elements that we changed is and this is partly a safety issue for us, and two, it was a control mechanism, is we decided to basically, the West and East Plaza, we are pulling all of the fences and metal detectors to the outside. We did this for the Beyonce concert. It was very effective. So people will be going through the metal detectors early. Once they're inside, they can go to the team store. They can go to, we're also putting up a tent of 1,500 square feet in the West Plaza. We'll have some retail operations in the East Plaza. So once they're there, they can decide to shop, and when they're ready, they can enter the ballpark, and they don't have to go through metal detectors. Everyone will have been checked. It will create an initial line, and again, one of the key elements that we modified as well is we are opening the gates 2 hours before the start of the game on Sunday, and it's a 4 o'clock start, so 2 p.m. on Sunday. And on Monday and Tuesday, 3 hours before the Home Run Derby is at 8 o'clock. So at 5 p.m. The gates will open. And for the All-Star game, it'll be 4:30 for a 7:30 p.m. start. So we encourage people to arrive early at all these events. Remember, Monday and Tuesday, regular traffic. So again, this is not a regular game where you think you can get there in 15, 20 minutes. It will take longer. We're dealing with the bridge. We're dealing with some issues. So make sure that you give yourself a lot of time to get to the ballpark, and so you can fully enjoy the experience once you get here. In terms of parking, if you notice the green area, the home plate, first base, center field, and third base, we have the 4 garages that are open to the general public. And again, normally when people come to a game, they are assigned directly one of the parking garages. And for convenience and ease of operations, we decided to do general parking. So it'll be first come, first serve. So again, if people arrive early, they will be able to select, and they've purchased their parking in advance, they will be able to park where they want. If they get here late, it'll be whatever is left available in those 4 lots. We are presently 80% sold for the garages. We expect to be sold out by the end of the week. So anyone coming to the games, please, please, please purchase your tickets now, because your options will not be, there will not be any parking left at the ballpark. We do have rideshare as well. If you look at the yellow box right here, Northwest First and West Flagler. So we've set up a lot in that area that's going to be focused on ride sharing. So again, a lot of people from out of town, a lot of people in the hotels. So by all means, people can use either Uber, Lyft, that service, and certainly taxi will be on Northwest 16th. But we encourage people to use ride share for the ballpark. For those people that will purchase parking or will think of parking at the last minute, we do have the downtown park and ride. So right next to the government center, this is basically where people can buy their parking right there. And you have all the information in your press kits in terms of the address, but it's right next to the government center, the west lot. And we again did this for Beyonce. It was very effective. And you can see the route that brings you right to the corner of West Flagler. And when you look at it over here, the hash marks is basically where all the buses will be parked before and after the game. So the park and ride, so anyone from downtown, if someone works downtown, they want to leave their car there, there is a complimentary shuttle that will bring you this route pre and post. So again, we encourage people downtown to just leave their cars there, take the park and ride, and come directly there. For those people driving to that area, it's a $20 price. There, in terms of the Fan Fest at the Miami Beach, we do have 6 lots available for a total of 3,500 spaces. Some of those spaces is assigned to the people that are just visiting the Miami Beach, so it's not all dedicated to this. And we do have the ride share again, right next to the Fillmore on Washington Avenue. That's where Ubers and Lyfts will be able to drop the people coming to FanFest. FanFest is an extraordinary experience for anyone who's been at any All-Star game. I strongly encourage people to visit the FanFest. It's a 3-hour really incredible experience for adults and children alike, batting cages, autograph sessions, and really learning about the game of baseball. So if anyone wanting to see it, even if you're not attending any of the games, try to visit the Fan Fest. We've sold already north of 100,000 tickets for the Fan Fest over the 5 days. That's basically it on terms of that component. Security, as you know, and the chief will get into a lot of the components as it relates to the services that we've got. And at this point, I'll concede to the chief.
Good morning. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm very secure. I feel very good about the plan that's been put in place for public safety. And that includes great collaboration with all of our partners, the Miami-Dade Police Department, our partners at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the FBI, and our federal partners also. We have a unified command with our Fire Rescue Department and the Miami-Dade County's Fire Rescue also. So there's a really good public safety component to all of the events that are going to be going on around the city. I want to encourage all of our residents to attend these events. We will have extra resources out to help with traffic and any safety concerns that may be out. It's important for all of us to enjoy all of these events that Major League Baseball is bringing to town. We are here to provide public safety for everyone to enjoy those events. I want to encourage you also to follow our social media platforms for up-to-the-minute information on traffic, on issues that may arise, and diversions of traffic or other problems that may come up. Just keep up with our social media platforms. We're on Twitter, we're on Facebook, and we're on Instagram. So please follow those platforms, and we'll keep you updated on information up to the minute. Thank you.
Go ahead, Chief. Thank you. And again, good morning. Let me begin by welcoming everyone to Miami. Miami has grown to become a very vibrant and active city. And I want to begin by echoing the chief's sentiments that we were both briefed with our operational plan and are very comfortable with the amount of planning and effort that has gone into it. I would also like to commend all of the resources that have come together in order to make this event successful, starting with Major League Baseball. But as the chief mentioned, we have both city, county, state, and federal resources available. And Miami Fire Department is a very dense organization. You can't throw a rock without hitting a fire station in the area of Marlins Stadium. So in addition to all of the resources that we have allocated to the event, we also have multiple fire stations in very close proximity. So again, we would like to encourage everyone to come out. We would like you to see what Miami has to offer. And we would like to remind you that Miami is a very hot city. So come out, be prepared to hydrate yourself, wear sunscreen, bring the appropriate clothing necessary, and enjoy yourselves. Again, welcome to Miami.
Thank you, Chief. First, I'd like to thank the Marlins and the Chiefs and the rest of you for helping us to assemble the all-star team for law enforcement. We are here to help everybody enjoy the all-star experience at Major League Baseball. We want an A-plus experience, and so part of that is to keep the grounds clear of counterfeits. Counterfeiting is a serious issue. It's something that we address at Major League Baseball 365 days a year, 24/7, working with the local communities and working on a national and international basis. People don't necessarily appreciate the gravity of counterfeits, so let me just give you some context. 750,000 jobs are lost annually to counterfeiting. Up to 7% of world trade is in counterfeit sales. $461 billion are lost annually to counterfeits. It's a serious problem, both on an international scale and on a local scale. And our job is to try to make everybody, all the fans, feel comfortable. How do we do it? Well, one of the tactics is to work with law enforcement on an undercover basis around special events where people are likely to make impulse purchases and address those issues by stopping people from selling counterfeit merchandise, using the criminal laws. Sometimes we enforce the laws by acting on a civil basis. We enact legislation just like the Clean Zone Ordinance that exists in Miami. And a lot of our work is about education. So one of the things I wanted to talk about here through some show and tell is educating consumers, fans, about how to tell the difference between unlicensed and licensed merchandise. So with that, I've got some real stuff and I've got some bogus stuff. And at the end of the day, anybody who has any questions is welcome to take pictures. There'll be a test after the press conference. All of our licensed merchandise has a holographic sticker on it. And the holographic sticker is unique to every item. There's a unique alphanumeric combination on each legitimate sticker. Each sticker has a raised red stitch so that you can both see it and touch it. And it has elements within, both overt and covert, to distinguish between the legitimate and the illegitimate hologram. So for example, the Major League Baseball silhouetted batter logo toggles between the red, blue, and silver, and a Stars and Stripes version of it, if you move it from right to left. All of our legitimate products bear that hologram. Also, all of our legitimate products bear both licensee identification and MLB identification. So in this case, it might be New Era or Twins or Nike or one of our other licensees whose brands are in the product. Here's the Major League Baseball identification, and here's the licensee identification. The items that are most often counterfeit are tops and caps. So for all of our jerseys, our T-shirts, and our hats, you should look for the holographic sticker, and you should make sure you look for both the MLB identification and the licensee identification. Counterfeiters don't necessarily pay as much attention to those kinds of details, because it costs them more money to include all of those items. Oftentimes what they do is they produce products using seconds, defective product, if you will. And many of these items bear cut labels because the licensees, the legitimate vendors, won't accept these for the products that they produce with our marks on them. So any item that bears a cut label is likely to be counterfeit. Also, there are no misspellings on our licensed items. So if there's that kind of mistake, then you should make sure that you identify as counterfeit. And here, oftentimes, again, no licensee and no MLB identification. Obviously, no hologram as well. One of the questions that we get asked is, why do we address these issues? Like, who are the victims of counterfeits? Well, of course, it's the brand owners, but it's far more than that. It's the fan who wants to have a keepsake that's going to last more than one washing. It's the taxpayer, because we pay up the difference for the taxes that are lost from counterfeit sales. We know that for every dollar spent in enforcing counterfeiting laws and anti-counterfeiting activity, $5 in tax revenue is generated. The retailers who are selling legitimate merchandise, the licensees who are making the merchandise, they're also victims of counterfeits. So this is why we're doing what we're doing. If you have any questions, we've set up a 1-800 number. It's 1-800-TELCAPS, 1-800-TELCAPS, and we'll address the issue as you see it. As I said, during All-Star Week, we'll be working undercover with our friends in law enforcement on the state and local level. We have support at the federal level as well, working with Homeland Security and FBI to the extent a significant crisis should arise. Now, briefly on tickets. There are 3 types of tickets that are being produced for the All-Star events in park. There's the souvenir ticket, there's what we call the spitter stock ticket, and there's the printed home ticket. The best advice we can give everybody is buyer beware. Make sure you haven't purchased from somebody who you haven't previously purchased from. There are scanners and there are codes on all the tickets. There'll be scanners at each one of the gates during the game. And if there are any questions, again, don't hesitate to call us. We're here to service you. Thank you very much for having us here this week.
Thanks, Ethan, and thanks, everybody. If anybody has a question, please raise your hand, and we'll point to you, and you can ask one of the participants on stage. Yes.
When we started looking at the economic benefits of hosting the All-Star Game, we looked at basically the last 10 years, and we're estimating it at approximately $80 million presently, and we'll be in a better position after the event. Just to give you an example, Major League Baseball by themselves took 3,900 rooms for a 5-day period, 6-day period. In addition to that, 60% of the people attending the game are from out of state. So when we applied for grants and we talked to the people, I mean, we're getting an incredible number of people that are coming from either Puerto Rico, Dominican, and all places really to attend the game. So that's the beauty of this Jewel event for us to be able to showcase the best players in the world in one venue. It's the only opportunity that we have, or that baseball has, to showcase not only to the world, but we're going to be visible in over 100 million homes, and in 15 countries. So it's a great opportunity for us to showcase Miami, South Florida, and certainly all the intricacies of this of our beautiful city.
There's no way, projections are right at about 1.5 million at this point, but we won't know until after, depending on what happens during the events and how the week plays out. But it's right at about that.
Is that money available? That's not an issue with spending that?
No, it is available. It was budgeted for the year because of the pre-plan.
As part of the RFP, I mean, there were submittals that were done early in the process, and where the city was approached, and we discussed the extent of the events taking place. So we were able to get that budgeted a full year ahead of schedule.
How exciting is this for MLB to have Miami as this venue? I mean, this is a showcase in this park, and it's a pretty big deal for you guys as well, right?
Fantastic. I mean, we wouldn't want to be anywhere else. Our experience also, for those who are local, is that oftentimes we bring the All-Star Game to a city, and shortly thereafter the team makes it to the postseason.
Let's hope. Let's hope.
I'm sorry? I know my limits.
The 80 million is the economic benefits to the area. So when you're looking at the benefits to hosting the All-Star Game or the Super Bowl or any event like that, it's basically everything associated to the region. So, but mostly we're talking really in Miami-Dade County.
Is the swirling possibility of a Marlins sale, is that a distraction in any way from the game or the activities?
I have to be honest, I mean, this has been 18 months, and our entire focus has been the All-Star game. I mean, David and Jeffrey are looking at the sale, but from our standpoint, this is all we think about, and that's all we talk about. So the sale for us is something we don't control.
What about any possible distraction from the umpire who lives in South Florida who's suing Major League Baseball right now? Does that come on the radar at all?
Certainly not for me and my job in enforcing anti-counterfeiting laws.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, I think the opportunity that we had we had 3 World Baseball Classics that we've hosted, one at Sun Life at the time, and the last 2 at Marlins Park, and to see the interest and the energy that we ended up getting from the last 2 World Baseball Classics, plus these games, you know, where Monday and Tuesday will be sold out. Sunday, we're over 30,000 tickets already sold. So. Yeah, definitely there's people here that are seeing the ballpark for the first time, and we hope that they will have a lot of interest to attend, and they'll enjoy the experience and come back either as a season ticket holder or to an individual game in the future.
During the home run derby, are fans going to be able to walk where they normally do in games, like by the Budweiser bar and all that?
Yes. Correct. I mean, there will be a lot of people in that area, so I mean, there will be limitations. But technically, if they have a ticket on the promenade, they can walk and appreciate the art in the building and everything that's taking place. And if they want to go to get their favorite food and the taste of Miami, they can do that as well. No, it's open. We will be selling standing room tickets, so a lot of the standing room tickets will by default end up in that area. But technically, people can walk around. We just want to make sure it's safe in that area, so we'll control the access points. But technically, people can walk around the facility. No, I mean, from our standpoint, it's really, you know, for people to understand that Monday, Tuesday, we're dealing with regular traffic, so people do have to plan their outings with an 8 o'clock start on Monday, and there's going to be a lot of people, you know, in that 4 to 7 o'clock window. So they just have to plan to arrive early. The fact that we are opening the gates Monday, Tuesday, 3 hours before, we want the people to arrive early, really enjoy the experience, and whether they take part, whether they're using park and ride or ride share or driving to the ballpark. And again, if they are doing that, by all means, they need to buy their parking in advance. We do expect to be sold out by this weekend. Street closures, we're just on 16th Avenue because that's where we'll have all the buses. And we are also closing, if you look at West Flagler, where we're putting the buses for ride share. So a portion of that street will be closed.
You may understand the parking because you say you want people to purchase parking online, but you said that the garage is a first come, first served. If I buy a parking spot online, am I guaranteed a spot?
Yes, because we've got 4,400 spaces available in the 4 garages. So anyone that buys a parking is guaranteed to end up in one of the 4 garages. If they arrive early, basically they're going to control, you know, if they have a preference for one of the garages, the police, city police will control which, you know, how to direct people based on the traffic flow. But generally, if people want to get to one specific garage, they need to arrive early. But they are guaranteed a space as long as they've reserved in advance, because we won't be selling tickets the day of.
How much is that parking online?
$30.
It sounds like this Beyonce concert played a big role in your guys getting ready for this thing and testing out some items. Did it?
It did, you know, in the sense that that was the first time that we moved back the gates and we did the metal detectors on the outside. And we knew, you know, we wanted to get the people in. We know South Florida, a lot of the local community likes to get to the events at the last minute. We want them to enjoy the 9 innings, right? I mean, the home run derby is going to be an incredible opportunity to see some of the best players, you know, and we know, but the names have just been announced. So I think people need to get here by 8, and we're encouraging people to get here between 5 and 6, so they can eat and really sit and enjoy and just enjoy the facility as well as what's taking place on the field. No, I mean, from our standpoint, really, you know, we did make a few adjustments and on the city side for, you know, how they're going to tackle the streets post-event. That you know, we will you know, we're talking about closing from 22nd Avenue on Northwest 7th Street. So we're not having all that traffic coming in the perimeter as we're trying to exit the facility. So that's an adjustment we will make. The rest is really controlling, and there's going to be a lot more staff on the exterior, so we can direct people that are looking for doing rideshare and that they're not sure on their how to get there. So we'll have a lot of our staff directing people back for the rideshare and the park and ride. Yeah, on the red carpet, I mean, we are closing Biscayne Boulevard from the Intercontinental to American Airlines Arena, and that event is at 12:30. So that will be closed. I think it's from you know, just the night before. We will set up all the Chevrolets, you know, near the JW Marriott. So that will impact that back street. But generally, it's Biscayne that's going to be impacted, and the only other event where that will be impacted will be for the 5K run on Saturday night. Yeah, it fluctuates between 600 and 1,000 per for each of the events. I don't know. I'm seeing a lot of interest, so I mean, it's I wouldn't say that. I mean, there's definite buzz, you know, when everyone's talking about it. So to me, from going to past All-Star games, I think it compares very well with it, and interest in all the events that we've done. And so no, we expect people to really. I mean, we've waited a long time, right? This is the 88th All-Star game, and first time it's been hosted in South Florida. And we all know that Miami loves to host big events, and this is certainly one of them. Yes, I can. Major, do you want to take that one?
I heard the question. So we're taking security very serious. Obviously, this is not the first time that we have large events in our department. So last year we sent our staff to the game that took place in San Diego. We pretty much had a rundown of what transpired there, brought the lessons learned back from there, and obviously on a daily basis we look at events that are happening overseas. So we do have contingency plans. We do have discussions about what those concerns are. But obviously I'm not going to get into it. I mean, it's something that we want to discuss, but it's something that we take explicitly serious. Have a good time.
And I should point out that the maps that Claude was speaking to and mentioning are in the press kits that we passed out beforehand. If you don't have one or didn't receive one, you can grab one on the way out. Come see me. If you want a JPEG of those maps, you can feel free to email me at matt.bourne, B-O-U-R-N-E, at MLB.com, and we can send those over to you as well. Claude, any final remarks?
Yeah, I think I've stressed enough on the arriving early and buying your parking in advance, but and anyone that's coming, if they want to use rideshare, not only to the ballpark but to the convention center, because of the ongoing construction, we would certainly encourage that as a effective means to get to both venues. So no, we look forward to hosting everyone at the ballpark, and it's going to be a fun week of events starting tomorrow with some of our legacy projects.
Thank you. That concludes our press conference. The participants will be available for questions now if you'd like. And
And these are the legitimate ones, right? So we have these are legit, and this is kind of free sticker has to have a unique alphanumeric combination on it, and all of the devices are the same for both. The other one is counterfeit here, licensee identification here, and here.
It's all fun, but you know, we got to talk about the important.
Got you. No, that was a great question. I told Ed, I can't believe you didn't mention Operation Heat Shield.
Yeah, talk to me about that. The fact that you guys have been working on this for a while to make sure everyone can have fun and feel safe with their kids.
Yeah. We've been preparing for about 18 months. Even prior to that, we knew the All-Star Game was coming, so we allocated some federal Homeland Security dollars, the Urban Area Security Initiative, in cooperation with Miami-Dade Police Department and just about every law enforcement and fire department agency in the region. We held multiple drills and exercises in the area, and we covered every scenario you can possibly think of, from active shooters to bomb detonations, where we actually activated about 17.
Okay, everybody, we're actually going to cut out of this event to take you to an Elon Musk space launch. This is the SpaceX launch today happening in Cape Canaveral, Florida.
The first and second stages, fuel loading is completed on both stages. We're currently chilling in the 9 Merlin engines on the first stage. Now, at T-minus 10 seconds, the software does a series of checks to make sure Falcon 9 is good to fly, as you've heard about in our last 2 launch attempts. Now on Monday, during the second launch attempt, a first stage measurement in the avionics system did not match the pre-program limit in the ground database. So the ground software halted the launch. The SpaceX engineers have confirmed the rocket was good and there were no changes required to the flight hardware. We have modified the limit for today's countdown to avoid a possible repeat of the abort. The SpaceX teams also spent the 4th of July conducting an additional review of both the rocket and ground systems, and today we're looking good for launch in just over 5 minutes from now. Now you may notice the Falcon 9 on the launch pad. You can see the GOX clouds coming off of the vehicle. In the close-up of the first stage, there are no landing legs, there are no grid fins. The first stage is expendable on this flight. We won't be covering a return to a drone ship or the launch site. Instead, we'll be focusing on the second stage flight as we go into first a parking orbit with Intelsat 35E and then into the final geostationary transfer orbit. Speaking of Intelsat 35E, the spacecraft team has gone on internal power. They're reporting no issues. Everything's looking good on the spacecraft. For the range, both the Air Force and Kennedy Space Center are supporting today. They are ready to go. The airspace and the sea space is clear, working no issues. And finally on the weather, it's great looking weather today. Blue skies, the sea breeze has kept the thunderstorms inland, so both the ground level winds are looking good. The upper altitude winds and clouds are also excellent for launch. Now coming up on T-minus 4 minutes, coming up and counting down, Next major activities, we are opening up the strong back. We'll recline that slightly away from the Falcon 9. We move it 1.5 degrees away back, and then we will see it move the rest of the way at liftoff. Another major activity you're going to hear at T-minus 1 minute is the call out of flight computers in startup. That means the Falcon flight computers, the ground computers are in automated control of the vehicle. They'll do the last checks, including those T-minus 10-second checks, light the engines, make sure we're at full power, and then the Falcon 9 will be commanding the ground system to release it, and away we go. So we're going to listen with the rest of you in the last 3.5 minutes as we count down Falcon 9 carrying Intelsat 35E to geostationary transfer orbit.
MVAC announced S2 TVC motion nominal.
Stage 2 TVC motions nominal.
Bug up lead verification. And stage 1 locks closed out. Stage 2 return manifold secured.
Strombeck lower has ended. Strombeck is at 88.5 degrees.
Stage 2 locks closed out. Falcon 9 is on internal power. A1D fuel bleed complete. Vehicles in self-align.
Ground gas close house has started.
Stage 1, stage 2, gravity heater secured. FTS announced AFTS is ready for launch.
AFTS is ready for launch.
Gas close house is complete.
VC verify F9 in startup. Falcon 9's in startup. Stage 1, stage 2 present for flight. LD verify go for launch. Go for launch. T-minus 30. T-minus 20. Falcon 9 is configured for flight. T-minus 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Recognition. Lift off of Falcon 9. Falcon 9 is clear the tower. Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
Vehicle is pitching downrange.
Power telemetry nominal.
T plus 50 seconds into flight, you heard the call out on countdown net 1. Avionics is nominal. Earlier, we heard propulsion call out a nominal call for the 9 Merlin 1D engines. Next major activity coming up in just over 15 seconds. Maximum dynamic pressure. Falcon 9 currently has gone supersonic.
Vehicle is experiencing maximum dynamic pressure.
T plus 1 minute, 30 seconds into flight. We've heard the call out. The vehicle has gone through the period of maximum dynamic pressure. That's where the velocity of the vehicle and the density of the lower altitude of the Earth's atmosphere combine to create the greatest loads on the Falcon 9. The Merlin engines throttled down and then throttled back up to full power in preparation going through this phase. So currently we're at full power, continuing to head towards stage separation, coming up at about T plus 2 minutes, 46 seconds. Now there'll be a sequence of activities that happen very rapidly in just about 35 seconds from now. You'll hear MECO, main engine cutoff. The 9 Merlin first stage engines will shut down. 4 seconds later, we get stage separation. 7 seconds after that, the upper stage engine ignites to propel the second stage and Intelsat into the parking orbit. Let's watch and listen as we come up on MECO and stage separation.
We have MECO.
Stage separation confirmed.
T plus 3 minutes, 5 seconds. You hear the applause in the background here in Hawthorne. A successful shutdown, stage separation, and ignition of the upper stage engine. The next major activity coming up in about 20 seconds, 25 seconds is fairing separation. We'll watch for that as the camera switches to a forward view showing Intelsat 35E inside the payload fairing.
Fairing separation confirmed. Second stage is following nominal trajectory.
Coming up on T plus 4 minutes into flight, we saw a successful separation of the payload fairing. Intelsat 35E attached to the top of the second stage, now exposed to the vacuum of outer space. We've also heard the call out that propulsion continues to be nominal. Trajectory looks good for the Falcon 9. T plus 5 minutes into flight. Trajectory continues to look good. Propulsion on the second stage engine continues to look good. Everything going well on the flight of Falcon 9 carrying Intelsat 35E. As a reminder, for recoverable first stage flights, we typically might have seen the boost back burn. We'd be getting ready for the entry burn. On this mission, the first stage was not recoverable, did not have landing legs or grid fins, so we're not following the first stage. We're going to stay with the second stage as it powers its way into orbit, with shutdown of the upper stage engine planned at about T plus 8 minutes and 40 seconds. That'll be the first shutdown of the upper stage engine. There is a second burn planned later on as we pass over Africa. We'll be bringing that to you, and we'll talk about that a little bit later more. currently coming up on T plus 6 minutes. Everything continues to go well for Falcon 9 carrying Intelsat 35E. Just a little bit more than 2.5 minutes remaining in this first of 2 planned burns of the upper stage engine.
Second stage continuing to follow nominal trajectory.
T plus 7 minutes into flight. Conditions continue to remain nominal on the flight of Falcon 9. Watching the second stage continuing to head east from Kennedy Space Center, going into the first of 2 planned orbits, in this case a low Earth parking orbit. Planned shutdown of the upper stage engine is coming up in about 1 minute and 14 seconds from now. We're coming up about 30 seconds from shutdown. This will be called SECA 1, second stage engine cutoff number 1. At the completion of the burn, we'll wait for the guidance, navigation, control engineering team to let us know how the orbit looks.
We have SECO.
And there you've heard it. We've had shutdown of the second stage engine, right on time. Also looking at the trajectory data.
Good orbital insertion.
And there we hear also over countdown.net, the GNC engineer confirms a good nominal insertion orbit. So this is the end of the first of 2 burns of the upper stage engine. We're going now into a coast phase. We'll leave you with an animation of the orbit. Our next engine burn on the second stage is planned at just before 26.5 minutes into flight. We will cover that burn. I'll be back with commentary at T plus 25 minutes. But for now, we're going to have animation of the second stage flight path carrying Intelsat 35E on our way to Africa, where we prepare for the second burn as we pass over the equator. We'll be back with you at T plus 25 minutes.
Thanks for watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live, everybody. We are going to see the landing shortly. Right now, we're just in sort of a pausing period here as they've just launched it. In a little bit, they're going to come back on camera to announce the landing, and we'll be able to see that live as well. Now, after a full review of its launch pad systems and the Falcon 9 rocket, SpaceX has declared that it is ready to make a third attempt to launch a heavy communications satellite. The launch window for the satellite opened today, and they just launched it, as you guys just witnessed here on the Fox News Now stream. The launch time weather at Kennedy Space Center is excellent, they say, with a 90% chance of favorable conditions. Now, I don't know if you guys were able to see this on Sunday, but they tried on Sunday as well as Monday to launch the satellite, but both times an unspecified technical issue with the rocket's guidance, navigation, and control system led the rocket's flight computer to stop the countdown within 10 seconds of launch time. The rocket company then stood down an attempt on July 4th so it could investigate the problem and has apparently resolved the issue. But we won't know for sure until the countdown this evening when we see this landing. Now, we just saw the launch. That obviously went successful. So we'll see how the landing goes. You guys are watching live with us here on the Fox News Now stream. We'll keep you updated.
Once again, folks, we are waiting for that second stage restart. The SpaceX engine will restart and the satellite deployment mission will happen. Right now, it is in a coastal phase. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream or the fox10phoenix.com.
Acquisition of signal.
Welcome back to the SpaceX webcast of the launch of Intelsat 35E on the Falcon 9. We're at T plus 25 minutes, 30 seconds. We're coming up in about 1 minute for restart of the upper stage engine. Now, the purpose of this burn is to transfer us from the low Earth parking orbit into the geostationary transfer orbit. The burn will last about a minute, and we've got the view right now as we're passing over Africa from the Gabon ground station, getting telemetry and video transferred down to us, saying we'll have that for you as long as the link holds on the webcast. So with that coming up, T plus 26 minutes, let's listen to the burn of the upper stage engine, the second of the two planned burns for today. We've got ignition of the upper stage engine. Hearing reports that turbine temperatures look good, propulsion looks good, chamber pressures are good. We're underway for a burn that'll last just about 60 seconds. Now, as you can see by the velocity gauge, we started the burn at just under 7.5 kilometers per second orbital velocity. This burn with a 210,000 pound thrust Merlin vacuum engine will bring us up to almost 10 kilometers per second. The acceleration will be just over 5 Gs, and as we burn off propellant, we will be throttling down. We're waiting now for shutdown, and then we'll wait to hear how the orbit looks.
confirms good orbit for payload deploy.
And there you have it. We waited a minute. GNC has confirmed a good orbit for spacecraft deployment. So we did the 1 minute roughly burn of the upper stage engine. That went well. Shut down. Took a minute. GNC took a chance, went through the data, came up with the orbit, announced we have a good orbit. We're right where we want to be for our Intelsat 35E spacecraft customer. We're going to pause here for a few minutes. The next major event is going to be spacecraft deployment at T plus 32 minutes. Not much to show right now. So we'll come back at T plus 31 minutes and walk you through the last major activity in today's mission.
Acquisition of signal HPK.
T plus 31 minutes since the launch of Falcon 9 carrying Intelsat 35E. We're waiting for the last major activity of the primary mission, and that is deployment of the Intelsat 35E spacecraft. It's currently attached to a payload attach fitting on top of the second stage. At about T plus 32 minutes into flight, the Falcon 9 flight computer sends the signals that activate the separation system. Small springs then push the Intelsat spacecraft away from Falcon 9 into the desired transfer orbit. With 30 seconds away, we've got contact over the African ground station Harda-Bistak. We're getting the expectation of a view from the payload camera looking forward. And right now we're waiting with everybody for payload separation.
Payload deploy confirmed.
Right on time, we had spacecraft deployment, Intelsat 35E, free of the Falcon 9, on its way in the desired geostationary transfer orbit. Video is a little broken up there, but we did hear the call out of deployment and we did see it on the camera. So that's going to bring an end to our webcast. We counted down. Third try today was the charm. We got through the countdown, launched right on time. The weather cooperated. First stage, an expendable first stage, did its job well. Second stage went through the 2 desired burns, each time putting us into the desired orbit. And then finally, just now, as you saw, spacecraft separation on time, right where we wanted to be. So we'd like to thank, of course, our Intelsat customer. We'd like to thank NASA and the Air Force for range support, especially in deferring some of the downtime planned today so that SpaceX could have a launch attempt here on the 5th of July. And of course, the Federal Aviation Administration, our licensing agency in the U.S. government. Now, we invite you to follow us on our Twitter feed, as well as Instagram and our website at spacex.com for updates and pictures of the flight. We'd like to thank you for letting us share the mission of Falcon 9 with you, and until the next webcast, goodbye.
Wow, beautiful, folks. That was an amazing launch. I'm glad that they were finally able to get it off. They had some delays there, but now it is in space and satellites already been deployed. Hi, everybody. Mike Pace here, part of the Fox 10 News and Now stream. I'll be with you here for the next 2 hours. Hope you guys are all having a very, very great day so far. Next, coming up here, we are going to take you to public hearing on Section 232 investigation of aluminum imports on national security.
About the issues facing the industry from imports. If there's anybody here today who wished to testify but is unable to because of time or others, I do want to tell you that we are still accepting written comments, and we will accept those through midnight tomorrow, June 23rd, 2017. Those selected to testify are sitting down front here, and they will be called to the podium by Matt Borman, our Assistant Secretary for Export Administration. The order of speakers was provided to each speaker when you checked in, and Matt will be calling you in that order. Speakers will be asked to limit their testimony to 5 minutes. A timekeeper over here behind me will watch the clock very closely, and he will hold up signs when you're getting to the end of your 5 minutes. Then he'll hold up another sign when you're at your 5 minutes. Then he holds up a demolition sign at the end of that. The proceedings are being recorded for us professionally, and a transcript will be posted on our website. When you come to the podium, please identify yourself and the organization that you represent. And remember again to watch the timekeeper. We will not be taking questions from those testifying or from the audience during the hearing. However, the panel, as we listen to the presentations this morning, may seek clarifications on specific points that you may raise. In a few minutes after we hear from our secretary, we will begin with our first speaker, State Representative Jim Couch from the Kentucky House of Representatives. The secretary is en route, and we expect him momentarily. Just so you know, we're whispering. The first sign will be the security officers will show up. So there's no secrets. That's what we're talking about right now.
While we're waiting for the secretary, I think we'll have the panelists introduce themselves so you know who's listening to you. Should we start down at the far end?
I'm Lee Bray, Mineral Commodities Specialist with the U.S. Geological Survey.
I'm Bob Reed. I'm the Director of the Industrial Assessments Office with the Department of Defense for the Manufacturing and Industrial Base Policy Office.
Watt Lowe with the Defense Logistics Agency, Strategic Materials.
Good morning. I am Gary Stanley. I'm the Director of the Office of Materials Industries in the International Trade Administration here at the Department of Commerce.
I'm Karen Swayze. I'm an industry analyst with the Bureau of Industry and Security.
I'm Peter Clayson, Senior Counsel in the Office of Chief Counsel for Industry and Security here at Commerce.
And Matt Borman, Acting Assistant Secretary for Export Administration here at Department of Commerce, Bureau of Industry and Security.
Good morning again. Welcome. My name's Dan Hill. I'm the Acting Undersecretary for the Bureau of Industry and Security, and I'd like to welcome everyone to today's public hearing on the Bureau of Industry and Security's 232 investigation on the effect of aluminum imports on U.S. national security. It is my honor and pleasure this morning to introduce our boss, Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross. The President has asked Secretary Ross to be the principal voice for business in his administration. Daily, the Secretary ensures that U.S. entrepreneurs and businesses have the tools they need to create jobs and economic opportunity throughout this great country of ours. Secretary Ross is the former Chairman and Chief Strategy Officer of the W.L. Ross & Company, LLC, and has over 55 years of investment banking and private equity experience. Mr. Ross has restructured over $400 billion of assets and has been chairman or lead director of more than 100 companies operating in more than 20 countries. Please join me now in giving a warm welcome to our Secretary Wilbur Ross.
Well, thank you, Dan, for that very kind invitation, and good morning to everyone. I'd like also to thank our colleagues from the Bureau of Industry and Security, from the ITA, the Department of Defense, and the U.S. Geological Survey for being here today. This forum will focus on whether imports of aluminum threaten or impair our national security and military and economic security. Aluminum is critical for U.S. national defense, whether used in our Air Force jets, Navy warships, or Army ground vehicles. U.S. imports of aluminum increased 18% in 2016 compared with those in 2015, while at the same time, U.S. production decreased. 8 U.S.-based smelters have either closed or curbed production since 2015. Only 2 U.S. smelters remain fully operational in the United States today, and only 1 U.S. smelter produces the aerospace-grade aluminum needed for many defense applications. This investigation is being conducted in light of the large volumes of excess aluminum capacity and production. Much of this excess aluminum results from foreign government subsidies and other unfair practices that in turn distort U.S. and global aluminum markets. Our investigation will consider several factors, including the domestic production needed for our projected national defense and critical infrastructure requirements. Second, the domestic industry's capacity to meet those requirements. Third, the related human and material resources needed. Fourth, the importation of goods in terms of their quantities and use. Fifth, the close relationship of national economic welfare to national security. Sixth, the loss of skills and investment, substantial unemployment, and decrease in government revenue. Seventh, the impact of foreign competition on specific domestic industries. And eighth, the impact of displacements of a domestic product by excess imports. This administration will stand up for the security of American workers, American businesses, and American families. And we will conduct this investigation thoroughly and expeditiously to determine if there is a threat to our national security. There are 32 panelists today, each giving 5 minutes of testimony before taking questions from the panel up here. I trust you will find the testimony interesting and informative. We are streaming this hearing online and also are providing a transcript for a later review. Thank you for joining us here at the Department of Commerce. I look forward to an informative hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And we are now ready for our first witness, Representative Gooch. Please come on up.
Good morning. I'm Representative Jim Gooch of the Kentucky House of Representatives, where I chair the Standing Committee on Natural Resources and Energy. I want to thank President Trump and Secretary Ross for their strong leadership on trade and for finally recognizing what is at stake if we continue to allow imports to erode critical American industries. Since 1995, I've had the opportunity of representing Kentucky's 12th District, home to Century Aluminum's Seabury Smelter and the skilled, hardworking men and women who make it run. I like to call these men and women and others like them the backbone of America. They make the raw materials like aluminum that we need to keep our economy and our communities strong, and they are vital to our ability to fight and win when our national security is at stake. Unfortunately, these hardworking Americans, the aluminum industry, and American national security are facing a dire threat because of decisions that bureaucrats as far away as China have made. You will hear a lot today about how the Chinese government has created a bloated industry with no competitive advantage. You will hear about how this bloated industry has forced other countries to flood U.S. markets with their imports. And you will hear about how aluminum is critical for protecting American soldiers on the battlefield. But I would like to focus on a different aspect of your investigation. Specifically, it is impossible to overstate how important these aluminum plants are to our economy and our local communities. I know this because I see it firsthand, day in and day out. Speaking just for my district, Century Seabury does a lot more than make aluminum for armor and airplanes. The smelter supports about 500 jobs that pays $35 million in taxable wages. Those wages generate almost $2 million in state income tax. The plant pays another $1.5 million in state sales tax, making it a critical source of revenue for our state and local budgets. And this is just the direct economic impact of the smelter. The plant also purchases $41 million in goods and services from regional vendors who employ their own workers, pay their own taxes, and so on. And even as this industry struggles, Century Seabury continues to make vital contributions to local charities and schools in our community that our community depends on. I don't know how we would replace them if the smelter shuts down. I know that other communities that still rely on the few remaining U.S. aluminum smelters face the same uncertain future. Once these facilities are shut down, they are usually gone for good. And the loss to local employment, tax revenue, technology, skills, and expertise are permanent. Unfortunately, we are already at the tipping point for what's left of this great industry. I urge you to take action to allow our aluminum producers to pull themselves back from the brink and to continue playing their important roles in our national defense, our economy, and our communities. Again, I want to express my appreciation for the efforts and attention of President Trump, Secretary Ross, and their staff for this vital part of the American economy and America's national defense. And I thank you for the opportunity to appear before you this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Congressman. Are there questions from the panel for the Congressman? We thank you for your testimony.
Next, a representative from the People's Republic of China.
Good morning, Secretary Rose and members of the panel. My name is Li Xie from the Ministry of Commerce of China. On behalf of my ministry and the Chinese industry, I wish to express the following views. First, U.S. national security requirements for aluminum are entirely and safely supplied by U.S. domestic enterprises. Furthermore, the amount of aluminum required by national defense is small, accounting for less than 2% of the U.S. total domestic consumption of aluminum. Second, the U.S. aluminum industry is strong and enjoys a clear competitive advantage. This ensures a continued and reliable supply of U.S. domestic aluminum. For many years, the U.S. industry has enhanced its position by acquiring significant and high-quality bauxite in Australia, Brazil, and other countries. U.S. company has shifted their primary aluminum production to energy-rich regions such as Iceland and the Middle East. Furthermore, U.S. aluminum producers possess the most up-to-date technology and expertise. They maintain a dominant position in manufacturing high-precision aluminum sheet and plate used for vehicles and aircraft. Third, international trade strengthens the U.S. domestic economy and does not impair national security. The United States exports a significant amount of high-value aluminum products. In 2016, the total value of U.S. exports of aluminum semi-products amounted to $6.8 billion, creating a $1.4 billion trade surplus. In addition, the U.S. imports bauxite, alumina, and primary aluminum, as well as common aluminum semi-products from many different countries. Aluminum products imported from China are general products with civilian uses, such as trailers, packaging, roofing, road sign, and consumer durables. None of these products implicate national security. Finally, the WTO legal framework does not permit members to impose restrictive trade measures through the abusive invocation of a national security exemption. Many members and interest parties have raised serious concerns that trade restriction in this case may trigger similar applications by other members. We believe that unilateral trade restrictions are not conducive to solving the problem of the U.S. and the global aluminum industry. Global overcapacity is the result of many factors, including weakness in global economic growth and sluggish demand. The solutions to these challenges entail global joint efforts. The solution to this, the government of China has proactively undertaken many measures to eliminate excess domestic aluminum production capacity and to encourage broader application of aluminum products. We appeal today to all global stakeholders to join hands in addressing the industry's challenges through dialogue and constructive engagement. In conclusion, we believe that imported aluminum products do not impair U.S. national security or the economy. We hope that U.S. Department of Commerce will carry on this investigation cautiously and fairly, and refrain from taking unilateral restrictive measures on imported aluminum products. To this end, U.S. government is encouraged to conduct these proceedings in a balanced and transparent manner and consider a broader range of global stakeholders' opinions, including the Chinese Aluminum Industry Association and individual companies who were not selected at this public hearing. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for that testimony. Does anyone on the panel have questions for the representative?
I do have a question. You mentioned that the government of China has proactively undertaken many measures to eliminate excess domestic aluminum production capacity. Could you give us some examples of those proactive steps the government has taken and what the results of that action has been so far?
Yes, we will submit a written report to the panel after this hearing.
Thank you. Good, I think we're ready.
Are there
Thank
any
you.
other questions?
Thank you. We are ready for our next speaker from the United Arab Emirates.
Secretary Ross, esteemed panelists, good morning. My name is Talal Al-Qaisi, and I'm appearing here today as part of the Trade and Commercial Office at the Embassy of the United Arab Emirates on behalf of the Ministry of Economy's submission recently. I appreciate the opportunity to participate in this hearing and will use the few minutes allotted to me today to emphasize several points developed more fully in our written submission. The fundamental point I wish to convey today is that the UAE's exports of primary aluminum to the United States are one part of a robust, dynamic, and positive relationship between our two countries. The UAE exports only primary aluminum, which contributes significantly to the growing downstream U.S. aluminum sector. From the UAE's perspective, this trading relationship enhances U.S. economic and security interests. Please allow me to explain why. First, due to its fair trade policies, economic growth, and history of economic partnership with the U.S., the UAE is the largest export market for U.S. origin goods in the Middle East and North Africa. Over the past decade, U.S. exports to the UAE grew by 118%, with the U.S. enjoying a $19 billion trade surplus with the UAE in 2016. This bilateral trade surplus, which benefits many U.S. manufacturing industries, includes growing U.S. exports of aircraft, space systems, satellites, electrical machinery, and electronics, as well as vehicles, nuclear energy technology, and many other higher value manufactured items. According to the UN Comtrade data, as detailed in our written submission, U.S. exports to the UAE are 9 times higher by value than UAE exports to the U.S. Aluminum accounts for 27% of the UAE's exports to the United States, but only 3% of the value of U.S. exports to the UAE. Moreover, some of the high-value U.S. exports to the United States, such as GE-made power generation equipment, are purchased by our aluminum industry. The large U.S. trade surplus with the UAE also reflects the UAE's purchases of U.S.-made military hardware and technology. According to the Department's International Trade Administration, the UAE offers vast potential for U.S. exporters. The UAE accounted for 6.4% of total U.S. defense exports in 2015 and has one of the largest projected growth rates for U.S. defense exports in the world. Second, this robust bilateral trade relationship is accompanied by strong bilateral investment ties. In fact, over 1,500 U.S. firms have invested in the UAE, many of whom employ the UAE as a hub for their regional operations. Conversely, and according to data from Select USA, the UAE investments in the U.S. are around $30 billion and support some of the most innovative U.S. manufacturing industries. To cite just one major example, the UAE is a 100%
All right, folks, you are watching the Fox 10 News Downstream. We are going to take you now locally here to Mesa, where the Mesa Police Department is doing a press conference on a jaywalking beatdown.
We're here today to tell everyone about an incident we're asking about that happened on June 19th of this year at about 10:06 p.m. here in Mesa. The way we first found out about this was on June 20th when we received a call from Channel 12 here, local station. They had received a cell phone video of a passerby as two of our officers were taking a suspect into custody near Extension in Maine. Again, that was approximately 10 o'clock at night. So the 20th is when we first found out about that. We fulfilled that public records request, provided them the documents and information to that, and had not heard anything until just this weekend on Friday night. I believe approximately 10 o'clock newscast is when Channel 12 then ran that story. Moving forward from there and telling you about the incident itself. What I know at this point, what we know at this point is on June 19th at approximately 10 o'clock near the intersection of Extension and Maine in Mesa, two of our officers riding in a two-man patrol vehicle were on normal patrol when they observed an individual crossing Extension, from what I understand, against the don't walk signal. He did not have the hand signal or the light to walk. They saw that individual, they went down the street a short ways, made a U-turn, and came back to him to contact him. One of the reasons that they were doing that is, if you recall, last month in May, we had a huge push because of the number of pedestrian fatalities that we've had so far in this year. As of last month, we had already had 10 pedestrian fatalities for the year. Through the first 5 months, and that's normally what we would have for a whole year. So obviously it was very concerning to us. So one of the directives for officers working patrol is when you have an opportunity, if you see someone who is crossing against the light or crossing the streets illegally in the roadway, is to stop those individuals and contact them. That's what these officers did. As I stated, they made that U-turn. They pulled along the curbway to stop them. The passenger officer stepped out of the vehicle and began to make contact with the person who was walking down the street. He points, and on the video that I will release to you guys, the Axon video, both officers were wearing Axon cameras, the on-body cameras. You can see that the officer is motioning to the individual to move to the side, an area where, assumingly, he was going to contact him. The suspect in this case does not move to that area, but makes a 180-degree turn of his body and begins to run away from the officer. Of course, the officer immediately gives chase, is able to catch him by a backpack that he's wearing, and they immediately begin to struggle and go to the ground at that point. By this time, the officer who was driving the vehicle has, of course, gotten the vehicle in park and is able to exit his vehicle, comes around and assists his partner in beginning to detain this suspect. Again, all three are on the ground at this point, struggling back and forth. Looking at the video, you can see that the suspect has his hands underneath his body. Obviously, that's typically something that we worry about in law enforcement because we don't always know why someone has their hands under their body, if they're simply resisting, if they have contraband, if they have a weapon, we don't know at that point. As they're attempting to get his hands out from under his body and gain control of him, one officer loses his handcuffs that they're trying to use. The primary officer gets his Axon camera knocked off, and the struggle continues. During that point, the suspect's hand does come out from underneath his body, and when it does so, it comes out with a baggie of marijuana as we know it now. And that falls out onto the ground and begins to, he takes his hand, and if you see the video, you can see him, it's almost as though he's scrubbing it into the concrete, trying to disperse that marijuana there. Ultimately, the officers continue to struggle with him. They're still not gaining control. You can hear the commands, give us your hands, stop resisting, all of those things, not being effective. You see that there are some hand strikes by the officers given to the suspect. It looks like in his lower back area, best that I can tell. And that's also not effective. Again, at this point, it's just still a struggle, for lack of better terms. As the activity continues, well, one of the officers does then make some knee strikes to the suspect in his upper body and I believe in his head or facial area. Once those knee strikes take place, they're able to gain control of his hands. You see them pull him behind his body. He's handcuffed, and that is the end of any physical altercation between our officers and the suspect. At that point, there's several other officers who are responding because they've heard the struggle on the radio. Obviously, they don't know what's going on. They just simply know that the officers are fighting with someone. They get everything slowed down a little bit. Everybody's maintained. Our suspect's in custody. Everybody starts to regroup themselves. Our suspect is showing some signs of minor injury. He has scrapes to his arms and elbows and looks like he has a bloody nose. One of our officers has a cut on his head as well. So Mesa Fire Medical does respond at that point, and they see everyone at that point. Both the suspect there on the street and the officers on the street. Determine that there's no injuries that require anyone to go to the hospital or transported. Once all of that is cleared up, the suspect and the officers then proceed to the jail for the booking process. Once they're down at the jail, unfortunately, they still can't get in right away because they are in the middle of our transport where the detainees who are here who need to go to county are going downtown, so the booking area is closed for those few moments in time. So the officers are conducting their interview in the Sallyport area, the area where we first come into the jail, ask basic medical questions and things like that before you're allowed inside. While sitting there, our suspect is, he's been in a struggle just as our officers, so he's still sweating. He's still very hot. He makes a few complaints that he's dehydrated and that he's got sweat burning down in his eyes. Our officer, knowing he can't go inside, after talking to him a bit, says, hang on, goes inside, grabs some wipes, napkin type items, and comes back out and actually physically tries to clean up his face and clean the sweat out of his eyes. They do some basic questioning at that point while they're there. Our suspect says that the reason that he had tried to run is because he had marijuana and didn't want to get caught and go to jail. Simple as that. He's booked into jail, and that is the end of our contact with that point. At this point, we still have not been contacted directly by the suspect in this case, nor have we been contacted by the individual who filmed the cell phone video. So the only reason that we initially found out about this was because of that third-party contact, again, through the media. So since that time, obviously, we found out a lot of things we didn't know a few weeks ago. We have opened an internal affairs investigation into this so that we can look to see if policy and procedure was followed, if there was any inappropriate action by our officers, and we'll move forward from there. Because that just happened, I don't have a lot of answers that I can release to that. Obviously, you guys already understand with state law, there are certain things once an internal affairs investigation begins that we can't we can't discuss anyway by law. But I think I've given you a pretty good overview of what we know today. Obviously, there's a lot of things that we still have to go through as we move forward, and we hope to get those things resolved. One of the things that we did do today to get this process moving forward even more, because of the nature of the allegations and the video that we saw, we invited in our community partners from our African American Forum to come in and sit down with the chiefs and our staff today to show them the video and let them see exactly what this is all about, because there's been such limited video and information that's been available so far. We've had a very strong relationship over the years with our community partners with regards to things like this. And when we have something like this happen, we don't try and run from it. We try and engage them and allow them to come in, view the video, make their own determinations, make suggestions. That's why we have the forums. That's why we have built those ties over the years, is so that when we have a problem, we can discuss it rather than having a bigger problem arise from lack of information and lack of accountability. I don't know what else I can tell you at this point. That's kind of where we stand.
The suspect this morning didn't quite give us a full narrative of from when he was first stopped, what was said, then taken to the ground. Can you, now that you've reviewed the video, can you tell us, did the officers say stop, or did they say you're under arrest, or can you tell us what they said?
I can't tell you that exactly, because as you know with Axon video, the first 30 seconds is in that buffer zone where you actually get the picture, but you don't get the sound. You can see the officer, he gets out of the car, he walks toward the suspect, and you can see him motion and point towards an area. There's a railing there because there's a car sales lot there. And it appears that he's motioning for him to have a seat there at the railing. That's when the suspect turns and runs. So I don't know the exact dialogue that went on between them. Obviously, since the internal has just begun, we haven't even had an opportunity to ask the officers yet what their exact wording was.
Steve, is this procedure, like if someone, for something as simple and small as jaywalking, for your officers to actually chase a guy down for not stopping as a jaywalker, is that what officers are supposed to do?
Well, again, this is not a jaywalking case, and I should mention the charges that he was charged with were possession of marijuana, possession of drug paraphernalia, resisting arrest, and obstructing government obstructions. Cases like this, let me answer the question. Cases like this, oftentimes we find people for whatever reason, whether it be for jaywalking, as you want to call it, or whatever. And we go to make just a reasonable contact and get out to stop someone, and they take off running. We don't know who that person is. We don't know if they've been involved in another crime. We don't know if they just, committed a homicide around the corner. I realize we're talking in extremes, but we don't know. And so simply when a person immediately turns and runs when you get out and say hello, does it rise to a level of suspicion? Absolutely. In this case, you have a violation. You have a reasonable violation to stop them. In most cases, the people just stop and talk to us, and that's the end of the contact. There is no chase. There's no struggle on the ground. There's none of what you see.
But are they legally bound to do that? Aren't they legally bound to? They don't have to do that unless you say you're being detained.
Well, yes, they do have to stop. If the officer, in this case, he clearly motions for the individual to stop. Again, I can't give you the verbatim audio because I just don't have it. But he clearly, very clearly makes that motion for the individual to stop and have a stop in that location, at which point he turns and runs. You have a prior violation, albeit a civil traffic violation for crossing the street. At that point, he's not free to go until we, at minimum, identify him and tell him don't cross the street illegally against the hands. But we never got to that point because everything escalated from there.
But like Melissa said, when you first pulled him over, all you knew about was that he had jaywalked. So I think her question was, does that justify the force that they went after him with?
Again, the force that he went after him with had nothing to do with jaywalking. It had to do with the fact that you have an individual who's now running from a lawful detention. And that lawful detention is because of the violation that they just observed. Again, we have no idea who that individual is. I've been a police officer for 27 years. I've had individuals run. I don't know who they are. You catch them, you find them, and then you find out, as in this case, one of the things I didn't mention is he had a warrant for his arrest. You don't know why people run. They run for different reasons. Sometimes you have an individual that's scared. Sometimes you have an individual, in this case, as he stated, he had marijuana and didn't want to get caught with that. but you don't know. And when they run before you even have an opportunity to engage them in a conversation, it certainly makes it a difficult situation for everyone involved.
Was the use of force being investigated before inquiries, meaning is it procedure for Mesa Police Department to review instances where use of force is used? Was that already underway, or was that unknown until we inquired?
No. The full totality of the case wasn't being investigated because we didn't know a lot of these things. But anytime an officer uses force, from hand strikes to tasers, pepper spray, all of those things that we understand that are in the force continuum, a use of force report is required to be completed. And that goes through every use of force form that comes through is looked at.
And that would happen here?
That would happen here. Regardless of anything else, if we had never heard about this from the media or from this gentleman, a use of force form would have still been filled out because there was still a fight. He suffered injuries, our officer suffered injuries, so it still would have been reviewed absent any of this other information that came forward.
Do you know if that report was filled out?
I do know that it was filled out. There was a use of force form filled out that night, again, as is required. That's just standard procedure. The supervisor would fill that out.
How long does it take to get those reviewed?
You know, I don't have an exact timeline on how long it takes. Some of it depends on if we have obviously something that we know is egregious. It obviously may move to the front of the line, but you know, if they have several, then the use of force committee would convene at whatever date and they would go through those use of force incidences. If we have things that we find out were tactically not sound or out of policy or otherwise, that's the whole reason for the use of force form. That's the whole reason for the oversight, for the review, because if we're doing something wrong or we could do something better. There's a lot of times you could just simply say we could do something better. Absent of that review, we would never get to that point. So that's how we police ourselves.
Are the two officers still doing their normal duties, or were they put on any sort of...
The two officers in this case are still currently on patrol. Again, we didn't know about most of this until just recently. So what will happen now that an internal affairs investigation has been initiated, that will be reviewed, and then our command staff will make the determination whether or not they stay on patrol based on the allegations and what they see, or they are reassigned. But that's at an executive level, and it varies from case to case. There is no absolute for that. Any of us could pick out the worst of the worst crimes, and we know someone would get reassigned or suspended for. But for normal, I hate to say daily work of a police officer, which sometimes means engaging a suspect who might be fleeing in this case, a shoplifter, or any number of circumstances you can come up with. Those officers are not always reassigned because it just doesn't rise to that level. I can't give you an answer yet on this one.
At this point, what is Mesa PD's official response to the allegations that were made this morning about police brutality and racial profiling?
Certainly they are allowed to have their opinion, just as we are. All we can do is look at the information and review it. If we look at it and we find that there was a lawful detention and we find that the force used was necessary, then we will, of course, go that route. If our use of force committee and our executive staff, once they've had an opportunity to interview everybody, the officers, hopefully the suspect in this case, we would love to interview the bystander that took the video or anyone else that saw it. Once they have an opportunity to do that, if they find that there was wrongdoing, the Mesa Police Department has a very long history of holding its officers accountable all the way up through and to termination, depending upon the circumstances. We've all seen that here in the Valley. So if we find that there's wrongdoing, you can assure that we will address that appropriately. But at this point, it's too early to say that. We've got to do the investigation and then move forward from there.
You mentioned the investigation is just now starting, but it's not like nobody knew about it in regards to paperwork because it was mentioned that night, correct?
Correct, but we had no allegations that we had used any excess brutality or otherwise. All the paperwork was completed, the reports were completed, the use of force were completed. But again, as we stand here today, we've still not received any formal complaints from anyone. So we didn't know, if you will, that we were dealing with someone who was claiming that we were excessive in our force with them. So now that we know that, now that we have that, we can investigate that.
And you mentioned that you had members of the community here today to talk. And what did you guys discuss? How do you feel about after that meeting?
You know, anytime you deal with a difficult situation like this, you know, emotions are high. These are these are not always Mesa situations. Sometimes they're countrywide situations that bleed over to here. And so we want everybody to have a voice. Again, that's the reason that we have the robust forums and community meetings that we do. And so we come in, we show the information, and we allow people to voice their opinion, and hopefully voice it in a reasonable way that we can not sit there and argue with each other. Even sometimes we agree to disagree, but if we can come with reasonable solutions, the community feels like we're not, for lack of a better term, sweeping something under the rug, and we're going to investigate our own and look at that, and if we find wrongdoing, address it, and if we don't, explain to them why. Explanation and information goes a long way, and the beginning of that process today for us, or a part of that, was meeting with our community leaders and community members so that they had as much information as we could provide today, so that they know where we're going moving forward. Obviously, as things move forward and we reach those critical points where we can provide more information, we'll certainly continue to do that, not only to them, but to the media and the public. It is what it is, and all we can do is investigate it as best we can, put out as much information as we can, and make everyone aware of the situation.
What should community members, feel like now with obviously the high excessive, possibly excessive police brutality, or whatever you want to call it? How would you like to let the community know that,
Well, I get what you're asking, and I think that's very important. And again, I go back to, we didn't just start today with being engaged with our community. We have a very, very long and good history of being engaged with our community. So I think what that does is it gives us, again, a baseline. We invite them in, the community leaders that are involved in this particular case. We give them the information, and they can take that back to the other people in the community. That, along with interviews like this and coming forward and being out front with it, it lets them know that, our job still is to protect the community, to keep them as safe as possible, to keep their lives safe, to keep their property safe, and to make Mesa a good place to live for everybody. But at the same time, they understand that we're doing the work to investigate, and we will provide them with the answers that we come up with.
What now, if you get detained or officers try to detain you, obviously they might be afraid something might happen to them.
They who?
The person getting detained.
Sure.
I mean, there might be a fear now that for whatever reason they might get attacked by police for whatever reason. What would you like?
Well, first, we don't attack people. If we have a reason, a lawful reason to stop and detain somebody, we will stop and detain them. As far as fear, I don't think people who are out lawfully in the community have anything to fear. They shouldn't. They're out lawfully in the community going about their lives and their business. At the same time, if you're crossing a roadway, if you were committing a crime, if you're shoplifting, if you're stealing a car, if the police go to contact you and we tell you to stop for a lawful, legitimate reason, you don't have the right to run at that point, at least till we can investigate who you are, identify you, and move on from there. It may be a situation where you get nothing more than a warning, but we can't even get to that point if we have to chase you down the street. We've got to at least get the community to hopefully buy into the point where, we're not out there to bother you, we're not out there to disrupt your day, but again, this all started, as someone wants to say, because of jaywalking. In the first 5 months of this year, we had more fatalities, pedestrian fatalities, than we typically have in a standard whole year. That was a big deal. We put out press releases. We produced a public service announcement. We were on Mesa Channel 11. We've talked to every news station in town trying to get people to understand that they've got to stay out of the roadway because it's an important thing. And that's where we're at.
I think the thing that resonated with people, Steve, is they saw police punching a man, and they saw 2-on-1.
Correct.
So can you talk about the continuum of force, or, maybe if people aren't, that's what they resonated with.
Sure.
So can you just talk about that?
And I understand that. And, I watch TV like everyone else. I can tell you that anytime you have to have some sort of physical altercation, it's never going to look good. If it did, people wouldn't watch MMA and all these other things that are out there in the world. But when you go hands-on with someone, in this case, because you're trying to detain them, one of the things that seems like inevitably happens is everybody ends up on the ground. The officers end up on the ground, the suspect ends up on the ground, and one of the assumptions is just because officers are on top of someone, they may have gained control and they're on top of them, that doesn't mean that the detention is over. The detention is over once we get someone secured. And if that person is still actively resisting, not pulling their hands out from their body, not allowing the officers to handcuff and detain them, you can't let go, because again, you go back to, unfortunately, the basics of police work is that you don't know what's underneath them. You don't know if it's drugs, you don't know if it's a weapon or otherwise. So at some point, everyone's going to start to get tired. And when you reach the point where the basic pulling and struggling with someone's arms is not being effective, that's when you move to strikes. In some cases nowadays, obviously, you see tasers, you see pepper spray, all of those things. None of that was really applicable here. We didn't tase this gentleman. We did not hit him with a baton. We did not pepper spray him. In the whole continuum of things, this was on the low end of force, albeit it looks quite violent on TV, and that's just the nature of what it is. But the only goal by our officers when you get into a situation like that is to control the suspect's hands, get them safely secured, and then all of that activity stops. And when you watch this video from the start of when the contact is through the scuffle and the final containment of him, the immediate response once he's detained is all of that activity stops, and medical treatment is immediately brought forward to be sure that he is okay. Everybody good?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, there, so you can see Mesa Police talking about the jaywalking incident. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream for the Fox10Phoenix.com. We do have another event coming up in just a little bit. Should be happening at any moment now. A canine dog will be retiring from Buckeye, Arizona, and we're going to bring that to you live. But first, here's some aerials in Portland, Oregon of a house fire. All right, folks, so we were promising you the retirement for Saito, but they're having a little bit issues there in Buckeye with the video. So what we're going to do is take you out to Breckenridge, Colorado, where officials right now are updating on wildfires there.
We identified the fires completely on federal land, so we put in a call for resources from federal. They were very expedient in getting pulling a smoke jumper crew off of another fire in the area. So they were able to come airborne, and they actually had 8 smoke jumpers probably within about 45 minutes after we made the call in the area. That plane did several circles of the area to identify what they had below and where it was traveling at that time. They went ahead and deployed their 8 smoke jumpers about that same time. Then our smoke jumpers and our ground crew and the smoke jumpers were able to connect with one another and identify what they were going to do. They were trying to get basically a feel of what was out there. This is in a very extremely heavy forested area of dead forest, beetle kill forest. It's a very, very heavy area. Been no mitigation or anything, of course, done in that area, but mitigation to the east of that has been very heavy over the years, which is very comforting to us. The ground crews basically started to do what they could do, establish a line to keep it from creeping. The fire really didn't move too quick until about 1 o'clock. It started to move. About 1:30 to 2 o'clock, the fire really blew up. So what was an area of 50 foot by 50 foot then was determined to be 2 acres when the smoke jumpers got on the scene. Quickly evolved to about 40 acres and then on up to what we're thinking at this point that is somewhere around 80 acres. We did order a standby, basically evacuation about 2:30 to the Peak 7 housing area, which is on the north side of Breckenridge. About 3 o'clock, as the fire was really blowing up and moving quickly to that Peak 7 area, then we ordered a complete evacuation of that complete area. About that time, about 30 minutes later, then we experienced a little weather front change and the wind shifted. So the wind shifted from what was out of the north, moving the fire into Breckenridge, into the Peak 7 area, to out of the south, moving it back this direction towards Frisco and towards the first occupied area of about 40 homes, which is known as Gold Hill. So we put them on standby evacuation, which still remains in effect as we stand here right now. We've made a decision that Peak 7 will stay completely evacuated, mandatory-wise, until noon tomorrow when we reevaluate it. We expect the fire to do the normal thing, and it will lay down tonight. It's kind of proved us wrong a couple times tonight when it has flared, but we expect it to lay down a little bit. But in the daytime tomorrow, as the sun comes up, the temperature's warm, the humidity goes down, the wind comes back up, we expect it to become very active again. So we're going to hold the precaution until we have a better idea of what's going to happen with the winds and the climate condition tomorrow before we make any further decisions on letting anybody back into Peak 7 or what might happen to the Gold Hill area. Currently, tonight, we will have actually structure protection crews at the high school south of here, at the Gold Hill area, and in Peak 7 all night. We will have crews active in those areas just to watch for any sparks that would have carried, anything that might have carried today, or anything that might occur overnight. Tomorrow, we're here to support the federal teams. I can tell you the people that have come in from federal are really top-notch. We're very experienced with them in this area, and it's very comforting having them on board. And I can say totally up to this point, we've got total cooperation and working relationships with the U.S. Forest Service and the federal resources that are coming in. So I will turn that over to Joe.
Joel Cochran, Summit County Undersheriff. So our staff was on scene at this fire when it was first reported, and so we let the fire district figure out what's going on with the fire behavior. But as the chief was describing, as the fire, which we've denoted with a little sticky note over on the map here, as it started to move around 2 o'clock towards the Peak 7 subdivision, so that would be the subdivision with the little white dots over here, if I can move here. So that's Peak 7, and as the crow flies, we think that's about maybe 2 miles. And so based on the fire behavior and the wind, our deputies began moving through that subdivision and asking people to evacuate. We sent electronic messaging into that area through text messages and reverse telephone dialing. And so at this time we have basically a voluntary compliance evacuation order in place. We just finished having a public meeting with the people that did leave. They're over at the Red Cross shelter that's at the middle school, and they're being invited, if they want to go back home tonight and pick up a few things, that's fine, and still leave the area. What we're concerned about is the fire behavior tomorrow morning could be very subtle, and depending on the winds, later in the day pick up, and we really just don't want to go back through this evacuation cycle one more time. So we think it's best, in the interest of safety, to have people that are in that subdivision stay out of there through tomorrow until we can evaluate where the fire behavior is going to take this fire. It's in very heavy timber, as the fire chief said. Terrain's very difficult, and the weather is going to be the unpredictable part, but we think that'll be kind of like today with winds in the afternoon. So we've had staff up and through that area. The roads will be closed later tonight, and checkpoints established. There's 2 main roads in and out of that area, the Barton Road that comes in off of Highway 9 and the Ski Hill Road that comes up through the town of Breckenridge. And you'll see a lot of our staff in that area, and we're working with a willing, cooperative public. We had done some wildfire evacuation exercises in this area, so a lot of the residents in that area are familiar with this drill, and sadly are getting to experience it for the real tonight.
Hey, good evening, everyone. My name is Bill Jackson, the District Ranger for the Dillon Ranger District. So a lot has been said already about when the fire started and the resources currently on the fire. So I'll just go over some of that. Currently, we have a incident structure already established for this incident. We have an incident commander, planning chief, operations chief, logistics chief, all set up, in addition to the firefighting resources under those different divisions. So we do have structure in place. Currently we have, like the chief mentioned, a hotshot crew in there. It's an interagency hotshot crew out of Utah, the Lone Peak interagency hotshot crew. We have 8 smoke jumpers on the fire, and they're out of Boise, Idaho. We have, as you can see behind me, we have some helicopters dropping water, doing bucket drops. Earlier today we had air tankers dropping retardant on the fire. So we have a lot of resources, in addition to our local fire protection districts who are assisting with this incident. Red, White, and Blue Fire Protection District, as well as Lake Dillon Fire, has been assisting as well. So currently, we're still taking direct and indirect suppression tactics. Some of the areas are really inaccessible, like the undersheriff and the fire chief mentioned. So we're not putting firefighters in harm's way to attack the flames where they are. So we're taking a combination of direct, indirect. Direct, directly attacking the fire where we can, when we can, where it's safe to. Indirect, by just stepping off, flanking off of the fire. Using aircraft has been helpful to be able to go direct on some of the flames. So in terms of tonight, we'll continue to monitor the fire. We'll brief a little bit later with our team up at the incident command post. We'll continue to keep eyes on the fire throughout the night, make sure we don't get any fire spread or flare-ups, spotting, that kind of thing. We'll regroup in the morning, and we'll have our early morning briefing at our command post, which currently we've identified Summit High School as our incident command post, as well as a location for our crews to spend the night. Tomorrow we will transition into a Type 1 incident management team, and that in brief is scheduled for noon tomorrow. So we're going to transition this incident to a Type 1 team essentially, and it's a local Rocky Mountain region Type 1 team, very qualified. So we'll be doing that transition at noon. What else? Like the chief mentioned, we've practiced for these scenarios with our local cooperators. We've talked about the what ifs. We go through what we call sand table exercises with the county and our local fire protection districts to try to chart out what would we do if. So we've had a lot of practice working together. So really hats off to these folks. Just a great community to work in. With our cooperators, and it goes a long way with having good relationships, building those good relationships before the fire actually occurs, and we've done a good job at that. So I think that's all for me. I'll turn it over to Summit County Commissioner Dan Gibbs.
Hi, I'm Dan Gibbs, Summit County Commissioner. Earlier today, me and the other two county commissioners passed a resolution banning the use of fireworks and open fires. We passed the Stage 1 fire ban. We thought that was very important, really based on the scientific method of looking at energy release component, how dry it is here in Summit County. Even though the wildfire going on right now is all on federal lands, wildfires don't know the difference between federal, state, or private lands. So Summit County government stands ready to partner with Red, White, and Blue and the U.S. Forest Service, our Sheriff's Department, and to assist in any way possible. Thanks.
All right, we're going to add one more person to the lineup. We have Dan Hendershot with us. He's Summit County Environmental Health Manager, and he is going to give a message on smoke.
Hi, I'm Dan Hendershot with Summit County Public Health Department. And here to give, DANHENDERSHOTT. And going to talk about smoke a little bit. With the smoke in the air, people can have a lot of concerns about upper respiratory problems, and some of those can be legitimate. We expect the smoke to increase overnight, as is typical in the nighttime hours when the winds die down. That's good for firefighting. It's not necessarily good for smoke and those who are sensitive to smoke. Our general guidance is if visibility becomes less than 5 miles, that the smoke is becoming dangerous or harmful to those with conditions that are exacerbated by smoke. Those being heart disease, upper respiratory problems, the elderly folks, and the younger individuals. As the smoke gets to these levels and you start having problems, consider staying indoors with the windows and doors closed. Or if that's not enough, consider relocating to a family or a friend who is not downwind of the smoke. Just for reference, 5 miles, it's easy to say during the daylight hours, but 5 miles during the daylight is from here to Buffalo Peak, from Breckenridge to Peak 8, so that gives people a good reference on what we consider dangerous smoke levels to be. Thank you. Oh, one more thing if I could add. Limit your outdoor activity if you're having troubles with breathing. Consider not doing very aerobic exercises, and drink lots of fluid, as is always the advice. Those kind of things will help you out. Thank you.
All right, we're going to open it up to Q&A. I'm going to start on the left side and we'll go down to the right. Anyone over here have a question?
Any indication as to who started it at this point?
No. Can we talk about how close it actually is to Peak 7 and elaborate more on y'all's decision-making process to evacuate?
So there is a thoughtful process involved in that. We look at management action points on a map, and as the fire district command officers had a vantage point of the fire in a subdivision that's across Highway 9, so they could look across the valley at the fire. So they were really watching for the fire to reach a ridge line, and at around 2 o'clock the fire started moving aggressively towards that ridge line. So really it's a place on the map where we feel that even if the fire spread was active, we would have time to conduct evacuations of whatever's in front of the fire. So the fire was rapidly approaching that point on the map, and so the evacuations were requested by the fire department and then ordered by the fire department and the sheriff. And that's kind of this ridge line here, headed towards this subdivision here.
Have you had the FAA set up light restriction already?
You know, on a federal fire, the local agencies don't normally do that, but the federal agencies do. And we've been dealing with a couple of drones in the area, and which we highly discourage. It makes it impossible to fight fire when you have to compete with the airspace. So.
Two questions. One.
I can just follow up. We do have a flight restriction in place right now, and again, if drones fly, we can't.
So 2 questions. One, can you say how far from the trail the initial start point was found, and also, do you guys have any lightning here this afternoon or yesterday?
It was several hundred feet, probably 300 to 500 feet away from what the person had relayed to the dispatch center.
And any lightning this afternoon?
There's been lightning in the area a few days ago, but it's hard telling.
And then the other question too was, you guys talked about how this was moving towards Peak 7 and Breckenridge, and the winds kind of pushed it back. You know, how much of this not moving towards Breckenridge was the wind shift, and also how much of it was, you know, your guys' response and what you did to build any kind of fire lines?
We would like to take credit for that, but we're going to have to give credit to the wind. Because when the wind did shift, it actually pushed the fire back into the burned area, and it slowed it down. At the same time, while they were able to be dropping the product from the tankers onto the line, which actually did give an opportunity to do a little bit more work with that than might have not been possible if the wind wouldn't have shifted.
Just to add, you had a question about trails. We do have several trail closures in place currently because of the fire. So portions of the Colorado Trail are closed, which coincides with the Continental Divide National Scenic Trail. And specifically here on the ground, that consists of Miners Creek Trail, the Wheeler Trail, Gold Hill Trail, and portion of the Peaks Trail. So those trails are closed to the public, so just FYI.
Just to clarify, did you guys actually have to stop firefighting operations because of the drones, or you just sort of were dealing with them?
No. So from our vantage point across the highway, we could see the drones lifting up and could actually kind of see where they were coming from. So it did not interfere with any of the firefighting activity, but we wanted to immediately address that.
There are a lot of people that are concerned, both obviously in Breckenridge and then people that love coming up here. Just for kind of, can you tell us about scale, how close it actually is or ever got to, and what the current status is when it comes to Breckenridge and that area?
Currently, the fire has been mapped at 82 acres. Just wanted to add that. It's been mapped at 82 acres, and where it sits, the fire is about 2.5 to 3 miles from the Peak 7 neighborhood, from Farmers Corner, Gold Hill neighborhood, as well as 2.5 to 3 miles from here in Frisco. So it's about equidistant from the fire location.
So this map again, so the trails are on this map in the pink color, and the town of Breckenridge is down here to the lower side of the map. Frisco would be down in this way, and so where we've put the note on the map really is to depict it being quite a ways up into the forest from the nearest developed ranch, which would be Red Tail Ranch, this area here. And Peak 7, although it's also a ski mountain, it's also a subdivision. And so the homes that are with the little white boxes there that I've been pointing at, that is the Peak 7 subdivision, that's a developed subdivision. And that was the direction the fire was moving in, so that's the first area that we ordered an evacuation.
How many homes are in that area, roughly?
Quite a few. 463. About.
Do you guys have any idea why, after the wind shifted, the fire didn't start to spread kind of downhill more towards Frisco? Because it seems like after the wind shifted, it just sort of sat down.
I would just add that it just burned back onto itself. So it burned into fuels that had already been burned, and that was just good. That was just good.
One of those
good
things,
fortune.
Terrain or anything.
Good fortune today.
So Summit County has been spared in the past decade from the massive blazes that we've seen elsewhere in Colorado. To have a 50 by 50 fire go to a crown fire so quickly. You guys comment on that? I mean, just the fact that it's pretty dry out here, and obviously the burn restriction is in place.
From the sheriff's office perspective, so we are fortunate in some ways. The county, the federal partners, the land ownership here, we've done an awful lot. You can look pretty much anywhere in the county and see some effort at fuel reduction or fuel treatments and defensible space type activities. So we have a 10-year rich history of that, and maybe longer than that. And so the big fires here was a fire out in the Keystone area, and then the Ophir fire, which is near the high school. And those have been the last two fires in the last 20 years. So we have been fortunate. We have a fully paid fire protection district here that supports the fire response. So we're fortunate to be able to have a pretty quick response on fires. And this is in a place where you just can't get on the ground and get after it.
What is the dynamic of the beetle-killed trees? Do they have any sap left in them, any needles, or is it just dead wood that's burning? What's the dynamic between healthy trees and beetle-killed trees?
Well, certainly there's a fuel source out there that carries these fires. So in the vicinity of the fire currently, there's quite a bit of beetle kill, from the mountain pine beetle, which affected lodgepole pine, which in Summit County and across Colorado, we had a huge mountain pine beetle epidemic, and you can look around you and see the aftermath of that epidemic. So there's a lot of fuels. So they do burn. Trees do burn, especially dead trees. So it certainly helps to fuel, a fire starting out as 50 by 50 going to 82 acres in a matter of 6 or 7 hours. It's certainly not uncommon for that to occur, especially with the dry conditions right now. We're in very high fire danger in Summit County alone, so not too uncommon for that to occur.
In Summit County, we have 156,000 acres of dead trees as a result of the mountain pine beetle epidemic that we've had. And so back in 2008, Summit County voters were actually the first county in the state to pass a mill levy with direct funding that goes towards both everything from the chipping program that we have for homeowners to public information, and people can apply for grants. So this has been going on for years. So our community has worked with the 3 different fire districts and the county to let people know what resources are available to help them if we did have a major fire. So, yeah.
There's been talk about a bonfire last night on Mount Royal that people had started with a small fire. Are you guys connecting that to this in any kind of way? Are you investigating that in any kind of way?
Yeah, I can't speak to that. I was unaware of a fire on Mount Royal, you said? Yeah. So I don't know if there's any connection.
Given the state of the beetle kill and the nature of the terrain where this fire is burning, how fast would you say this fire is capable of traveling? Should conditions like wind picks up and cover a mile in an hour, or what gives us a rate?
Yeah, it'd be hard for me to give you a specific rate of spread. It certainly depends on a lot of factors: the terrain, the slope, wind speed, amount of fuel. But as we've seen across the West, fires can travel pretty fast under the right conditions. Some fires I've heard of have traveled.
All right, there, folks. As you can see. That shot just abruptly ended. But officials were giving an update there in Colorado about the wildfire situation there. Now you're taking a live look here at the White House. We do appreciate you guys being part of the Fox 10 News Now stream.
About the 2 o'clock hour, it made a pretty quick run once the fire got into the crown, some of these dead trees, and it just spread very rapidly. Then we had the wind shift, and it started to burn back on itself. So it really just depends on the conditions. So as firefighters, we assess weather all the time. We assess conditions. Our primary objective is always firefighter and public safety. So we're always paying attention to what the weather's doing or what it's projected to do.
And the forecast for the next 24 hours is favorable for you guys?
The last forecast I've heard, and that was this morning, is more of the same. Just this hot, dry conditions with some cloud cover at night. Small percentage chance of rain, but as we've seen here in Summit County over the past couple weeks, it's not materializing. It'll get dark and blow, but nothing materializes in terms of moisture or precipitation.
There were some pictures out earlier, large plumes, smoke, those then seem to subside, but if somebody could just comment on the idea that your fight is far from over tonight kind of thing. I mean, just because the smoke isn't very easily visibly seen from Breckenridge, I mean, there's still a lot of fire out there.
Yeah, correct. The plume you mentioned, the big plume, that was about that 2 o'clock afternoon hour, and that's when I mentioned that crown run. It really started to pick up and go, and the winds were favorable from the north blowing south. So that really, led to that huge column that you saw earlier. There's still fire out there, and as you can see, we still have resources in the air, keeping an eye. We still have resources on the ground, and we'll continue to monitor it throughout the night to keep an eye on it.
Joel, can you talk about what resources were being offered to the people who evacuated the middle school?
So American Red Cross opened initially an evacuation point. It only becomes a shelter if someone decides to stay there. Of the, I would say, between 40 and 50 people that were there this evening, none of them wanted to stay tonight. They have other options for them in their lives. So the American Red Cross will keep that open until 10 o'clock tonight. It'll reopen at 8 o'clock tomorrow. We'll do some public information with them tomorrow, and the updated information we have from tomorrow's briefing. And the hospitality supplies and things that are there are food and snacks and drinks. Tomorrow morning there'll be a breakfast in the morning, and our animal control officers, our plan has always been to have a commingled shelter with the Red Cross housing the people, and we use the Summit Stage bus barns, the Summit School District bus barns that are on that same campus as our animal shelter evacuation point for public to take their animals so we can assist them. And so they're there now, and they are housing a number of animals there at the school bus barns. Our animal shelter main offices on this campus will be open tomorrow, and they'll establish a pet line in case people have questions about their pets. And we fielded several teams today, small animal evacuation teams. So we've been planning, sadly, for this day for quite a while, and we were ready to respond with that stuff today.
Will Breckenridge remain on a pre-evacuation notice for tonight and tomorrow as well?
Yes. The plan is for the town of Breckenridge, take a look at what you want to take with you if you have to go. And the Silver Shekel neighborhood is also in that. That's across Highway 9, kind of across from this ranch here that I've been pointing to. And the Gold Hill subdivision that was also mentioned. Those are areas that are being advised.
Winds, there's no thoughts of a pre-evacuation notice for the town of Frisco?
No, that's right.
All right, any more questions? Okay, I'll wrap it up. This incident is on NC Web. I'm sure a few of you are familiar with that. We got it up a few hours ago. We're going to work very hard tonight to make sure it is updated with the most current information. That incident number is 5321. You can also Google NC Web and look for the Peak 2 fire. We will be releasing information from the Joint Information Center, and that's where you can expect the official fire information to come from for now until the transition takes place tomorrow. In a press release that we're going to release later tonight, we'll also give out official Twitter handles and Facebook, so you guys know where to follow for social media for the next 24 hours or so, or until the transition takes place. And there is a public information line. The public is invited and the media to call into the Joint Information Center. That number is 970 970-668-9730. I'll say it one more time. 970-668-9730. Does anyone have any questions on that? All right, thank you very much for being here tonight, and we'll have more information out to you shortly.
All right, folks, and you are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are going to show you one of our top videos of the day, and that was when President Trump landed in Warsaw, Poland. All right, everybody, and you are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are getting a stream in. We are expecting a statement from the Secretary of State, Rex Tillerson, on Syria. That's coming up next right here. All right, folks, and obviously we will be waiting for that statement to happen. You can see they are still getting ready. You're watching the Fox 10 News Downstream, part of fox10phoenix.com.
All right, everybody, hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. You're getting a live look of the White House right now. Coming up in just a few minutes, we're going to have Secretary of State Rex Tillerson speaking live on the situation in Syria. So that's coming up shortly here on the Fox News Now stream. In the meantime, I will take you to another event before we take him live. While we wait for Tillerson to go live here, let's play his most recent press conference with James Mattis.
Well, good afternoon, all. I do want to thank Secretary Mattis, State Councilor Yang Chai-ji, and PLA Chief of Joint Staff Feng Feng Wei for a day of very productive meetings. Secretary Mattis and I were quite pleased to host the first session of the Diplomatic Security Dialogue since we agreed on this format at the Presidential Summit at Mar-a-Lago. This is one of 4 distinct dialogue areas that will implement our President's vision for constructive, results-oriented bilateral relations. We're sustaining these regular talks at a much higher level than in previous years and among principals in both the civilian and the military agencies. President Trump, I know, looks forward to his state visit to China later this year. As we've said before, U.S. and China relations have undergone a profound transformation over the past 40 years. These dialogues provide an opportunity to consider how we're going to engage and how we're going to live with one another over the next 40 years. In furthering this relationship, we need to work to expand areas of cooperation, as we did today, on issues where we have shared security interests. But we also need to address directly and very frankly areas where we face threats or areas where we have differences so that we can narrow these differences and solve the problems. The most acute threat in the region today is posed by the DPRK. We both call for complete, verifiable, and irreversible denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. And we call on the DPRK to halt its illegal nuclear weapons program and its ballistic missile test as stipulated in the UN Security Council resolutions. We reaffirmed our commitment to implement in full all relevant UN Security Council resolutions. For example, we both agreed that our companies should not do business with any UN-designated North Korean entities in accordance with these resolutions. China understands that the United States regards North Korea as our top.
All right, everybody, we've got Rex Tillerson live.
Mr. Secretary.
How are you?
I am doing double duty on the microphone, I guess. Okay.
Sure. Is this good right here? Okay.
So can you tell us if the statement about Syria tonight is an indication that there will be an agreement between the two presidents on these issues in Hamburg?
Well, I think as we've talked about our relationship with Russia previously, and we've, I think, characterized it as being at a very low point, we have been engaged with Russia for some time now to identify areas that we should have mutual interest, and Syria is certainly one that is a very complex situation in terms of how we transition from the conclusion of a successful effort to defeat ISIS to stabilizing Syria so that we can begin what will no doubt be a lengthy process of political solutions that will lead to the future for Syria and the Syrian people. I think the important aspect of this is that this is where we've begun an effort to begin to rebuild confidence between ourselves and Russia at the military level, but also at the diplomatic level. So I think it is an effort that serves both of our interests as well as the broader interests of the international community. We hope that this is going to be the beginning of other important areas that need to be addressed in order to strengthen our relationship. But we're at the very beginning, and I would say at this point it's difficult to say exactly what Russia's intentions are in this relationship, and I think that's the most important part of this meeting, is to have a good exchange between President Trump and President Putin over what they both see as the nature of this relationship between our two countries.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll see you in Hamburg.
Don't quit your day job.
What, you don't like my microphone holding skills?
Keep practicing.
Although I'm not going to lie, Google Maps has me exit Sweetland Parkway about 10 miles early. It's a lot of money. So I thought running would have me exit. I don't know if that was fast at all. Yeah, I mean, she wakes up and you go 15 minutes surface streets.
You need me to get into
No,
my...
I'm just asking what because RC wasn't 100% clear if you were like streaming it or if you
It was live. I'm just checking with everyone.
Okay, sure.
Got
Take
it.
your time. It's all right.
Hey, can I speak with Winston at Abigail? Sure. Did that go okay? Oh. Okay. We're about to take off, so I'm gonna get everything situated. Thank you very much. Bye. All right, everybody, that was Secretary of State Rex Tillerson speaking live. Thanks for watching with us live on the Fox and Phoenix Facebook page, as well as Fox News Now YouTube stream. All right, everybody, giving you a live look of the White House right now, pulling up the next top story for you here in the show. Thanks for watching with us live tonight on the Fox News Now stream. Earlier, we were streaming for you an event out of Berlin where the Chinese president was visiting the zoo there as they unveiled baby pandas. And a lot of you were concerned when we had to cut out of that a little bit earlier. So I do want to take you back to that event right now.
Allerlieber. Wunderbar. Ich habe ehrlich gesagt noch nie einen Wasserbären gesehen. Und das hier ist leider nicht in der Natur. Wo bringt's her? Schön mal.
这个看起来憨态可掬，龙猫的可爱就在这里。笨笨的样子。我们那一只没有出来吗？上立着的立着，是吧？还有一会儿还得放这个。这个是雄性的还是雌性的？梦梦啊。
Sagt man das auch zu einem Kind?
孩子有这种梦梦，孩子会把孩子叫梦梦，不会孩子的名字。不是一个统称，不是一个统称，这是给他特起的一个名字。他那只先看看，这边还有一只，这边还有一只。现在把他们俩是隔离的。
拜拜。
又让他们在一起。哎呀，这个也吃得好。
Ja, ja. Nur 3 Tage im Jahr können Sie zusammen. Und die sind nicht unnormal alleine, ne?
基本上独居的这种。
Ach so, Sie brauchen 10 Quadratkilometer Fläche. Ich wollte nur wissen, ob Sie auch mal Laufland haben.
Ja, aber das ist tatsächlich, also Bambus ist eine ziemlich hyperkalorische Ernährung, die niemand anraten möchte. Das heißt, es ist schon wenig sportlich. Und eben weil der Bambus so den ganzen Tag Bambus essen müssen, ist tatsächlich die Samen nicht viel fressen, Samen fressen. Aber Sie sehen, der Bambus schmeckt Ihnen trotzdem sehr. Aber es ist ein Bär, man sieht übrigens, was sehr wichtig ist, die Eleganz, die den Bambus halten. Das liegt daran, dass sie einen zusätzlichen kleinen Daumen sozusagen haben und dadurch können wir so perfekt halten. Ja, Sie sehen eigentlich 5 Krallen, die müssen eigentlich, und dann haben wir ein kleines Sesambein hier. Und dieses Sesambein ermöglicht, dass Sie überhaupt den Bambus so halten.
Und da hatten Sie Schwierigkeiten, sich einzuleben, oder?
Erstaunlicherweise waren die ganz cool, nenne ich das mal. Ja, also die sind reingekommen in die Käfige, hinten erstmal, haben sofort gefressen und getrunken und haben, das ist ganz interessant, unseren holländischen Bambus lieber gemocht als den chinesischen.
Was trinken die? Wasser?
Wasser, ganz normal Wasser.
Wie viel?
Und das sind je nachdem 3, 4, 5 Liter am Tag und ca. 30 Kilogramm Bambus. Aber davon geht fast alles wieder als Ton raus. Wir sind ja Physiker und wissen auch, das ist keine gute Bilanz, nicht effizient.
Sehr schön. Und die werden dann nur einmal im Jahr kommen?
Ja, das ist 3 Tage im Jahr. 3 Tagen. Das heißt, in der Zeit riechen die Weibchen, die Männchen, ansonsten sind sie so Partnerwerte untereinander. Also das ist, das ist aber Fressfeind, das heißt, die verteidigen ihre eigenen Reviere.
Ja, aber ich meine, wie finden Sie die manchmal raus?
Indem man genau hinschaut. Fast alle Beeren sind im März und im April einmal fruchten. Diese leider nur für 3 Tage. Das ist sehr wenig. Wenn man sich dann nicht trifft in den 3 Tagen, war es das mit den Kinderkriegen, muss man wieder ein Jahr warten.
这样跑的很快，可以上树。
Ja, die schlafen hier, aber auch im Hintergrund haben wir eine große Anlage, die Sie gar nicht sehen können. Da gibt es noch 3, 4 große Käfige.
Aber die beide getrennt, die Anlagen.
Ja. Wir haben 2 komplett unterschiedliche Bereiche mit Männchen und Weibchen. Und nur wenn sie dann tatsächlich sich akzeptieren als Männchen und Weibchen, gibt es einen Liebestunnel sozusagen, wo man die treffen kann. Und auch innerhalb der Anlage haben wir eine Möglichkeit, dass man testen kann, wie ist es jetzt zum Beispiel. Wie gesagt, das ist, ansonsten sollte man sie nicht zusammenlassen, weil dann sind sie nur Konkurrenten. Einfach Fressfeind.
他们就变成这个柏林市民了，变成柏林市民了。我不要喝到白白了。
拜拜。
再见。以上是一个平常可以来看的。再见。我们就是。
Aber ihr müsst bestimmt eine lange Schlange
Alle warten von der Presse bitte.
Und im Sommer ist das nicht so schlecht, weil die Tiere tatsächlich gar nicht so ein heißes Wetter so lieben.
Hier ist auch der Hochlauf da.
Alles, das ist das Männchengehege hier. Das alles ist so innen. Und das andere, wo der dann ist das Weibchengehege. Die haben so eine eigene Geschichte. Da kommt das erst immer traurig.
就在今天这个日子里收到这个快到期，我会挂起来的，
Nicht der chinesische?
好的。
我学习已经2年了。去年我去北京，我和我的同学们传个给
给我听了。
听了我们都很高兴，谢谢，vielen Dank。
对，我见过他们。Ja?
Ich habe auch für Sie einen.
Ach, für mich auch? Oh, Dankeschön. Achso, diesmal mit deutschen.
Ja, genau.
Mit deutschen Titeln. Dankeschön. Kriegt bei mir auch einen Ehrenplatz.
你中文又有进步了，再送你一个，给你的妹妹或者弟弟。
我很喜欢大熊猫，因为
Am besten ist, sie geht in diese Richtung. Ja, ist am besten.
Liebe Frau Bundeskanzlerin, sehr geehrter Herr Staatspräsident, wir bedanken uns noch einmal ganz herzlich, dass Sie heute unsere Gäste sind. Dankeschön. Meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, das bringt uns jetzt auch ganz langsam zum Ende des offiziellen Teils unseres Programms. Aber nichtsdestotrotz kommt jetzt vielleicht auch noch der schönste Part für Sie alle. Denn wie ich ja angangs bereits angekündigt hatte, haben wir jetzt noch ungefähr 15 Minuten Zeit, die unsere Pooljournalistinnen und Journalisten im Innenbereich der Plaza brauchen, um die ersten Fotos zu machen. Und im Anschluss daran wird dann die Panda Plaza für alle unsere Gäste geöffnet. Ab morgen, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, werden die Pandas dann für alle Gäste des Berliner Zoos erlebbar sein. Übrigens in den kommenden 4 Tagen mit einem musikalischen und kulturellen Begleitprogramm. Es lohnt sich also auf jeden Fall noch einmal dabei zu sein. Für Ihr leibliches Wohl ist jetzt im Anschluss gesorgt. Wir bedanken uns ganz herzlich, dass Sie hier sind und kommen Sie anschließend wieder gut und vor allem sicher nach Hause. Danke, dass Sie hier sind.
Kein Problem. Ich habe da drin nicht erkannt, wer Freund und Feind ist, also falls ich dich irgendwie geschubst habe, tut es mir leid, aber es war echt die... ich weiß nicht, ob ich ein gutes Bild habe, wie es bei dir aussieht,
Ja?
Hm?
Ich habe schon, sonst muss ich den Job wechseln.
Aber das wäre
Jetzt? Ausmachen. Ups. Okay, jetzt noch einmal zu und wieder öffnen. Öffnen.
Cute aggression. Cute aggression. Und der war halt hier die ganze Zeit bei mir. Oh mein Gott, ich sterbe. Mein Nitty. Aber das ist ja einfach. Und als Herr Kniring hier immer sozusagen so diese Sneak Previews gegeben hat, war es auch immer da. Das ist Mädchen, ne? Das ist Mädchen. Ja. Mama. So möchte ich auch essen. Ja, so süß. Das ist einfach dieses Thema. Ich sag ja Lazy Boy, oder? Das ist der Lazy Boy. Cute aggression. Oh, you darlings. Ja, ist gar nicht Giant, ne? The small giant hat. Ha, glücklich. Glücklich. Rory möchte weinen, weil die brauchst du Tropfen. Und dann die anderen Nationen.
Alright, everybody. Well, if that's not the best thing you've seen all day, I don't know what is. Chinese president visiting the zoo in Berlin to see the baby pandas. Who doesn't love pandas, right? We're giving you a live look of the Capitol building right now. Thanks for watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream. Pulling up the next top story for you here in the show. Also, thank you for all of the panda emojis in our live chat right now. It's really adding to the segment. I appreciate it. All right, everybody, pulling up the next top story for you here. Taking you now to an event from the United Nations where they discuss the development in Africa.
United Nations Department of Public Information. We're very pleased to have you join us today for the launch of UNCTAD's Economic Development in Africa Report 2017, which focuses on tourism for transformative and inclusive growth. Today, to tell us about the report's findings, I'm very pleased to welcome Ms. Chantaline Carpentier, Chief of the New York office for UNCTAD. Chantaline, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Francine. It's a pleasure to be with you today and to introduce this report that will be introduced around the world by different colleagues of UNCTAD. The document is available in French and Spanish and other UN languages after the embargo is lifted this afternoon. And so you can find it online. And this is one of the 8 flagship reports that UNCTAD prepares every year. So you're welcome to go to the website and get the other report, which are the World Investment Report, the Trade and Development Report. So everything that has to do pretty much with the macroeconomic situation worldwide. But today we focus on the Africa Development in Africa report. We decided to focus on tourism and its role in terms of transformative and inclusive growth in Africa for several reasons that we'll be covering today. But the overall message is pretty much that tourism is growing in Africa. However, it could create much more impacts in terms of GDP growth for the countries of Africa, especially if we could include the indirect revenues linked to tourism, which are now limited, as well as increasing for the sub-Saharan Africa, the international arrival. The good news is a lot of the tourism is led by Africans themselves right now. So what we're going to go through quickly today for you is the stylized facts, and you have in your packet in the press briefing some of the data that you can also use. So why is tourism so important for Africa? Then the African Union tourism target and outlook and the link to the SDGs, and then some of the policies that we've been identifying that could increase the potential of tourism to create decent job and sustainable growth in Africa. So quickly, what we're going to do is to go to each of these stylized facts today. Tourism is an important contributor to African economy. That's a no-brainer. It's labor-intensive and therefore create a lot of job in a context where there's a lot of unemployment and a lot of young people in Africa in a growing sector. Tourism is a dynamic and fast-growing sector worldwide. Tourism is a major export category, is increasingly driven by Africans themselves, as I said. Intra-regional tourism matter. And tourism foster inclusivity, and tourism contribute to achieving the SDGs. So we'll go through those quickly. In terms of why is it an important contributor to the economy of African countries, the tourism total contribution to the GDP is increasing. It was 6.8% in the 95-98 period. It is now 2001-2014. It represents 0.5% of the GDP. But this is still low compared to average in terms of international contribution of tourism to GDP. The total contribution of tourism to African economy is 166 billion, and the direct contribution, that means hotel and airplanes and food, is 70 billions. Tourism attract capital investment of 26 billion. Again, this could be increased significantly. It represents 1.8% of the GDP. And tourism is a key driver of growth in different countries, but particularly in African small island development states. So there are 3 islands that we'll see here, Capo Verde, Seychelles, and Mauritius, that for which the tourism represents 26%, 43%, and 61% of their GDP. And for the other countries, as you can see, the lighter the color, the less contribution of tourism to their GDP. It's also divided differently across the region. The Morocco, Tunisia, South Africa, and Egypt alone account for 64% of the revenues of tourism. And therefore, that means there's a huge potential for increase in sub-Saharan Africa. Now, in terms of job creation, we all know that tourism is a labor-intensive and important job creator. In Africa, tourism created about 21 million jobs over the last 10 years. That means 1 out of every 14 jobs that were created. Another 11.7 million is projected to be created from tourism over the next 10 years. And what's interesting about these job creation, it's also because they can be low skills and then bring in people into the sector. But also 47% of hotel and restaurant sector employees in Africa are women. And 36% of tourism ministers are actually women in Africa, which is actually higher than the rest of the world. Now, in terms of the dynamic of the tourism sector, this is a graph that gives you kind of a summary of international tourist arrival. That's on the right axis, thousands of people arriving. So the top line is international arrival. The gray line is tourist export revenue, with the left axis in terms of the millions of dollars. And then the last one is international tourist revenues. Receipt. So what does that mean concretely in terms of tourism contribution to the export revenues? It's been growing at 9% per year between 1995 and 2014 in Africa. It represents $47 billion per year. And it represents 7% of total export revenue on average, but it's 46% of services export. So that's a huge part of the services export for the region. And as I mentioned earlier, tourism in Africa is increasingly driven by African themselves. And it's related to the growing in middle-income class in Africa, which is a great news overall. So these lines are millions of international arrivals. So you can see the dark red line is Africa. The very bottom line are pretty small, but increasing. But the second line is Europe. So you can see that it's African and European are the top two international arrival in Africa. And in terms of international tourist arrival from Africa itself, you can see it's the dark bottom section here in dark red. So it is still smaller than international arrival from the rest of the world, but it is growing quickly. In terms of that means that there could be quite a bit of work that could be done to increase intra-regional tourism that could be supported by the existing regional agencies that already are working in the region. So for instances, and this is where we're going to come back to that at the end, but the reason we're doing two period and we're not doing every country is because we don't have the data. A lot of countries do not gather the annual data, doesn't disaggregated by gender or doesn't disaggregated by all region of the world. So what we did is to look for four regional economic communities in Africa, the Arab Maghreb Union, the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, the COMESA, Eastern African Community, the EAC, and the Southern African Development Community, the SADC region. And what we did is to look for each one of them and document basically where the tourism were coming from. So for the AMU, you have the gray line, and you can see that all of them are increasing, and some of the, except for the SADC is kind of constant there. But basically, a lot of the tourism is coming from, these are percentages on the left-hand side, the axis. So it's from 19% for the AMU region all the way to 60-some% for the SADC region, where the tourism is coming from within the region. And you can see that for this means that if within the SADC region, 64% of tourism come from the region, the similar numbers could be achieved by the other region. And so lessons could be learned from the SADC one. In terms of fostering inclusivity, why do we say that tourism could foster inclusivity? Our colleagues at the ILO have documented that in countries where tourism is dominant, the vulnerable employment rate is lower. Globally, 50% of tourism labor force are age 25 or younger. And tourism can thus contribute to the demographic dividend that we always hear about Africa, providing opportunity for youth employment. There will be actually a need for 122 million new jobs in Africa. Therefore, the more we can create those jobs for the youth, the more it's really important. Tourism is also a sector, as I said earlier, where women thrive. More than 30% of tourism businesses are run by women. And as I mentioned earlier, 36% of tourism ministers are women in the region. They also contribute to the SDGs. They contribute to all of these SDGs, but especially to goal 8, 12, and 14. I'm not going to quiz you today about your goals, see how much you know them. But it specifically contribute to goal 8, target 8.9, that requests that by 2030, devise and implement policies to promote sustainable tourism that create jobs and promote local culture. Target 12B, to implement tools to monitor sustainable development impact for sustainable tourism, which create jobs, promote local culture and products. And target 14.7, to increase the economic benefit of SIDS and LDC from sustainable use of marine resources, including through sustainable management of fisheries, aquaculture, and tourism, which a lot of the African regions have comparative advantage in. Now, in terms of the outlook and the potential for the region, the first 10-year implementation plan of the Agenda 2063, the African strategic plan for 2014-23, had called for a doubling of the contribution of tourism to GDP between 2014 and 2063. Of course, the tourism is growing fast and the contribution to GDP is growing fast, but it would have to grow even faster to be able to meet that target as been set by the African community. The tourism direct contribution to GDP is forecast to grow from 73 to 121 billion by 2026, and the number of international arrivals to the continent to increase from 57 million to 134 million. But we'll see how there could be policies put in place both at the national but also at the regional level to increase those this outlook for the tourism in the region. So what are these policies? We basically identified 4 sets of policies that could be put in place. Strengthening intersectoral linkages to foster, of course, tourism in the region. Tapping the potential of intra-African tourism. We've discussed that. Promoting the capacity of tourism to foster inclusiveness. That's depend on national policies. And using the mutual benefit a relationship between tourism and peace, and that's an interesting piece that we'll discuss as well. So what does that mean? In general, to ensure so far there's not a lot of effort put to greater capture the tourism expenditure by local economy. That is, there's very little backward and forward linkages to the economy. And we'll see a few examples in the next slide of what does that mean and how could that be done. And then to integrate into regional and global tourism value chain. So what are some of the examples? For instance, instead of sourcing from local farmers in the region, who are some of the poorest and most vulnerable, oftentimes because these farmers cannot meet international sanitary and phytosanitary standard, these food will be imported into the country instead of being procured locally. Ethiopia, for instance, is a good example to follow, where hotel spending on food accrues to the poor. So they did develop these linkages, the rural-urban linkages of agriculture. And so that means that we would need to have in place capacity building for the producers to be able to meet those standards and produce in time for this demand. And this means also maybe different type of institution in the rural area, such as cooperative of farmers, so that they can actually receive the training in a way that is efficient. There's also another area which is growing in Africa and the rest of the world, which is medical tourism. It has a north-south and a south-south dimension, but our colleagues are warning that there are positive benefit of it because it attracts international tourism. The negative impact, though, could be that it segregates the private health sector and the public health sector, and therefore it could attract some of the good doctors from the public sector that now are better remunerated in the private sector, and therefore lead to a lack of support in the public sector for healthcare. So this is something, again, it doesn't mean it shouldn't be done, it just means the policy need to be in place to prevent such negative externalities to be produced. In terms of the intersectoral linkages and leakages, it is important to grow the local and regional businesses to reduce the leakages. So oftentimes, if the international arrival are mostly from international airline, international travel agencies, international providers, that means the money gets repatriated back home in the country of origin of those businesses as opposed to stay locally. And therefore, it is important to grow the local business to make sure a lot of this, these new investment and these new return do stay in the country and get reinvested in infrastructure, something that we'll see in a few minutes. This is an example of what we talk about in terms of intersectoral linkages to local hotels and restaurants and agriculture. So this is an example from South Africa and Tunisia, who have both been able to do some of this pretty well. So what you can see, the bubbles, the colors of the bubbles are the gray is agriculture, food product is the maroon red color. So for Tunisia, you could say that the domestic component is up to 80% for agriculture and food, as opposed to for South Africa, which is only about 55%. So clearly there's quite a bit of range that could to improve those local procurement, and it's already done by some of the countries. And how do you do that? To basically, you need to have a conducive policy framework to support local sourcing, promoting local value addition, as we just discussed. So local procurement, having procurement rules for schools and hotels, support the development infrastructure because it's difficult without the infrastructure, and encourage joint venture with the local private sector. And then another benefit of the intra-African tourism is basically because, of course, when do we in the north think of going down on vacation? It's when it's cold here. So whenever it's the winter here, we think, oh, should we go to Africa? Should we go to Latin America where it's going to be warm? So this difference in temperature is not much less pronounced within Africa. So this could smooth that seasonality and create jobs throughout the year as opposed to only during the winters of the boreal countries. It also could create stronger linkages and weaker leakages due to stronger demand for local products. So what we identified is national of Africa are more likely to demand and willing to take local products and local culture than international arrival, who might be more fearful for food security or other issue. And also cultural exchanges create a positive impact and lead to peacefulness in the region. So some of the specific policy that we recommend are the free movement of people and also the easing on visa requirement. So if you go to the SADC region and you need a visa for Tanzania, you need a visa for Namibia, you need a visa for each country you're going to go to, it's a lot of logistics and a lot of time requirement. If you can actually get one visa for the whole region, it makes it easier for you to move around, especially if you have the infrastructure that is developed so you can move from one country to the next. It also makes it easier for the national to move from one country to the next and be able to work in different countries as well. We also identify the open sky So this is the implementation of Yamoussoukro, I hope I say that right, decision. And this is about the open sky policy. And the reason being because a lot of the flight to Africa come from our European providers. And it's really hard, actually, because there's no liberalization of the air to fly within Africa, and it's very expensive. So trade liberalization within Africa in terms of the airlines would help the secure and safe travel within Africa, which right now is difficult. And I think some of us have had the unfortunate experience of having to fly back to Europe to go back to another country within Africa. So that would be alleviating some of this. Also, the currency restriction. If you have to use different currency and go to the bank and get different currency, that's all the transaction costs. We did estimate that the restriction on currency basically lowered the growth in international tourism receipt by about 10%. And this is one of the reasons why some of the Caribbean country, for instance, would accept the US dollar, right? So just to make it easier in terms of cost and transaction cost. And then recognize the value of regional market within Africa and plan for it. Most plans do recognize the value of tourism for the country at the national level and within the economic communities, but there's very little done in reality to promote those. I give the example, I was in Namibia during the COP in South Africa, and they were hosting a meeting of all the SADC tourism ministers to see how they could promote together the tourism that would be coming, so they could go along the region and spend more money in the whole region instead of just going to South Africa. So that's an example. These are the policies. You can look at them there in the report of different economic community and what their policies are in terms of tourism. I'm not going to go into the detail. And then we, of course, need to promote the capacity of tourism to foster inclusiveness. And that has several components to it. One is we need to require promoting decent work and reduce vulnerability, and that's promoting down the supply chain locally, ensuring decent wages, so that to make sure we have the infrastructure so tourism can reach the rural area where a lot of the rich culture is in these countries. Integrate the poor into tourism value chain we just mentioned. But also ensuring one of the things that we see often is that we're going to develop the safety, water, ICT infrastructure for the hotels and for the tourism, but then you have the local community right next to them that have no access to safe water and sanitation. So we need also to ensure that these infrastructure also serve the local population. Also, if we're going to have all these jobs, we have to make sure that the education, the tourism school are upgraded, and the education is actually matched with the requirement of skills to support this tourism that is growing. And of course, encourage female participation to training, improving working condition, encouraging female entrepreneurship. Women do tend to face greater challenges in terms of access to capital, in terms of networking, in terms of receiving extension services and training, because they can't be alone in the field with a man, for instance. So things such as having women extension agent to give the training could be solutions. The idea of the beneficial relationship between tourism and peace is very interesting because, and we give a few examples in the report, but one of them is very interesting, and it's not only for one country, it's for all countries. I'm going to find a stat for you, but when Ebola hit the Western Africa, tourism for the whole region, all the way to South Africa and Tanzania, that was not at all involved in the epidemic, were actually affected in terms of their tourism. When there was social unrest in Tunisia, tourism to Tunisia reduced by 27%, and revenues reduced by 27%. So there's a huge incentive to have peace and security within the region, not only at the country level, but at the regional level. And then for people of the press, there is every time that something negative is published about Africa, and most of the world do not realize that this is 54 countries that covers a huge mass of land, and that we just generally say this is happening in Africa, it has a negative impact on the intention of international tourists to go to the continent. So we have to be careful in how we portray the information and to portray, because perception of safety is very, it's not objective, it's rather subjective. So we have to be careful also how we report this situation. In terms of, in conclusion, as I mentioned earlier, there is a lack of data to be able to document and further support the countries and the decision makers at the country and regional level in terms of arrival, in terms of source of the input for the sectors. And there's also disaggregated by gender and age group. That would be making it easier for decision makers to really capitalize on this great prospect for economic development in Africa, tourism for transformative and inclusive growth. So I'll do my little publicity in concluding. So thank you, Francine.
With that, I'll open the floor to questions. Please.
Thank you. My name is Abadi. I'm from the dossier paper. Apart from Tunisia and South Africa, which African countries practice medical tourism, which is very highly specialized sector of tourism?
I do not have the answer to this. I don't know. I know of these two, and I would have to put the question to my expert and get back to you.
Thank you. Is there any follow-up question to that one? Any more questions from the floor? Please.
Hi, I came in late, so forgive me if the question was answered. I see the countries with the highest average annual rates of growth in tourism during the time period of 1995 to 2014 were Angola, Cape Verde, and Ghana. What specifically did those countries do that seemed to boost their these numbers to such high percentages?
Some of them is related to ecotourism and the link to peace as well. So whenever it's pretty obvious when we look at the statistics, right? The countries that are at peace and have been at peace have seen higher growth. But the growth of ecotourism and experiential tourism, where tourists no longer just want to go to a beach and sit there and for a week and do nothing except drink tequilas and margaritas, but experience the rich culture. I think it's the countries that can actually develop that linkages to their to the regions and to the cultures, the rich values, the artifacts and others that actually do benefit. But I can get more detail for you as well.
Thank you. I see no other questions. Chantaline, do you have any closing remarks? Otherwise, that brings us to the close.
No, I just want to thank you for coming today. And apologies, I'm not the expert in this field, but I will put the question to my expert and pass the answer to Francine so you can have them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chantaline, and thank you, everyone, for joining us today.
All right, everybody, you're getting a live look of the Capitol building right now, taking you to the next top story here in the show. Taking you now to the House Appropriations Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I do want to say it's an honor and a privilege for me to work with you as well. And before we begin, let me express my continued shock at yesterday's assault on members of Congress. Congressional staff and law enforcement just were heroic. My thoughts are with Congressman Scalise, Special Agents David Bailey, Crystal Griner, current and former staffers Zach Barth and Matt Mika. As I keep the victims and their loved ones in my heart, I'm thankful for the courage of law enforcement, and in particular the U.S. Capitol Police, who protect members of Congress and visitors to the U.S. Capitol every day. The Capitol Police responded fearlessly in the face of great danger, saving many lives. Above all else, we are Americans. Today and every day, the things that unite us will always be far stronger than those that divide us. I look forward to working with my colleagues on a bipartisan basis to improve the lives of Americans. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Lowy, for your comments. We'll now turn our attention to the fiscal year 2018 Military Construction and Veteran Affairs Appropriations Bill. It's my pleasure to recognize the Chairman, Mr. Dent.
Well, thank you, Chairman Friedling-Heisen, for the opportunity to bring this bill before the committee this afternoon, the first appropriations bill of the year. And before we move into consideration of this bill, I think we should all take a moment to reflect on the bigger picture of the environment that we find ourselves in as a result of the tragic events that transpired yesterday morning. Well, I know that Whip Scalise would like us to keep moving forward on the important work before us. I would ask that we all continue to keep him and all the other victims of yesterday's senseless attack in our thoughts and prayers. And we're particularly grateful today to have Chuck Fleischman safe with us in full committee today. So, Chuck, there you are. The Military Construction, VA, and related agencies bill provides generously for our service members, our veterans, their families, and our monuments and cemeteries. Chairman Friedling-Heisen and Mrs. Lowy have provided strong support for this bill. In particular, both of them have been very focused on oversight of the electronic health record for nearly 10 years. Finally, VA has announced that there's going to be one single record for active duty and veterans. I appreciate the full committee chairman and ranking members' leadership and the participation of all the members of the subcommittee, including our new ranking member, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who brings a lot of energy and dedication to her new role. So we have remained engaged in a very active and transparent process as we assembled this year's bill, and this bill incorporates the feedback of over 1,000 member requests from both sides of the aisle. Now for the numbers. The bill contains $88.8 billion in budget authority, an increase to $6 billion over last year's level, $10.2 billion for military construction, which is about a $2.1 billion increase over fiscal year 17 level, or about a 25%, heard that right, 25% increase. This funding recommendation strongly reinforces the priorities in the President's budget request. The bill includes $9.6 billion in base funding and $638 million in OCO funds. The level is $198 million under the President's request. $78.6 billion for the Department of Veterans Affairs, which is an increase of nearly $4 billion over the FY17 level, and $384 million under the President's budget request. Of the $78.6 billion provided for the VA, $69 billion is for medical care for nearly 7 million veterans. We make important investments in many VA programs, including mental health treatment and suicide prevention, research, and claims processing at or above the budget request. And $252 million is for related agencies in our bill. That's $8 million above the requested level. The American Battle Monuments Commission, Arlington National Cemetery, the Armed Forces Retirement Home, and the Court of Appeals for Veterans Claims. The increase of $8 million over the President's budget is to support security requirements at Arlington National Cemetery, and some of us have visited there not too long ago. The bill supports our troops with the facilities and services necessary to maintain readiness and morale at bases here in the States and around the globe. It is extremely important that we get our infrastructure in shape to support the force we have now, as well as the force we want to grow in the future. And the bill funds our veterans' health care systems to ensure that our promise to care for those who have sacrificed in defense of this great nation continues as those men and women return home. We owe this to our veterans, and we are committed to sustained oversight so that programs deliver what they promise and taxpayers are well served by the investments that we make. And I urge you to support this this legislation. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. My pleasure to recognize the ranking member, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, for any comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you yielding and really want to say what a thrill it has been after nearly 10 years as the ranking member or the chair of the Legislative Branch Appropriations Subcommittee, which is still near and dear to my heart, to be able to join you as the ranking member and stand up for both people currently serving in the military as well as our retired veterans is truly an honor. And before I begin my remarks, I want to also join my colleagues in recognizing not only all of our players and colleagues who are participating in tonight's congressional baseball game, but the importance of coming together and, of course, recognizing and sending best wishes for a very speedy recovery to our colleague and friend, Steve Scalise, as well as the others who were injured yesterday, as we continue to hold them in our thoughts and prayers. Mr. Chairman, since my first day as ranking member, you have really set a cooperative tone. So thank you, as always, for continuing to be inclusive as we work through this process. But despite that cooperation, I do regret to say that I'm disappointed that this collaboration has not extended to the full committee process, as we have yet to see 302B allocations for any other bills other than MILCON, and the MILCON VA 302B remains just a partial estimate. Nonetheless, Chairman Dent has worked tirelessly with an extremely limited amount of time to get to this point. With the President's budget being released on May 23rd, we are now marking up this bill 24 days later. Even within this short time period, this bill addresses many members' concerns as well as critical issues impacting our veterans and active and reserve service members. Specifically, this bill includes $186 million for suicide prevention, which is $13 million above the FY 2017 enacted level. With over 20 veterans tragically taking their own lives each day, this funding is critical. This funding will address staffing issues at the Veterans Crisis Line and require the VA to adhere to the standards of the American Association of Suicidology. The VA portion of this bill also provides almost $700 million for medical research, which will fund essential efforts like those to address TBI and PTSD, develop state-of-the-art prosthetics, care for victims of military sexual trauma, and treat veterans suffering from mental illness. The bill also continues to fund important programs to combat veterans' homelessness, provide our veterans with effective and timely health care, and improve the veterans' benefits application and appeals process, which remains a mess. I'm also extremely grateful for the Chairman's support for in vitro fertilization and coverage for assisted reproductive technologies for veterans who have sustained a service-connected injury that impacts their fertility. This issue is both very important to me and to so many service members. All veterans deserve to be able to start families. Moreover, providing access to IVF is consistent with the VA's goal to support veterans and improve their quality of life. On a personal note, this bill will address the issue of breast cancer awareness and prevention. As many of you know, during our subcommittee's recent visit to the Washington VA Medical Center, we learned that the VA was relying on the controversial USPS-TF guidance for mammography in making coverage decisions. Last Congress, we passed a law that barred private insurers from making coverage decisions based on these guidelines through at least 2018. However, the moratorium did not apply to the VA, and so women in their 40s could have been denied mammograms. To its credit, the VA recently changed its guideline when we pointed this out regarding screening, and with your support today, language is included to hold the VA to this better standard. The military construction portion of this bill is funded at $1.8 billion above last year's enacted level, providing adequate funding for both the active and reserve components. We were also pleased to see that the bill provides $35 million above the FY 2018 budget request for the base realignment and closure account to help expedite the cleanup of former Defense Department sites. The bill funds the NATO Security Investment Program at the FY 17 level, sending a strong message to our nation's allies that we stand with them as we continue to face evolving international threats. For the Department of Veterans Affairs, this bill provides $3.9 billion above the FY 2017 enacted level, a 5.3% increase over FY 2017. The MARC also fully funds the FY 2018 second bite of the apple, $2.6 billion, which brings the total amount provided for VA medical care to $69 billion, which is a 6.8% increase over FY 2017 enacted. Very few agencies will be able to say that they fared this well during what I think history will call the budget cap years. Speaking of which, Mr. Chairman, you and I have had a lot of discussions regarding the FY 2018 budget and what the Budget Control Act caps mean for our committee's work. Mr. Chairman, while I believe this is a good allocation for the FY 2018 MILCON VA bill, I am concerned what this allocation means for the other bills. The Budget Control Act reduces our FY 2018 Committee's 302A from $1.070 trillion to $1.065 trillion, a $2 billion reduction on the defense side and $3 billion on the non-defense side. To put this into perspective, in FY 2010, the committee's 302A allocation was $1.09 trillion. We were actually lower than where we were in FY 2010. With this, we are clearly starting off in a hole, a deep one, in fact. Additionally, as I mentioned, we have yet to hear from the majority on this year's 302A and corresponding 302Bs for each bill. Mr. Chairman, at this point, I hope and believe we all recognize that the BCA was a terrible policy decision and one which we must address in order to return to regular order and bring some stability to the appropriations process. I believe it's the only way for this committee to get back to regular order is to work together and get rid of the BCA caps. If we do not address this issue, we will yet again experience another summer in which we fail to pass all 12 bills through the House and ultimately must pass a CR, causing further strain on the federal government. Mr. Chairman, it is clear that a solution will require a bipartisan majority of both houses. I believe every member of this committee is ready to work and do the right thing. I believe it's time we get past these unrealistic beliefs that we can cut our way to prosperity. If this failed philosophy persists, our work and our mandate will only get tougher. We must be more strategic about how we handle our federal budget. This committee's work becomes even more difficult as we must balance the needs of the VA with the other federal agencies, and I think we can agree, hope we can agree, that it is time to stop creating these artificial crises. Mr. Chairman, these markups represent the first step in a long process. Democrats stand ready to work with you to address these issues as we move forward in the appropriations process, and I yield back.
Thank you for your comments. Actually, thank you, both of you, for your comments and for your joint commitment to providing for our troops, their families, and veterans through your bill. We're coming out of the starting gate with a very important bill, Military Construction and Veterans Affairs. This is a solid bill that reflects our chief priority as members of Congress to provide for a strong national defense. The foundation of a strong national defense is a well-supported military force who serve our country with a guarantee they'll be cared for when they retire from active duty or become disabled, defending our nation and their families as well. The funding provided in this legislation, totaling $88.8 billion in discretionary funding, will continue the rebuilding of our national security, ensuring our troops have the resources they need to conduct such successful missions and keep our nations secure. As Chairman Dent has highlighted, the bill provides $10.2 billion for construction and maintenance of facilities and resources that will support our troops in their missions at home and abroad. This funding, a 25% increase over current levels, reflects the goal of the White House and our caucus, and I'm sure just about everybody in this room, to support and sustain programs that ensure that our troops are ready to fight, which is absolutely imperative as we rebuild and grow our military force. This bill also targets funding for critical construction projects across the world, wherever our military is, at home or abroad. It supports the quality of life for our troops so they can rest assured that they and their families are being taken care of throughout their entire service. For the Department of Veterans Affairs, the bill includes $78.3 billion, ensuring our veterans who sacrificed so much in the name of the United States receive the services and benefits they've earned. This total includes a nearly 7% increase for funding for medical care at the VA. These funds will be used to treat the mind and body of our veterans, including mental health services, suicide prevention, traumatic brain injury treatment, opioid abuse prevention, and assistance for homeless veterans. With the welcome news that the VA is finally embarking on a new effort for a joint health records keeping system with the Department of Defense, I'm pleased that Mr. Dent's bill addresses ongoing issues related to its implementation and encourages a responsive, cost-effective transition. It's long overdue. This legislation also addresses other issues plaguing the administration, including the benefit appeals backlog. As the number of claims increase and grows more complex, it's critical that we provide adequate funding to help reduce this backlog and track progress on the issue. I'm proud this bill makes investments that address these and other challenges, like closing service loopholes, improving efficiency through technology, and implementing thorough oversight to ensure that every dollar spent at the VA goes directly to the improved care of our veterans. I'd like to thank Chairman Dent Ranking Member Wasserman Schultz for their subcommittees, members, and our remarkable professional staff, which is behind me. Both it's bipartisan staff in every sense, for their commitment to all the brave men and women who wear or have worn our nation's uniform. I'd be happy at this point to recognize my ranking member, Ms. Lowy, for any comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's a pleasure working with you and this committee. If we were considering the Military Construction and Veteran Affairs bill in a vacuum, this would be a good bill at $88.8 billion in discretionary funding, a $6 billion increase over the fiscal year 2017 enacted level. This bill would fund critical services veterans rely upon, including $1.7 billion to address veteran homelessness, $8.4 billion for mental health services, and $2.89 billion for the Veterans Benefits Administration. In addition, I am pleased that the VA has announced it will follow DOD in pursuing the same electronic health record system, a priority on which I have focused for several years. In fact, Chairman Rogers and I worked on this together 4 years or more. Fencing funds until the VA can provide a plan on purchasing that system is the responsible course of action. The current system is simply unacceptable. We owe the men and women who serve this country the best treatment possible, and it is my hope that recent steps, coupled with our oversight, will lead to an improved VA healthcare system. Unfortunately, we just don't have the luxury to consider funding for some parts of the government without considering the effects of spending policy on government as a whole. The veterans we seek to assist in this bill will also be harmed if other appropriation bills cut essential programs like job training, elderly and disabled housing, and child care programs. Cuts to the federal workforce across the government are a direct threat to veterans who made up 30.9% of the federal workforce in FY15. 30.9% of the federal workforce. Mr. Chairman, while I appreciate the work on this bill, make no mistake, this committee will not return to regular order without addressing the budget caps as we have done every year since sequestration became law. Our commitment to our men and women in uniform, senior citizens, working mothers cannot be met under the current budget caps, which would cut $5 billion from defense and non-defense bills. I urge the chairman to bring your leadership and the White House to the negotiating table and work with Democrats to raise the budget caps. So I want to thank the chairman, ranking members for their work on this bill. I look forward to continuing discussions with them as the bill progresses. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Lowy. Any other general comments? Mr. Bishop, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, as former ranking member of the Military Construction VA Subcommittee, I'm proud that the Appropriations Committee comes together in a bipartisan fashion to meet the needs of our service members, our veterans, and their families. I congratulate Chairman Dent and Ranking Member Debbie Wasserman Schultz on crafting a very good bill. This bill takes necessary steps to provide the armed forces with the facilities needed to provide our military families with support wherever our troops work, train, and live. I'm pleased that the bill provides a total of $202.9 million toward military construction needs in Georgia. This includes $10.8 million for a new air traffic control tower at Fort Benning to support mission readiness, which is the Army's #1 construction priority. The bill also includes $43.3 million in funding to repair damage to the Marine Corps Logistics Base in Albany, which was struck by severe storms and tornadoes last January. I believe this bill would be beneficial to both our armed forces and our veterans, and I'm hopeful that it's preserved as the House considers amendments and as it moves through the process. While there are many things to praise about this bill, Mr. Chairman, I'm not particularly pleased that we are now 8 months into the fiscal year without a budget and an agreed-upon discretionary spending levels. Marking up one discretionary bill at a time without a sense of the whole is careless, and we owe it to the American people to do better. We need sound investments in education, in health, nutrition, and the other non-defense elements to effectively raise and sustain the world's greatest military. Service members must be educated, healthy, and well-fed to perform the many demands that we place on them. While this bill invests in the critical tools that our military and our veterans need, our non-defense discretionary programs are equally important for our national defense. So with that said, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. Any further discussion? Oh, Mr. Young. Excuse me, David Young.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, and the Chair and the Ranking Member of the subcommittee, I want to thank you for your commitment to the mental health issues in this bill for our veterans, particularly what's going on with the Veterans Crisis Line. You know, we learned last year through the Government Accountability Office and the VA's Inspector General that the President signed into law, President Obama, a bill that we got passed in a bipartisan manner in Congress, the No Veterans Crisis Line Call Should Go Unanswered Act. It demanded accountability based on the recommendations from the GAO and the VA's Inspector General. So thank you for the commitment with further reporting language, funding. It's not always funding, we know. It demands accountability, and we need to make sure that we have accountability with the VA because the VA needs to be accountable to our veterans. And so I want to thank everybody here for not just my request and making sure this was funded at an adequate, if not better level, but I know a lot of you as well did. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Ms. Capter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me extend my thanks, as others have, to Chairman Dent and to Ranking Member Wasserman Schultz for producing a bill that is admirable despite the budget fog in which we seem to exist. The VA is one of America's most important institutions and provides vital services to the men and women who put their lives on the line for us every day. There's no question we have a moral obligation to them in perpetuity. I'm pleased to see that the chairman's mark includes $78 billion in funding, including $3.9 billion more than the 2017 level. We have to remember we've been at war for 16 years. The costs of this are huge. The increase of $1.5 million for the VA General Administration is a good step in setting the framework to help our veterans, and the VA has proven and is the best way to promote veterans' quality of life. They're getting better at it every day with our help. In addition to caring for veterans, the VA also has a tremendous economic impact on the communities in which we exist. They provide enormous support for medical education and, frankly, good-paying 21st century jobs. The VA is the largest hospital system in the United States, and I would dare say the world, and it has a lifetime relationship with 9 million patients as we sit here today who can receive all kinds of physical care as well as psychosocial care, pharmacy access, integrated mental health care, as others have referenced, and geriatric care at more than 1,200 health care facilities and communities across our country, employing over 350,000 individuals with affiliations with 1,800 academic institutions. If you've never seen some of what the VA is inventing, go back and read the history of the magnetic resonance imaging machine. Beyond health care, VA offers veterans a wide variety of other essential services, including career services, vocational training, continued education, fiduciary management, pension resources, disability compensation, home loan guarantees, insurance, and many others. In fact, our veteran centers have become wellness centers. Overall, the VA is a core foundation stone of our society and should be given the ability to fulfill its intended mission. And I thank my colleagues for their strong support and yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Captor. Any other general discussion by any members? If there's no further discussion, are there any amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
An amendment offered by
Sure,
Mr. Dent
I move to
in the bill
dispense with the
on
reading of the
page.
amendment.
Consider it done.
The amendment's amendment that you have before you consists of non-controversial bill language and also some report language items that have been agreed to by both sides of the aisle. There are 4 minor bill language changes and 12 pieces of report language, and we were able to reach agreement on everything that committee members asked us to do on this matter. I think members have had a chance to look through the package that's on your desk, so I move the amendment as adopted.
Amendment's been moved. The question is on the amendment. Any comments, Ms. Wasserman-Schultz?
Just that we appreciate the opportunity to work with the chairman, and we support the amendment.
Thank you very much. The question is on the amendment. Any further discussion? Yes, Mr. Judge Carter.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to rise to thank both sides for including the language on this organ donation policy in the VA. It became an issue in my district, and when I learned about it, it seemed like it needed to be looked at in a hard fashion, and you've done that. Thank you very much.
Any other comments on the manager's amendment? And the question's on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? I guess the motion, in my opinion, has been approved, and the amendment is agreed to. Thank you. Any further amendments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Wasserman-Schultz.
I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the amendment be dispensed with.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Approximately 20 veterans, as I mentioned, die from suicide every day. One tool used by the VA to combat high suicide rates and help those who are considering suicide is the Veterans Crisis Line, a 24-hour toll-free hotline that veterans can call to connect to a responder trained in crisis management. As you heard me mention in my opening statement, we were pleased that the bill includes robust funding to address suicide prevention. Furthermore, the bill repeats language first included in the fiscal year 2017 bill, requiring the VCL to provide to individuals who contact the hotline immediate assistance from a trained professional and to adhere to all requirements of the American Association of Suicidology. The funding and the bill language are vital pieces in helping the VA combat veteran suicide. However, in January, President Trump implemented a hiring freeze across the federal government, which was lifted on April 12, 2017. Conversely, Secretary Shulkin chose to continue the hiring freeze to, as he said then, get rid of the bloat at VA. In implementing his hiring freeze, he exempted employees who work at VA medical centers and implemented a waiver process for all other provisions. During a briefing with the VCL director to discuss suicide prevention training protocols at the VA, I learned that waivers are required to hire counselors for vacant positions at the VCL, and that the VCL plans to fill 409 positions in FY 2018. The VCL director assured me that Undersecretary Allais has approved these waivers whenever they come across her desk. But I find that this additional bureaucratic process for approval unacceptable for roles as critical as these are. The amendment before you today merely exempts vacant positions at the VCL from the freeze and allows VA to fill those positions quickly and give the VA the proper staffing levels to help veterans in crisis. I know we're all committed to making sure that when a veteran in crisis places a call to the VCL, there is someone to answer. The VCL staff is vital to helping veterans get the help they need, and VCL staff should not be affected by any hiring freeze. Lives are literally at stake, and we need to clear the obstacles out of the way so that we can make sure these counselors can get to veterans and veterans in crisis can get to the counselors. And I urge my colleagues' adoption of the amendment.
Ms. Wasserman-Schultz, thank you for your comments. Mr. Dent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say quickly, I understand that the suicide hotline is having trouble hiring new staff as quickly as it should to improve its service to callers who could be in desperate need of help. This is due to headquarters policy that require each hire to be approved centrally. I support this amendment so we can help the crisis line increase its capacity and responsiveness without having to fight bureaucratic obstacles. We're prepared to accept this amendment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dent. Any further discussion? There be no further discussion. Yes, excuse me, Mr. Serrano, recognized.
Amendment for a second, but in all honesty, in getting up and supporting the amendment, I want to abuse somewhat the privilege of the committee by saying something I should have said during general debate, and that is, no, Jose, Joe. You said Mike? I try that joke every year. It gets the same amount of laughs. I don't know how many of you are aware of this, but in the territories, the quality and the programs available to veterans at the VA are not the same as they are in the 50 states. And I think it's something we should all pay attention to. I can understand, as painful as it is, the argument about a territory versus a state and voting for president and federal programs and so on. But when it comes to the VA, there should be no difference. A veteran in Puerto Rico, a veteran in the Virgin Islands should have the same access to the same kind of programs available to a veteran in any other state. Because when they get sent out, they don't get sent out based on where they come from. They get sent out to the military action or the posts that they have to go to. So please, keep that in the back of your head and make it part, perhaps, of your behavior pro-veteran in the future. Thank you.
Any further comments on the amendment? Yield to Ms. Wasserman Schultz to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just my appreciation that we continue to recognize what a critical crisis this is. 22 veterans a day commit suicide, and anything we can do to clear the obstacles from between them and getting the help they need is essential. So I appreciate the chairman and my colleagues' support.
Thank you. Any questions on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. It appears, in my opinion, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Any further amendments? None? Ms. Lee, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, Lee Amendment number 1.
Clerk will read.
An amendment offered by Ms. Lee at the end of the Title II.
Consider it read. Thank you. Ms. Lee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is very simple. It prohibits the use of funds in this bill to establish a White House Veterans Complaint Hotline. Now, it's unclear to me and my colleagues how this new hotline will be used and how it will be integrated with the other 975 hotlines already in operation in the VA. That's 975. The VA has been in the process of consolidating the current excess of hotlines to reduce the frustration and the confusion that veterans feel when trying to contact the agency for help. This hotline will only further confuse veterans and potentially add dangerous delays when the contractors running the hotline have to refer callers to another office in the VA. And so we share a concern also about waste, fraud, and abuse at the VA. And I don't want our precious VA dollars to fund duplicative hotlines that will really only delay timely services to veterans. So I ask for a yes vote on this amendment and yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Mr. Dent, Chairman Dent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do understand that there is some skepticism about the new White House hotline as articulated by our friend and colleague, Ms. Lee, but I think we really should just give it a chance to reach full operation and see what impact it's having in giving veterans an opportunity to voice their concerns. We have included strong report language on the hotline on page 69, you can read it, requiring additional information on its operation as the program is set up to judge how much activity it's generating, how well it might be serving our veterans. And based on actual data, we will be well positioned in conference to make a final determination about funding it. So for the moment, I would suggest that we give the hotline a chance to prove its worth And I would urge my colleagues to reject or oppose this amendment. Thank you. Yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Dent. Any further comments by member Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Oh,
Yes.
excuse me.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Mr. Young, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to my colleague's amendment. I went down 3 weeks ago to Atlanta, to the Veterans Crisis Line Center, to see how the call center was doing, part of our oversight responsibilities. While meeting there with the crisis line responders, many of whom are veterans and have backgrounds in mental health, more and more of them are, I talked to Susan Strickland, the acting Veterans Crisis Line Director, and David Carroll, the Executive Director of Mental Health Operations for the VA Health Administration. They get a lot of calls to the Veterans Crisis Line that have nothing to do with the emotional and mental war wounds that are going on with our veterans. And so many calls have become a distraction to the sole purpose of why the VCL, the Veterans Crisis Line, is there. And they say that any other resources out there for veterans that can be made available will help free up those lines for those veterans with those real emotional war wounds. And so I rise to oppose this amendment, and I thank the chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the gentlelady from California's amendment. Respectfully to my colleague, Mr. Young, adding another hotline for veterans to call and directing them anywhere other than to the VA, where you have the most direct ability to assist them with whatever it is they're calling about, doesn't make any sense. This White House assistance line for veterans is not a crisis line. It's just actually taking them further away from the likely place that is best able to help them. Frankly, I'm concerned about the politicization of communication with veterans and making sure that we can keep their needs housed within the appropriate department at the VA and continue to encourage the VA, frankly, Mr. Chairman, to dramatically narrow the number of contact points, not expand the number of contact points that veterans have, so that we can get them quicker access to the services that they need. Adding another layer and sending them to the White House is not the way to do that, and I support the gentlelady's amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Any other comments on the Lee amendment? Ms. Lee, you're recognized to close if you wish.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me be clear about a couple of things. First of all, these hotlines do not only address issues around mental health. They address benefits, health insurance, cemeteries, women's issues, of course, suicide crises, debt management, whistleblower issues. And the sheer number, 975 now, of call lines, it makes it very difficult for veterans to navigate the hotlines and to get the services that they need without delay. There are many, many questions that need answering. For instance, we don't know the source and the size of funding required to operate the hotline. Who the staff will be answering the calls? Will it be VA employees? Will it be contract employees? What call volume is expected? What hours the hotline will be available? Where it will be located? Of course, we know it's indicated to be somewhere in the White House. How operators plan to channel calls to agency staff with the necessary expertise, and really what performance measures are built into its operation. And so I am urging an aye vote on this. The veterans, again, do not need any more I'd say obstruction, really, in terms of trying to navigate this system. 975 lines are a lot, and the VA is trying right now to consolidate them, not expand them. So I would ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Ms. Lee.
Mr. Chairman, I wasn't going to get involved in this. But,
Ms. Capter is recognized.
Thank you. I wasn't going to get involved in this issue, but I support the gentlelady's amendment. Let me ask the question. If it's a White House office, what's it doing in this bill? I want to ask a jurisdictional question. Doesn't it belong in the Financial Services Subcommittee?
I'd be happy to yield to Mr. Dent. Thank you.
If it's a White House function...
White House initiated, but it is within VA.
This, honestly, I don't think this is a good idea. Having worked at a White House on a domestic policy staff and having fielded calls, I don't know who thunk up this idea, but honestly, I can tell you this from having experience with the VA hotlines dealing with suicide. We had trouble even getting real human beings to answer those phones. And this White House, because they're just getting started, has been difficult to get through. When people call, people don't answer the phones over there. You're lucky to get an email, maybe, be able to register an email, not that you get an answer back. So there's a lot of instability in terms of startups there. And I think the White House can do anything it wants with veterans, but not, and they can, you know, say that they have their office in domestic policy, let people call in there, but don't make it a part of this budget. I think this is a very slippery track that we're on, and we've had trouble getting those suicide hotlines and those VA counseling hotlines started and properly staffed with individuals to handle vets. I can't tell you how many vets from my district tried to call one of those lines for help, and they couldn't get another human being on the line under the VA. To put it over at the White House, I would say this to the gentleman. I'd be willing to consider this as a floor amendment if we get to the floor with this bill, and do a little more research on this, but I would advise every member, call the White House when you leave here and see if you can get through.
Okay.
I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Kaptur. The question is on the amendment. Heads up. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. No. In my opinion, the nays have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Any further amendments before I recognize Mr. Dent? Any further amendments? Mr. Dent is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to take a moment to thank our staff here. I neglected to do that in my opening remarks, but I wanted to acknowledge behind me Maureen Hollahan, Sue Quanches, Sarah Young, Tracy Russell over there in red, and Matt Washington on the minority staff. Thank them all for their very good bipartisan work. They're very effective, and they worked on this bill very quickly and under some interesting circumstances. And with that, I'd like to yield to the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I associate myself with the chairman's remarks, and we'll go ahead and repeat. Matt Washington, Rosalind Kumar, Jonathan Steinberg, Sarah Young, Maureen Hallahan, Sue Quanches, Tracy Russell, and Sean Snyder, your staff person, Mr. Chairman, for their great work on helping us get to this day.
Thank you, and I do recognize Sean Snyder and Rosalind as well. I had it right in front of me, but thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Needless to say, we have the best staff in the world, and we're proud of all of them. Are there any further amendments? If there are no further amendments, I recognize Mr. Rogers for a motion and ask for your support of this important legislation. Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Chairman, I move to favorably report the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Appropriations Bill for fiscal year 2018 to the House.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. The question is on the bill. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes, in my opinion, have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Don't disappear because we have to do some materials on the 302B allocations. Our second and final order of business this afternoon is consideration of the interim 302B allocation for the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Appropriations Committee. Although the House is yet to approve a budget resolution for fiscal year 2018, this report follows the intent of Section 302B of the Congressional Budget Act and helps facilitate floor action on this bill whenever that may be. I'm optimistic that we will soon have an approved budget resolution that will provide us with a top-line number for 2018 fiscal year. In the meantime, this committee will continue to move forward and fulfill our constitutional responsibility. I urge you to support the interim suballocation for this critical bill that supports our national security, our troops, and our veterans. And I'm pleased to recognize Ms. Lowy for any comments she may have.
Last month, Congress passed the 2017 Omnibus. Well, 7 months late, it was yet another example of our committee writing spending bills that get broad bipartisan support and include a number of priorities for all members. That is why, Mr. Chairman, I am so disheartened that on the heels of that very important bipartisan victory, The majority has already abandoned regular order without a full slate of subcommittee allocations for the 2018 bills. We will instead stumble from one bill to another with Republicans who control the House, Senate, and White House, trying to hide from the American public the funding levels for each bill and the price hard-working families will pay for the increases to bills we consider first. It really is outrageous. It is inexcusable that the party in charge is so dysfunctional and so lacks transparency. Time and time again, Democrats have helped pass responsible spending legislation. And I think we're all very proud of the work we did together in a bipartisan way on the 2017 bill. My friends, the existing caps for defense and non-defense, which are scheduled to go down by a total of $5 billion this year, are insufficient to meet this country's growing needs. Democrats cannot help pass appropriation bills that jeopardize investments in working families and local communities. The majority must provide information as to the direction we are headed. What is our top-line allocation? How will that be divided between defense and non-defense? What is the majority's plan to avoid sequestration? Given the compressed calendar, will the committee pass all 12 bills out of committee and consider them on the floor? Will the House consider one bill at a time or an omnibus package? Will allocations reflect the Trump budget? Remember the skinny budget that betrays hardworking Americans?